Welcome, folks, to the final day of the FD Invitational. This is me, Saber, casting today here in the deck analysis with Adhikar and JT.
Hey, what's
Hey,
up, guys?
yo, yo,
It's gonna be an
yo.
exciting day today. We're having three top, words already struggling here. We have four of the best tamers right now in this fellow tamers invitational.
Yep,
Best of 5 all the way now, so it's gonna be exciting day today.
yep. We're going to watch first Golld versus Shiro. It will be a very interesting match, and I want to remind you, everyone, guys, that today it's best of 5, not best of 3. So we will see a lot of action, a very nice show. So what do we want to talk about now, guys? I mean, we have a lot of things to say. Some matchups, some teams. Let's go.
So yeah, with Gold vs Shiro, I mean, one of the matchups that Prati thought would be the best for him, which is why he chose Gold. Gold did an extremely good job against Proti's typical I guess you say like Doom composition for how he's running it. It did extremely well, and yeah, I'm really interested in seeing how Gold's team is going to match up against Shirokky.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting because, like, if you want to analyze a little bit here, the team, like you said, from Golld, this is a pretty aggressive but still bulky team because we see that there's Kinu inside here, also, making Yowler a pretty good raid boss as a strategy. But we also know that basically Valash really appreciates Kinu. But yeah, this will be a pretty interesting match. And if we go onto the Shiro team, this is pretty much, well, I see a nice nature Koish here, dealing very good damage with the water cutting Lily as lead. But I mean, any predictions on this best of 5? So a lot of things can happen during all of these games, right?
Yeah,
I'm
for
thinking
sure.
that Shirokky is probably going to have like similar playstyle from yesterday, like finding that same as Stolish, trying to get this opportunity to throw off Gold here. But I think Gold have definitely a really solid and really like beef team. So
Yeah.
it's gonna be tough all the way. What do you think, Adhikar?
Looking at the team for sure, one thing to think of is Gold doesn't have Golder, and
Yeah.
so Naga Golder with Grumper onto Shiro's team allows him to be able to use Naga, and I guess there is counters with you have Cernif and you have Grumper, but typically let's say he takes Grumper out of the picture. There's ways in which are you going to ban Golder, or are you going to ban to deal with just Naga Grumper, or are you going to ban Naga and not have to deal with that? But there's also other things that are going to be really annoying. You have Calibus here, you have Volarin. Like there's a lot of answers to a lot of stuff on Gold's team. So Shiro, I mean, just having Golder against the Naga matchup is just such a key thing that a lot of teams have been running, even if they aren't running Naga.
Absolutely. And so, guys, do you think we will see like a first ban with both Valorant out of the games since the very beginning, or do you think they will focus on something else? Well, probably seeing at Shiro team, I see like 4 toxics, including Valorant, of course. So probably we will see a Vola ban for him as first. Even if there's Grumper actually, but any predictions on that?
Yeah, it could be potential that Gold would ban this Valorant from Shiro, but I don't think he's gonna be any scared of this Valorant, since we do know that Gold have so many times that can actually pop up stone walls. So if Gold can getting the right opportunity to getting the stone walls, that Vola is not a threat at all, in my opinion. But if you want to play safe, of course, you want to have to ban that Valorant.
This is for Golld, right? But for Shiro, I mean, Shiro has like I said, 4 toxics, and we know that both of Valorant are anaerobic. So probably Grumper, if it doesn't get banned, it can't actually deal with the Golld's Valorant in case he gets too many buffs. What do you think, Adhikar?
Yeah, that could be a problem. I think Gold may have to.
I mean, for Shiro.
Either...
For Shiro.
Oh, for Shiro.
Yeah.
So Shiro, I think Vollering could be a problem. I remember watching the games, and I typically know how the items are placed on most of these tems, so there is a chance that Vollering could be a problem. And I don't think Golld has to ban out Vollering personally.
Yeah. So
I
yeah,
think
probably. Yeah.
I think when it comes to first ban, it depends on how he wants to deal with Kinu, right? If obviously there's a lot of answers. There's Golder, there's Calibus, and Vollering. You're going to be able to deal damage to Kinu, but the issue is like when you get the Kinu buffed up and the Serenif buffed up, they're both going to have Revitalize, and I don't really see an actual answer to both of those, even though you have all the Toxic Ink damage to pressure both. Once you get them buffed up enough, Revitalize from both of them are just going to keep taking away the game.
Yeah. That's true. So probably we will see like a balanced game. Well, when every time I see a best of 3 or a best of 5 in this case, I really hope that they both go on 2-2. So we'll see a very, very good battle between both players. But I don't know if, do you think it will be like a 3-0? Yeah, I mean, but what do you think? Give me your prediction about who is winning and who do you think is going to prevail in this battle. Come on, let's go with the predictions. Yeah.
So go on, Edgar. You can start first.
Yeah.
No,
Go
me?
ahead, guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
I personally believe probably be 3-1 Shiro.
Okay, so your vote goes to Shiro, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, JT. Go ahead.
I'm actually gonna say that first of all, I do not believe it's gonna be a 3-0 to any of these competitors. I do believe that with the added card, it's probably one of them is gonna take in one, but someone's gonna take home everything. So, but I'm gonna say Golld is taking this 3-1.
Yeah, I think that's. I also think that Golld is going to win this whole series. Just because I think he can go with the more aggressive lead, and like also Adhikar said, probably T-Ink is not enough this time, for the all reasons that Adhikar said actually, because it's got Revitalize, and when you have a couple of buffs on your Thames and you're able to heal them, probably you can just nuke everything with with Serenif and also Yowler. I think that Yowler can do very good in this matchup too. Of course, depend on
Just want to say that if you take a look on the prediction on Twitch right now, see what the viewers have said, and there are a lot of people that says that Golld actually is going to take this.
Yeah.
63 versus 37%.
Yeah. So people actually think that Golld is going to win. Well, let's see how things will go. Like, because yesterday we saw a lot of matches that actually didn't go the way everyone was thinking. I don't know. Do we want to talk a little bit about some predictions from yesterday? For example, I don't know. The Wobbles matchup was not that good. Versus Tsubaki, but then he actually managed to win, and nobody was actually thinking about this. And well, we saw also a very good mirror match, I would say, between Turbi and Shiro. That was actually a funny match. Like, we saw a lot of P-jab and tenderness and stuff. Any comments on that? Just a little, just to
I'm just gonna say between Turbi and Shiro, I have never seen such small damage as sitting in an analytics. So I don't know what else to say. It was such a slow match, but we tried to make it as like hilarious off camera, if I say that.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna have to say though that between Wobbles and Shirokky, that actually blew me away. That Wobbles actually walked in and take the 2-0. That really blew me away. And not having either Shirokky or Prodi in the semifinals. That is actually kind of interesting.
Sorry for interrupting, but they're in. So I think that, guys, let's go and good luck, have fun, everyone.
Good luck, everybody.
Good luck.
Hello and welcome to our first best of 5 of our semifinals. I'm Quarter, and of course casting with me is the illustrious Jeb himself, and we're getting straight stuck in here. Shiro has had his Golder band, Golld has had his Vola band, and we're right into our first picks.
Yeah, we did a little bit of discussing and theory crafting before, and we both realized that Vola obviously is always a first ban for Shiro. On the other side, Gold has a little bit more freedom with what to ban, and we were expecting that Golder ban, and it turned out to be a snap ban for that Golder.
And it's actually looking like that's going to work out well for Golld here, because he's created a board state here where Shiro was not incentivized to pick that nature coach. If Golld was able to pick Cernif in response to that, would have been a horrible opener for Shiro, which means that nature coach, which is terrifying into Gold's team, is potentially on the chopping block for the next ban.
Yeah, I think this is looking pretty good for Gold already, and we've only just started the pick ban. That Kino opener is always strong, especially with the team that Gold has. Kino Cernif is fantastic, but all of the other choices are so good with Kino as well.
I don't think that he can start Kinu Yowler this time, just because Nagais is way too much of a threat for that, but I really do like the Cernif here. The problem, of course, is the fact that Cernif has a lot of other things to deal with on this team that don't like it, and if you're banning Nature Quash, that feels really horrible for it. But if we're looking at this, like, Kinu Valish actually feels pretty strong here.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about, but Gold does end up going for that Kinu Cernif. I'm not sure what I think about that, to be honest.
That means he's probably letting the Nature Coach through, because...
yeah, that's what I was thinking. You have to ban one of the Toxics if you're planning on going with the Cernif route, and giving it an immediate +1/+1 buff means that Cernif is here to stay.
Mm-hmm. Now, if I recall correctly, this is an anaerobic Valorant in Shiro's lineup. My eyes... my memory isn't as good as it should be from that Turby versus Shiro matchup from yesterday.
Well, we didn't get to see either of those Valorants in that matchup, so we didn't actually get any confirmation on that yesterday.
That's true. Well, if it is anaerobic, then that's kind of a problem for Golld in terms of dealing with it, just because it means that he has to rely on his physical temps for that, and Size Munch isn't looking so hot this game.
So, on Gold's side, we see that his Grumper was banned out. That's a fantastic ban, seeing as Shiro's team is very Grumper weak as well. So, banning out that Grumper right away. On Shiro's side, we see the Mashuk getting banned out. Makes sense. You're playing for the Cernif, you're playing for the Yowlar, and Mashuk with the terrifying physical defense because of the Parrier is awful to deal with.
The threat of now Shiro doesn't run Tenderness, but obviously the threat of that's there as well. And if any Tem can face off against Cernif in the late game, it is Mashuk.
So Gold does end up with sort of a buff squad with that Yowlar, the Size Munch, the Valash, all have great capabilities of setting up in some sort.
That's very true. I'm not so as we move into our turn one of our first game here, I'm expecting this Kinu to want to bounce. It's not looking very comfortable in front of a Nagais and a Valish.
So there's a lot of different outcomes for this board state, because that Naga doesn't want to stay in against Cernif. Do you predict that? Do you not predict that? That Kinu doesn't want to stay in against the Valash. But if they both... but if that Kinu bounces, that means that Valash gets a pretty free madness buff off.
See, what I'm thinking here is, if I'm Golld, right, front line fears Valash more, back line fears Nagais more. You want to focus the Nagais.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That Naga is a huge threat to your team, especially with a Calibus in the back. That Valash is a threat, but it's easier to deal with because you still have Size Munch and Yowlar in the back, and they deal with Valash pretty okay. So Yowlar, I feel like that
it is going to require buffs for Yowlar to be able to get that off, but the Size Munch is a great asset against Valash, just single-handedly grinding it into the dust, even if it gets...
Yeah, exactly. So focusing that Naga is indeed the best plan here, I feel like. Cernif does massive damage, so I don't expect that Naga to stay in for long.
For the Vola to swap in then to allow for Plumes on the next turn.
Golld swaps in the Yowlar, which is quite dangerous against the Naga. The Naga stays in, beta bursts the Yowlar, and the Yowlar instantly loses 50%. There's that Madness Buff coming from the Valash, which is what we call Valash buffed up, losing 30% of his life, and there is the Water-Cutting Lily from the Cerny onto the Naga.
I mean, that brings it down to 32%, so it's definitely not looking like it's going to be saved. Or at least it's definitely not getting a madness buff off at that point. You know, you can't sacrifice 30% of your health from that tier. It does look like it's going to be able to secure a 2k on this Yowler if it makes the mistake of staying in. And the Sweatband Valash looks like it could be a significant threat to Golld as well.
Yeah, Sweatband Valash is terrifying to face off, especially with that madness buff off. And well, if that Naga dies, it's not that bad for the Valash because it just heals up again with Scavenger. And then its Crystal Spike suddenly becomes really fast.
I'm just trying to think about what Golld can do to counteract this. As I said, we've got the Size Munch in the back, but then if Nature Coish comes in, then that's just terrifying for him. And having to play around the Nature Coish juxtaposed against other threats is going to be the real problem that Golld has here. Like, if we start seeing like a Calibus Nature Coish come out as especially if, you know, we see holes get carved in the Cernif early with this Valash, if we get a couple spikes into the Cernif while the Yowler gets picked off by the Siren, if Golld doesn't change his board state, then that's horrible there. He has to react to that. Kinu isn't safe coming in there, though, because if we see a double in on the Yowler spot, then that's still terrible for him. I feel like Size Munch has to come in, but the combination of Nagai's and Valash is just so much pressure into Golld right now.
Yeah, and that's why that Beta Burst on turn 1 was such a safe play, because looking at Golld's team, nothing that's could swap in wanted to take a Beta Burst. Size Munch, Yowlar, and Valash all do not appreciate that Beta Burst, and Kinu couldn't really stay in. So that Beta Burst was a really safe and very high damaging play.
Call for my group stages. I don't think Golld runs Frond Whip.
I am not sure, but most of the time people don't, I think. So
it's actually much more common these days on contemporary aggressive Cernifs. So those are like your big, angry, max attack, high speed Cernif. Anyways, just to destroy the Nagais.
So Golld does decide to sack off the Yowlar to the Side Search. That had to be expected. Scavenger heals Valash up to 90%, and there's the Stonewall. And this Valash is so terrifying now.
It's mortifying. Yeah, no, I didn't expect the Stonewall off of Shiro. That's now okay, so that's basically signposting this is my win condition. The shell game happens as the Nagais does go down in sacrifice for that. This means that now we could see the Nature Coish come out alongside what is a +2/+3 in defenses Valash, which is just a nightmare.
So we did actually know about the Stonewall because Shiro did use Stonewall yesterday, if I recall correctly, in one of the matches.
Used the Stonewall on the Golder.
Yeah, exactly. So, but that just goes to show how different this team looks versus a more aggressive team rather than against a toxic comp, because Shiro's team is just punching holes right now.
And we're going to see that once again as the Kinu goes down in no small order. I mean, there weren't really any swap-ins that Golld would have wanted to hit either of those, as the Water-Cutting Lily is going to come in and fortunately get eaten by that Cernif at +2. It's able to take those. Problem is, it's running out of stamina, and it's not 2KOing this fish.
Yeah, that fish took it rather well, and it's just sitting there it's just gonna target the Valash now, and in the meantime, Shiro's Valash is so set up. It's wearing that sweatband, it has so many defense buffs, and the +2 special attack, it can go on forever.
And I think is the real turning point for this. Like, the fact that this is raid boss in the way that it is, and it never has to stop, is the real problem here. It's like, we're just seeing Golld get torn asunder. As
there's the double in, as Valash dies too, and it's just that Cernif again. It has to rest because of its low stamina. There's the Size Munch. But surprise, Size Munch doesn't really want to take the Water-Cutting Lily, and that was a quick concede, and Shiro wins the first game off the back of a raid boss Valash.
No, that was a big balls opener that certainly paid off for Shiro. The fact that he had time, the fact that Golld couldn't focus both with his opener. Kinu Cernev was great against Nature Question. It stopped him opening Nature Question, but it didn't actually stop the threat of Nature Question there, as we saw.
Yeah, that opener was.
Safe,
I mean, I was expecting Golld to have more of a punch in that opener, but man, Shiro took that opener and just, well, he ran off with it.
I couldn't agree more. So Nagai's is banned this time as we go into our second game. Makes sense after the terror that wrought previously. It's clear that Golld needs to rethink his strategies as he moves forward here. So Nature Coach is just immediately picked alongside Valish. The combo is still present. Shiro is just going hard into Golld.
Yeah, and as toxic heavy as Shiro's team is, this opener is so aggressive. Just being able to click Water Cutting Lily and Crystal Spikes, but also having the option to go for that Madness buff is really scary for Golld. Golld does open up with a really high damage target in that Yowlar, whose turn 1 is a little bit less good than its turn 2.
No, certainly. The challenge here is, how is Golld going to be able to output enough early to stop this Madness buff from going off while still walling the threat of Nature Coin? So he is going Cernev Yowler. I don't know if this is fast enough.
Yeah, I think that was the problem last time. As good as an opener Kinu is, it wasn't fast enough, and it gave Shiro basically a free Madness buff. So Golld is changing it up and going with a more aggressive start. But yeah, if that will pay off, we'll have to see.
The concern here is that Yowler, unless he's running clinch, I don't believe Golld's running clinch. We've seen him consistently just click show off turn 1. That's basically signposting that, throw damage into Yowler, which if we see a Calibus swap turn 1, which is very likely given the focus that Valish does just by existing on the board, then that's a Synergy Master Water Cutting Lily into the Yowler, which is just nightmarish damage. That's probably half its health.
So another interesting thing to mention here is that Golld's Size Munch got banned out right now. And that means that Shiro is all in on the Valish plan. Because that is the only thing that Valish can't really deal with. So of course it doesn't really appreciate the Grumper, but once set up, Valish will make short work of that Grumper, and Size Munch is the one counter to it on that team.
That for sure. Size Munch is the chiefest thing that just does not die to Crystal Spikes immediately there. The Valorant ban, of course, helps that as well, depending on what Valorant Golds was. I believe that's anaerobic once again. But the Cernev, I suppose, can try. If it gets a bush, it's still got Grumper to try to get bush synergy off of. But with the Goulder making it through as well, that's hard times. We see the Valorant ban as well out of Golld. So let's see what our game 2 brings that's different. Already very different openers from both sides here, thanks to the pick bans. But yikes.
Yeah, that Grumper has a little bit less value now that Shiro's Naga got banned out. But on the other hand, you can't pick the Naga into Shiro's team. Because that team is... It has more slow options, so it would be a death sentence to pick that Naga there. So you have to go with the Grumper. It's still a good pick. Golld started out by swapping out the Cernev into the Kinu, buffing the Yowlar up. So Yowlar gets +1/+1 defenses and likely goes for that show-off, but it will probably eat a double-in right now.
That's my deep concern. Okay, so this wasn't the swap, and this was actually what I was concerned about, is the fact that swapping Kinu, if Shiro read that, then that's just free Madness buff, and now we have our Madness buff back on the table.
Yeah, so it's a Madness buff trade
on Kinu's spot right here to try to eat that, because at the moment Kinu has a giant kill me sign in front of it, and the double in for Water Cutting Lily for that's gonna kill the Grumper.
Yeah, so it's a Madness buff traded for a show off plus Kinu buff, but that Kinu has to go out right away because that will die to a Crystal Spikes right away. So and there is no good swap in, so Shiro wins the turn 1 again.
Absolutely. I think that getting the free Madness buff there is horrifying. I think that Golld needed to keep the Cernev in and just charge at the Valish and get early damage off. Because now what happens if he just goes for a Stonewall from here?
Yeah, I really like the adaptation in pick ban from Shiro, banning out that Side Sponge, acknowledging that that's the only thing stopping the Valash from sweeping, and Golld has no resistance or no resists for that Crystal Spikes now. So everything will just be chunked by it, and once it starts healing up, that Valash is going to be unstoppable.
Certainly. And now, as I was expecting, we're gonna get the Calibus to come in. Yeah, here comes the Synergy Master monsters. As that's just gonna come down like a ton of bricks onto this Yowler.
Stonewall onto the Yowler, buffing it up even more, so it's +3 defense, +2 special defense. There's the Oshidashi, but Calibus will just pretty much eat that. That's a +1 Yowler. He took 33%.
I know. So
the note, it's not toxic skin.
Is the fact that we don't have any mucus. Well, we don't have any toxic ink in this. Sorry, toxic skin rather. So that means that we don't get the extra bits of damage on Yowler there. Like it did still take that, but damn.
Yeah, so it is that mucus. Toxic skin didn't proc obviously. Yowler survives a little bit above 50% HP. Granted though, Kinu can heal him up with the Revitalize.
I'm a bit concerned about the Toxic Ink into there, but no, that's fair. We could even see a Suplex onto the Calibus. I don't know how good that is.
Actually, was this
a swap or like a Hypno out from... there we are. Yeah, no, there's the swap for the Nature Coach. It was very low on stamina.
Was this the Yowler that had a Hibernate?
Yes, it is. Golld's Yowler was the one that successfully hibernated off the Doom.
So that means the defense buffs become way more useful because that Hibernate is going to be very strong.
We've just seen how the Suplex is suddenly taking this back. Okay, going all in on Yowler appears to be working very well for Golld.
But there is that Golder that was banned in game 1, and Golder likely will eat some hits, and that is scary because it can just toxic ink that Yowler and it will take that heavy residual damage from the toxic procs.
Mm-hmm. No, the toxic is still pretty bad. In this instance, right, the biggest advantage that Golld has here is that I do not believe that Alola here has tenderness. It's still bouncing though as we see the Valash come out.
There's a Hypnosis coming from the Kinu onto the Machoke.
That's a good call.
That is a very good call.
Oh man, and that Bamboozle feels so bad onto the sleeping Machoke.
Yeah, that Bamboozle is pretty much worthless here because you're not gonna target the sleeping Machoke anyways, and that is a pretty free Madness buff for this Valash.
Yeah, that's basically free setup for that. Now, we could still see Toxic Ink into the Kinu, perhaps, but that's not going to take it out. We get a Stonewall potentially here under the Valash as well, which would be pretty frightening, as we've seen previously.
Oh, you're right. This is a prime Madness buff Stonewall turn, and if that's the case, then Golld is ahead in the buffing game because the Yowler is already +1 attack, +3 defense, +2 special defense, and if that Valash would also be buffed up, then Shiro's in for a bad time.
We got two things buffed up to be like at +2 or over defense, and then like reasonable attack buffs alongside that because we got the Yowler sitting at +3, +2. If we have Valash Madness buffing, getting a Stonewall on top of that, then Shiro's got his work cut out for him. And down a Calibus, that's really grim trying to face. It's not impossible.
I really like
Still
that play,
has Sweatband Valash in the back that could certainly carve holes still, but it's a bit frightening.
So, we know that Golld's Valash isn't Sweatband because the Cernith is, right? So, do we know what item it is? Are we sure on that?
I recall correctly, we didn't actually have that scouted from the last few matches. I haven't seen it do enough. Like, it's not been picked a lot, from what I recall.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. So we'll have to check for that item. In the meantime, Shiro sends in his Valash. Golld goes for that Madness buff and likely will go for the Stonewall. There it is, Stonewalling that Valash up, and Valash is a monster.
Yeah, no, this is what we saw the previous game. That's kind of a nightmare. And we didn't even see the Toxic Ink go on to Kinu. Now, that might actually be better for Shiro here. If he's just planning to burst damage down this Valish, then that's something serious right there. My only concern is he going to have enough pressure to do that? This is now +3 special defense Valish.
Yeah, so he won't take that much damage from the other Valish, from the Crystal Spikes. I mean, it will still take a chunk, right? Because the other Valish is still Madness buffed up, but it will take it a little bit easier. And once stuff starts dying, Valish will start healing up, and those buffs will become really, really solid. Because every time you get healed up, that heal's basically multiplied because of the defense buffs.
Yeah, no, definitely. The amount of healing that Valish can get if he scavenges out of control is going to be incredibly hard for, well, either side to really deal with here. We do see, however, the scavenger drop down on both sides here. Kill
So
my partner, I dare you.
I don't actually mind sacking off the Kino here, because that means your Valish gets a decent chunk of healing.
Exactly.
And it's basically untouched, because the Toxic Ink itself didn't do that much damage. It still had a turn of Toxic, so it didn't get refreshed. So Valish is just sitting at 51% health, and now the Yowler comes out.
No, the buff gang right here is looking very frightening for Shiro. That said, depending on... once again, I'm pretty sure Golld has like a 50 SV Yowler, so that means it will be outspeeding the Golder, which is important here, because I'm pretty sure he's just going to, smack directly into this Valish? That would be the best thing there.
Yeah. I think it will be that smack into the Valish. Nothing really wants... Okay, well, I guess you still have Mashuk in the back, and Mashuk can take that comfortably, right? Mashuk will be able to take a Oshi or Suplex, rather comfortably.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm wondering about is if we are gonna see that Hibernate, because with those defense buffs, Hibernate becomes a really good move to click.
The problem is, Golld needs damage right now. He can't really afford to just let the Yowler sit there. I don't think you can afford to Hibernate within this board.
Yeah, definitely not on this board, but I'm just wondering if Golld will find a position to click Hibernate in, because that would mean so much to that Yowler. We saw it yesterday how much that did, and he was willing to click it, get those freeze turns, just swap it out and swap it in later when the freeze turns are gone.
No, that's fair. It's he needs to take down either this Golder or this Valish or both first, and we are going to see some hard focus onto the Yowler right now, as the Crystal Spikes is going to come down from both sides here, bring the Yowler down to 15%, doing some good damage to the Valish, and the Oshi smacks in!
Well, bye-bye Valish. Valish gets yeeted out of the area, or out of the arena. Yowler does go down to the Toxic Ink, but that means that Gold's Valish is pretty much uncontested now, right?
Mashuk exists, and even with
Oh, you're right.
Mashuk could put some nasty damage into that with. Golld actually does not have very much for Mashuk right now.
That Mashuk is looking extremely terrifying. Cerneve and Grumper don't really deal with Mashuk that much.
Yeah, this is my problem here. Valish is his only tool against against Mashuk, and it's more of a knife fight than an actual curb stomp for that.
And you will still take the big residual damage from the Toxic Ink, from that Golder. So Valish will slowly go down. On top of that, we know that Gold's Valish isn't Sweatband, so it's less good at raid bossing, because it's low stam, and it can't spam the Crystal Spikes, which is a big problem, because either you have to swap it out here, possibly sacking of the Grumper, basically, and then get it back when it has a little bit more stamina, or you have to rest.
Now, my suspicion here is that this Cerneve is actually bait, and we're just going to see the Grumper hop in. No, we just see Water-Cutting Lily go straight into something. This isn't going to do very much, but, I mean, you know what? Sometimes love-tapping Golder is the best way to go forward, I suppose.
And there's that P-Jab that starts slowly starting to hurt the Valish. Valish goes back down to 50% after the Toxic, the Toxic proc.
I don't like this.
And it means Valish has a 30% stamina. It will, what can it do?
My question here is, why is Sernif out now rather than out against the Nature Coish later on? Like, I like a lot of the rest of what Golld's got set up here, but Grumper, while it still dies to getting punched in the face, lightning is going to do more than throwing Water Cutting Lily at either of these temps.
And being punched in the face with Grumper isn't that bad, because that means Shiro has to choose between punching the Valash or punching the Grumper. And neither of those is a good choice, because both have to die.
I suppose the reason why I'm framing this way is because the Grumper hard dies to Tuna later on. So why stay?
Yeah, definitely. Like, Grumper has its best use against this board, where it can get off 1, maybe 2 Thunder Strikes.
Like, I don't know whether it was valuable keeping the Valash in, unless, like, maybe this is his Bush turn. Problem is, actually, no.
He potentially has Revitalize.
Bush has one more turn, you're right.
He potentially has Revitalize for the Valash. So maybe he's banking on healing the Valash with Revitalize.
Which is very slow to me. I mean, maybe there's something there, but in the meantime, it looks like Shiro's just going to be slowly but surely drawing things back. But no, he brings out Tuna, as a matter of fact.
And, I don't really like that per se, because that Tuna does get killed by Sernif, and I think that's what we're going to see.
Looks like that may have been what that Water Cutting Lily was for in the first place there, as Shiro was trying to bring that back in. But I'm kind of curious as to why that happened as well. The Golder was fine there, just being next to Mashuk is an impenetrable board state for Shiro. But, fair enough, bringing in your, trying to get that opening there to try to push things back is something. It just felt like the Sernif made that a harder task.
Grumper becomes a little bit more valuable now, but it still doesn't want to take the P-Jab, but at least it doesn't die to a Water Cutting Lily, right?
At this point, at 0 defense again, Valash has to bounce.
Yeah, Valash has to bounce, let it get some stamina back. It will likely eat a Perfect Jab here, maybe an extra attack. Sernif goes for the Shy Shield, goes in for the long game.
Oh yeah, there we go. So this is the classic Golld strat here. He's running old Sernif. And is definitely trying to wager that as his hard carry here, which is a bold move against a Golder and a Mashuk. But we'll see what comes of it. I am expecting Bush this turn alongside a Thunderstrike onto the Golder from Grumper.
Yeah, that's what's probably gonna happen. Sernif at +1 defense right now, which can be useful. But I don't see Sernif doing damage here with Water Cutting Lily. It is getting settling turns, if I recall correctly, but even then, a Water Cutting Lily isn't going to do that much against a Parry or Mashuk or a Golder.
Now, you say that. It's at this point in time where it's only been 3 turns, you're entirely right. But the real power of settling Sernif is 10 turns from now.
Yes, but will this game last another 10 turns?
Okay, if the Golder goes down and we see an appropriate amount of bushing and revits from Sernif, absolutely. If there's one person I can guarantee you is able to bring Sernif into 10 turns from now against this board, it's Golld.
I mean, okay, that is fair. So you're playing for the long game, get more settling procs, and then burst stuff down with a settling Sernif with the Water Cutting Lily and with the setup Valash once it has some stamina back?
Absolutely.
And I feel like that's a good game plan. This Grumper will eat another hit. It will get off at least 1 Thunderstrike here. And then that Sernif, well, as you said, will likely bush. Oh, it actually goes for the Shy Shield again, going up to +2 defense, saving that bush for later. There's Uppercut going into the Grumper. It doesn't die, goes down to 21%. There's the Thunderstrike going into the Grumper, or into the Golder. So they are focusing that Golder slot.
Yeah, as you can see, bringing it down to 18% right there is pretty powerful. And the Novice Punch comes out. It's super effective, but it's just not enough damage there.
That was a Synergy Novice Punch. For the people that don't know it, Novice Punch is a low stamina neutral move, and with Synergy it becomes a 50 or so damage melee move. So in this exact scenario, it becomes a melee move and damages the Grumper a little bit more than it would without Synergy.
I mean, Golder's not the best attacker in the world, but it's definitely a nice option to have when you're facing off against a Grumper. Now, if any turn's going to be a bush, it's this turn, because now we get our special defense buffs. It's not valuable in this board, but you go for them anyways, and this is classic good stuff coming out of Golld for the Sernif right now.
Yeah, and that bush was good here because you're gonna get attacked anyways. Like, Grumper's gonna die, so one of the attacks will be redirected to you. So getting that bush value out there for, well, getting that value from the evade is very useful here. Now we're back with the Valash, and Valash is up to about 80% stamina. So it can start firing off some crystal spikes again. Sernif, in the meantime, has been out for a few more turns, so settling has been stacking up.
Absolutely. Although this turn, what I think is going to happen here is we're going to get a crystal spikes onto the Golder and then a revid onto the Valash.
There's a crystal spikes. There's a scavenger buff for Valash. Valash goes up to 53%. Another shy shield for Sernif. So Sernif is playing for the long game.
Wow, I was honestly expecting the revid onto Valash there just to further protect it against the uppercuts.
Oh, and it survived against the uppercut. So Valash will get out one more attack, and then it's going to be Sernif versus Mashuk. Mashuk takes about 53% damage, takes out the Valash, but it's very low stam. Sernif has the Sweatband, has Revitalize, and Shy Shields up.
And that means now with the Revitalize bringing it up to 86%, this is a grim board for Shiro to try to deal with. He can potentially deal with this because this is a settling Sernif. The damage is going to be painful, and it's going to get more painful. Like we already saw, that was 10% against a parry or Mashuk. That's not what you like seeing, and that's the power of settling Sernif in these matchups.
Yeah, and it will start doing more and more damage with every turn. There it goes down to 17.5%. There's the P-Jab on the Sernif. You have no other option because of the Shy Shield buffs on Sernif. But it doesn't do any damage. Sernif is regenerating all its stamina with the Sweatband, and that Mashuk is very low on stamina.
As we can see from this point, like one of the things that you have to make as a decision when you're facing off against a Sernif here is when do you start Urushielling instead? And he just tries to get that in there, but he sees from that low damage that it's just not enough, and he just concedes right there. That is our game 2. It is 1-all for Shiro versus Golld in this best of 5. Let's see how both players adapt from that. That was really well played out of Golld there, turning things around with his own raid boss win conditions, reminding us all that he is not to be, laughed at inside this matchup.
And I really like the adaptation in Pig Ban there. I think Shiro's adaptation was very good, banning out that Size Munch, making your Valash better, or a more reliable win con. But unfortunately for Shiro, Golld managed to set up so well. He took every single small opportunity he had to set up and went for it.
Absolutely, and we're going to see a similar ban out of Golld again this match, as we see immediately the Nagais is down, immediately the Vola's banned, and we go Akinu Yowler into this Nature Koish Valash. Shiro's going for the same aggro opener, and this time Gold's going even safer. He's not even pretending that he's going to hit this Valash turn 1.
Yeah, this seems like a very good opener again for Golld. Why change what was a winning formula, right? He won with it. He got some good setup. That Yowler was a threat. The +1/+1 is massive on that. I'm expecting the Size Munch ban again. Size Munch is terrifying for that team.
No, Size Munch is terrifying, and the ban here means that he can still try to carry on with Valash there, which is definitely still the plan. So we're seeing the same bans come out as last time from Shiro. We see the Mashuk ban this time, however, as opposed to the Vola ban, which I think is probably going to be better for Golld.
Yeah, so I like that better for Golld because he realized, hey, my Grumper's probably safe here, so I can leave the Vola open and threaten it with Grumper. I think that is the game plan, or the potential counter for it. You also have the setup that will eventually deal with Vola, so you have stuff to deal with that, and that Mashuk turned out to be a real pain.
I suppose my question here is, okay, some folks in chat are curious as to whether Shiro's going to just go for the Madness buff again. I think he is, because even though, Kinu is a problem, getting that early Madness buff is just so powerful, and he has other ways to maintain, heavy aggression against this team.
Yeah, I agree. I think that getting that Madness buff as early as possible is super valuable, especially on a board state where you're not really threatened. Kinu plus Yowlar isn't gonna do that much to you, especially because you know that Yowlar, it didn't do anything last time except for show off, so it it won't do anything.
I mean, if Golld suddenly surprises us with a clinch this late, it's amazing. But we've seen all 4 moves off of it.
Yeah, we've seen show off,
suplex, Oshi, hibernate.
Yeah, exactly. It is a more greedy Yowlar, I'd say, but it becomes way better with buffs.
Absolutely.
I expect we're seeing like a similar turn 1 again, where Yowlar just got buffed. Kinu will likely go. Well, Kinu will likely bounce. But actually stays in with Kinu. He calls the bluff on the Madness buff. Yowlar takes the Water Cutting Lily. There's the Beta Burst going into the Valash, I assume. Valash takes a decent chunk from it, 25%, and the bluff has been called. There is the Madness buff. And suddenly this Valash is looking a lot weaker. 45% health after that Beta Burst and Madness buff.
It's only so weak is the thing. Like that. Okay, so in this instance, if we're expecting the Kinu to bounce this turn, because that's the more reasonable thing to expect here, then Grumper is the best potential swap in for Golld, but basically anything not named Cerny coming into that spot gets the double in and then goes down, giving Valash its health back. I think, however, that Valash still has to respect the fact that Oshi, regardless of comebacker, takes it down from this point, so that becomes Calibus and the same thing happens. As we see Lily into the Kinu spot.
I was about to say, if you bounce for Calibus, then you get the same thing as last game, where it's going to be Oshi into Suplex, and that killed the Calibus. But you also can't stay in with Valash, because Valash will die to Oshi. So we're in a same board state here as last time, or pretty similar, where, yeah, Shiro is a lot of pressure on, but Yowlar pressures that Valash so hard, and there goes the Valash, bounces into Calibus, and I expect we're going to see a similar thing.
Okay, since we've seen this into Calibus, and that's looking very solid there. Oh, we see a Water Cannon instead going into the Yowlar, so it's just hard relying on the Poison Ticks to do even more damage to it, as the Stonewall comes down into Yowlar as well, making it a truly impenetrable threat with +3 defense. And the Savage Suplex still, even Sans Comebacker, does 51, like, just under 50% of Calibus's health. Yike.
Yeah, that was painful. He was expecting the Calibus to come in. That Valash wasn't gonna stay in. So going for that suplex is big. Calibus losing 50% that's pretty massive.
Yeah. Okay, so my question now from this point is, how is Shiro going to respond to this absolute monster of a Yowlar? Yes, getting the attrition off is great, but unless he can afford to divert some time to deal with this Kinu, then we're just going to see more and more of this. It's likely energy drink, so Hypnosis does nothing here, and I'm pretty sure he's running Thin Beat as opposed to Rainbow Guard, so the Tuna is kind of dead in the water at this point against this board.
Yeah, it will still do some damage, but that Yowlar's been buffed up so hard. So the way to kill that Yowlar is once again with the Toxic procs, coming from the Toxic Ink and from the Volorant Plume. So there's 2 Toxic Inks and a Plume from Volorant. So that's how you deal with Yowlar at this point.
Plume is something, especially since there's still a -1 synergy that can potentially happen there. But it's a big spook. This could potentially be your Hibernate, actually.
Yeah, this would be a solid Hibernate, I feel like. There's not that much that threatens the Yowlar. It only has 1 turn of Toxic left, so it isn't going to be reapplied. It won't take any damage from the Toxic Ink. Water Cutting Lily, it will take rather well with +3 defense. Shiro does go for the swap. Goes into the Volorant, probably hoping to catch the Yowlar with a Plume, dropping its attack. Flux the Kinu, goes for the Hypnosis. Well, and that Vola is asleep now, so there goes that Plume turn, and Yowlar goes for another show-off.
Oh no, once again, this is something we've seen previously out of Yowlar, where it's just perfectly happy to take advantage of turns like these. However, the Strangle out of Shiro is a really good way to lock down this Yowlar. Since the suplex was not online, it wasn't really threatened as much by it, so it seemed like a reasonable turn to Strangle, and it's definitely paying off for Shiro this turn.
I mean, is it though? It is that Strangle makes it so that the Calibus can't attack either next turn, so the only thing that can act is that Kinu. So that is...
I see, yes. No, that's actually a fair point.
That is a free Stonewall even, if he wants to.
I feel like the Revitalize is actually stronger than the Stonewall at this point in time. Defense buffs above 2 are diminishing returns, and at this point, Yowler just needs base health.
Oh, yeah, definitely. So he could go for either. And like you said, it is probably the Revitalize. Yeah, and there it is. There's the Revitalize. Yowler gets healed, and the Revitalize was, well, very free.
At least, you know, okay. Silver linings for Shiro. You got some stamina back on Tuna without threatening its health. That's cool. But how do you deal with this Yowler that's now full stamina again? Because it got a couple turns in which it didn't have to act or do very much, and it's just going to come roaring at you again.
Yeah, it can go for that suplex again. It can go for a potential Oshi, and it still has that hibernate as an option as well. I don't think we're gonna see that here, but he does have it as an option.
If it ever chooses to hibernate, then remember, since he's still got the Kinu just T-posing in front of these Toxic Tems, he can always sacrifice the turn afterwards and immediately come in swinging with Yowler again.
Oh, you're right. Sacrifice is terrifying with that freeze.
At this moment, the kind of Mexican standoff we have here is the fact that this Calibus dies to another suplex if it makes the mistake of attacking Yowler while that's up. So I don't know what Shiro does in the face of that. We see the Kinu bounce as Cernif is going to come back onto the board here.
So this Kinu doesn't actually have sacrifice, by the way. I just
right.
realized it's Stonewall, Revitalize, Hypno, Beta Burst.
You're right. I forgot about that. That we had an entire game where Prody got T-posed on by the Kinu because it didn't have sacrifice. I remember now.
But Tuna dies. The Nature Coil goes out. Yowler goes down to 20%, and it has the turn of Toxic on it, so it will go down really low, which is a bit scary because it's been set up really well, and it doesn't really want to take any moves now.
It's not dying to a poison tick, and it can come back in later on when it has space. Otherwise, it's free HP for the Valish. Grumper can come in here. It might take a Water Jet, but you want to know what else doesn't want to eat a Water-cutting Lily? Valish.
Yeah, and Valish has been targeted before by that Beta Burst as well, and that's why it's down to 45% HP, and it does not want to take that Water-cutting Lily indeed. So we're likely seeing that Water-cutting Lily going out into the Valish slot, right? Yowler bounces, like we thought, saving it for later. There's the Grumper, as you said. And now we just have to see the Water-cutting Lily. It's going to be the Crystal Spikes into the Yowler slot, which is Grumper now. Grumper takes it, but doesn't take it well. There's the Water-cutting Lily going out onto that Valash. It lives with 9, or about 10%. Grumper takes the Toxic Ink. But the Valash will die to another Water-cutting Lily here.
Okay, my relief here is the fact that this Grumper was not hit by a Water Jet. If that was a Water Jet, then this would have been that would have just been free health for Valish, and we would have been back in that horrible situation. I think that Golld actually has to bring in his Valish there, because at this point, basically, it's the game of kill Valish while it isn't getting Scavenger procs.
Yeah, and once you have Valash killed, you can send your Yowler in on a Revitalize turn for either Cernif or Kinu. And then it becomes like, it gets healed up, you can potentially click Hibernate and just win in the long game, right? Once again.
Shiro decides not to risk the biscuit and just brings his Valorant out there instead, since it's pretty clear that he's going to eat another Water-cutting Lily this turn. The Water-cutting Lily comes down, the Grumper does not swap out for anything. So it looks like Golld read that as well. The Water Jet is going to come down and just destroy the Grumper this turn.
Yeah, so Grumper goes down, but Valash didn't get the Scavenger buff, and that is huge.
Yeah, my biggest problem with that is that now there's no extra buffs for Cernif on a special defense, meaning that it is much more vulnerable to Valash if Valash gets to come in on any other deaths. Like, sure, it needs one more to come back online, but like that could very well be Shiro's route back into this.
Yeah, that Valash is almost dead though. And you said no buffs, but Kinu is still alive, and Cernif just got a special defense buff from that Protector.
I mean, yeah, the special defense from that's still very nice, and like buffing up Cernif is... We've seen Golld just power into that before, and it is a very powerful strat for him. If he can ruse a hard target onto Cernif, then he can afford to bring Yowler back in, but I don't think that's ever happening. I think that Shiro just needs to pound the slot that isn't named Cernif with all of his life, trying to hit any swap-ins. Now, if magically the Kinu can survive that, we could actually see Golld cut his losses and swap in the Yowler on that spot then and get some cheeky healing on it. That would be huge. But
yeah, I mean, Kino still has Stonewall, so if it doesn't magically get focused, it could also go for a Stonewall. He has double Revitalize on the board currently. That Kino is very useful still, even with the 3 Toxic types on Shiro's team that are still alive. The Kino obviously has some tricks up its sleeve. It still has the Hypno as well.
Hypno onto the Vola. We've seen that be problematic before. It could happen again.
Cernif goes for the Shy Shield.
And we get a HKS come down onto the Kinu from the Valorand, which doesn't do very much of anything, but it at least means it didn't waste its action this turn.
Yeah, exactly. It had to do that. It would have been put to sleep otherwise and missed its turn. Toxic Ink will take out the Kinu after the Toxic proc, but Valorand is asleep.
HKS in that case.
Yeah, without HKS, it wouldn't have outsped, probably, so...
but the Toxic Ink would have taken it down in that single turn if it wasn't for that HKS.
The problem here is that Calibus is very low on stamina, and Valorand is asleep. So, if there's any turn to buff up your Valash, it is this one.
Yep, you're entirely right. I'm pretty sure that we're just going to see Golder come in, or alternately a Strangle onto this Valash from Calibus. That being a great thing to do when you know you're going to overexert anyways.
See a Madness buff into the Revitalize. There is that Strangle, as you said. Calibus OXs, but Strangle makes it so that he can't attack next turn anyways. Valash is useless for next turn, but it did get healed by Revitalize. It's almost back to full HP and had that Madness buff. So it is pretty much set up and ready to go now.
Yeah, no, it is definitely powered up. We could see a Plume's turn this turn if the Valash comes in. No, we see the Golder come in instead.
Cernif goes for the Watercunning Lily, likely onto the Golder slot for the Calibus. Golder takes it rather well, 15%. There is the Toxic Plume. It does not drop the attack because no synergy. It does give that one turn of Toxic to both Temtem, but not dropping the attack is pretty big for Cernif.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was kind of curious as to why that wasn't a Valash there. But I guess this, like, you couldn't afford the extra damage that was going to be coming into the Golder slot there. And if you read a Watercutting Lily in, then you cannot bring the Valash in. Like, that's just dead. 9.6 means you have to treat that boy so careful.
And the problem you have here is that Cernif can just now Bush and Revitalize, and then it's back to full HP, and it just can't do that over and over again. So that Cernif is going to be a real nuisance with all those Shy Shields up. Or, I say all those, but it's one Shy Shield and a Protector buff, of course.
Yeah, at this point, this is also exactly what Golld wants. He wants Shiro to keep swapping his board state around and not be able to push, because that just lets him keep this Cernif on the field and keep it balling out of control.
And this is exactly what I mentioned in the first game, but Golld's team has a lot of ways to set up, and the 3 Temtem that Golld has right now are all set up. Like, they're pretty much what you want to do. Cernif goes for the Shy Shield, buffing its defense even further. Golder did not like to take the Crystal Spikes. Valash takes a Feather Gatling. And goes down pretty quickly. It will survive another turn. But it is very low.
All it needs, though, is to take... Okay, so I'm looking at the swap-ins on the Golder side. There's nothing. I don't think the Golder goes down to a single hit, though, so that means that this Valash does not die to the single poison take here, but your choices are Valash dies or Yowler dies. Which one dies? I think you keep the Valash in and just do damage to the Golder, right?
Yeah, that's what I think. You just burst the Golder down. You still have your Cernif set up. Yowler may be able to do some things. You can, like, revitalize it. So I think just letting your Valash die here is probably the best option. But it is scary, because Shiro's Valash is also set up.
Part of my problem here is that all of the eggs in Golld's basket, if you'll pardon my reference to chat here, is in the Cernif at the moment. There's absolutely nothing else on his board that has that long-term sustain, because Yowler is not going to get the turn to hibernate.
Yeah, exactly. And betting everything on a Cernif against 3 half health or above Toxic Temtem is a tall order.
Yeah, the biggest issue that I have here is that this is a Cernif having to do that same grind that we saw last match, except it's against 3 Tems, and it doesn't have support. Okay, we do actually see the swap, though, into Calibus, which will probably die to this Crystal Spikes.
Yeah, so Calibus will die to the Crystal Spikes. Valash gets that Scavenger, gets back a little bit of health, goes to 35%. Valorant will take the Water Cutting Lily rather well, even after some... Oh, I say rather well, but that was a big chunk.
Settling has been setting up this entire time, and Cernif just starts looking more and more nightmarish. The Valash will still go down to a Feather Gap from Valorant, but, I mean, that's just more pressure that didn't go onto the Cernif. It's very frightening. Looks like we're probably going to see Raid Boss Valash come out now to try to, like, pick off the Yowler, which makes perfect sense here, because then, you know, you just spikes that up. You can take the Water Cutting Lily, hopefully. I don't know if you really can, though.
I get why you do that, because the Golder deals better with the Cernif eventually. And the Calibus just kind of falls over to the Water Cutting Lily, right, at this point. So something would have died anyways, might as well let the Calibus die there. The problem is, I don't think Valash will live a Water Cutting Lily even after Scavenger. That Vola is really low stamina. It does not hold the Sweatband, because Shiro's Valash holds the Sweatband.
Yeah, the Sweatband Valash is definitely a problem here, but my biggest concern here is that this Cernif has been on the board for what, like 11 turns now? It's going to destroy...
Yeah, so Valash will pick up the kill on Yowlar, most likely, and then it will die to Water Cutting Lily. And then you're in the same spot, because that Valorant doesn't have the Sweatband. It will just slowly fall over, because it can't really click moves.
The Golder is the bigger threat.
Yeah, exactly. So you just have to focus the Golder at that point, and Cernif has so many settling stacks up at this point that it will start chunking.
Yeah, that looks to be... Oh, no, instead we see the Cernif get spiked instead, which is potentially much more dangerous. This is, I believe, an overexertion from this Water Cutting Lily as well.
Yeah, I feel like that was probably the best play. There's the overexertion, and there's the Hyperkinet onto the Yowlar, I think. Yep, Yowlar dies, and that it should be game for Shiro, because that Cernif OX'd is at 16%.
Yeah, this means that Gold literally just has to sneeze at it, and it's down.
So all Golder has to do is do like 3% damage with the Toxic Ink, and, well, there's the concede, and Shiro takes game 2. It's 2-1 in favor of Shiro currently.
Okay, Shiro only needs one more game to be able to make it to the grand finals off of this, but can Golld bring it back? I know a lot of people are riding on Golld right now, but honestly, my money's on Shiro.
Yeah, I think my money would be on Shiro too. That last game that was a very close one, but that Cernif just can't deal with it well enough, I think, in the end.
Well, once again, we're seeing very similar bans and picks from people. We see the same Yowler, Nature Koish start. We see Kinu. We see Valash. This is basically the same game as previous. Sizemunch is banned. Is Golld going to swap up their ban once again? The Valorant was a bit more troublesome than I think he expected there, but he instead bans the Golder.
It's the Golder, and that Golder has been a problem. So I get the ban, but now Shiro has access to both Valorant and Mashuk, and both of those are really terrifying too.
Yeah, no, the Vola and the Mashuk are obviously problems. The Perfect Jab has just been a nightmare for Golld to try to deal with all of his melee weaks. Grumper doesn't like it. Valash doesn't like it. Valash otherwise has a very fun time into Shiro's team, so it's kind of a serious problem.
Yeah, it is. I'm not sure if I like it, but Shiro thinks he can deal more easily with the with the Mashuk and the Volorant than with the Golder. So we're going into game 4 now of this best of 5. If Shiro wins this one, he takes the semifinals, goes on to the finals, and if Golld takes it, we're going in for the 5th game.
Honestly, we'll have to see how this goes, because this is fundamentally a very similar match. The difference in ban on Golld's side means that this is actually an even better board for him to try to set up Sernif into, because Sernif, as we've seen previously, has a much easier time into Mashuk than it does Golder for that.
So we're
sure,
seeing
the
the exact same. It's the exact same turn as as the last game. Beta Burst, Water Cunning Lily, Madness buff, and Show Off.
Yeah, no, exact turn there. Getting the Valish down to 45% by its Madness buff. Threatening the KO on it this turn means we're likely to see the Calibus go in. Although maybe we see the Mashuk go in this time and just a Water Cannon into the Yaller instead. That seems like it might be more possible there.
Yeah, so now we're in the same position again, where Valash doesn't want to stay in because it doesn't want to eat the Suplex or the Yoshi. Kinu can't really take a Crystal Spikes, but you'd probably stay in, Stonewall the Yowler again. It is the same riddle all over again.
Yeah, I suppose my concern here is both sides are going to be reading into that and trying to do something different. This is why I like the Mashuk swap in here again, and like getting that Water Cannon off early, eating the Suplex better, being able to throw out some jabs onto this Yaller before it tears you apart.
Yeah, and
Mashuk come down.
So the Mashuk is actually really good here because it takes it better, and well, Golld does go for a different play. Hypnos the Tuna, and there's the Savage Suplex going down on the Mashuk, and it took like 40% plus damage from a Savage Suplex. That is pretty big.
I said that was going to take it better. Yike!
I like this adaptation from Golld. You know that the Valash is going to swap out, and that Kino outsped the Tuna, so Hypnoing that is very solid.
Yeah, this turn, it's just a lot easier for Golld to be able to do the same Stonewall onto Yaller. Alternately, he could just Beta Burst into the Mashuk here, and pretty much nothing wants to eat that. Even the Valash doesn't want to eat that, because then you could just see an Oshi into the same spot. It's just a terrible time.
Yeah, I like this position for Golld, because he can Stonewall again, he could Beta Burst. Shiro sends in the Volorant. Swaps out. That is likely a Synergy Urushio, if I am not wrong. There is the Synergy Urushio onto the Yowlar. Does a little bit of damage, but more importantly, gives 4 turns of Toxic. And the Yowlar goes for a second Show Off.
That is greedier than just attacking in that instance, but I suppose the Oshi isn't doing anything to a Mashuk which resists it, so it makes more sense for him to go for that, but the Urushiol is agonizing on a Tem like Yaller. That's so much damage on what's otherwise such a bulky Tem.
So what's important here is that Kinu went before the Mashuk, so it can Beta Burst again and kill it. So Mashuk is pretty much dead if it stays on this board.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. The problem is, Calibus can just come in here, right? Alternately, we could see Valish come in and, I don't know, Plumes, but I don't quite like that because then, we could still see an Oshi into that. That's a bit troubles there.
I mean, but what is... The Golld can just click Beta Burst and, like, Suplex or something into the Mashuk spot, and if he stays in with Mashuk dies to Beta Burst, and then it will hit the Vola. If he swaps it out, then whatever swaps in dies.
Does Shiro run Turbo?
Ooh, I'm not sure, actually.
If he runs Turbo, then he could just Turbo right here and just get his Volarend up and then just sack the Mashuk easy. He doesn't have to take any damage into other things that don't want to eat a Beta Burst Oshi.
I think he actually does, because we've seen P-Jab, Uppercut, and Urushiol, and we haven't seen Tenderness.
We would have seen a Cage at this point as well. That's another move we would normally...
Exactly. We would have seen Cage, we would have seen Tenderness, so it has to be Turbo.
Okay, well, in that case, if we're expecting a Turbo, then that's probably what he's going to wind up doing this turn. Because, I mean, yeah, this Mashuk's pretty dead.
But if you Turbo, like, what... Then that play I mentioned before, Beta Bursting the Mashuk, and then attacking the Vola with Yowlar, that is still huge.
I mean, I agree, but at least that means that you're getting a hyperkinetic that can go into the Yowlar alongside the damage that Yowlar's already sustained, putting it in a really tight spot for the amount of investment that Golld's put into it.
Is that really that bad, though? Because I guess these are two very, like, strong counters for Cernith, and if these two are gone, then Cernith can potentially go off.
We still have the Calibus that is honestly still very strong into a settling Cernith that does not get Callosity procs when it gets tanked in its face. Like, it's not all doom and gloom for Shiro there in terms of losing that early, but we do see the Valish come in instead.
Valish comes in, there's that turbo, so it is indeed the turbo. As the last slot, Valorant gets +2 speed for that hyperkinetic strike, and Yowlar stays in. It is on the Valish, so Valish takes a big chunk, 40%. There's the Savage Suplex onto the Valorant, and it dies.
Oh boy, yeah, no, that extra show off, putting it at +2 really changed it there. And the Scavenger softens the blow of that hyperkinetic strike. That must feel terrible for Shiro.
Yeah, and that is why I like the Beta Burst play, because that means that Mashuk would also die. But Mashuk doesn't do that much here, I guess, so it is not too bad, and this is a good position for Valish to be in.
Does mean that now he gets a turbo sped uppercut onto Valish. Alongside like a strangle or something like that, or a P-jab onto Yowlar. Both of these feel good.
Yeah, that is true. So we'll have to see. I don't think it's gonna be that the Madness buff. That seems a little bit too greedy. I think he has to go for the Crystal Spikes.
Actually, hold on. What's stopping him from just Arushialing the Valish here? I mean, sure, that's no upfront damage, but 50% on a Scavenger Tam over time is actually...
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I'm undervaluing Arushial, but it's in matches like these where Golld is heavily relying on Thames that sit back and just build up pressure over time that it starts coming into its own. Normally, my concern about Arushial comes from the fact that it's not upfront damage, and a lot of times that is what you need, but it's certainly paying off taking down this Yowlar as it is.
Do we have any idea how speedy this Valish is? I mean, it probably won't outspeed with Crystal Spikes, right? Yeah, there's the perfect jab. It does outspeed the Valish.
I was going to say, there's no way you're outspeeding a +2 Tem.
The Crystal Spikes goes into the Calibus, actually. He ignores the Mashuk. Calibus goes down to, or Valish goes down to 35% health, 2 poison ticks. There's the Yowlar, goes for the Hibernate, heals back up for a good chunk of health, and it's back to 75% health.
And it gives it its stamina back as well. Another great little thing that Hibernate does there, meaning now it can swap out. We can see Flux come back in on the Yowlar spot and just have fun with this.
This Valish is pretty much dead, though.
Actually, that's a point. We could just see it come. Do we even see any swaps this turn? No, the Yowlar has to swap out. You don't keep a frozen team.
Yeah, no. You swap out the...
On the other hand, potentially is something we could see come in there.
You save up the Yowlar. You don't hibernate to keep it in and tank hits. You hibernate to swap it out and bring it in later with its massive health pool.
The +2 speed is really paying off for Shiro, though. Like the fact that that Golld hasn't actually focused down this Mashuk, like we can see how much terror this is doing.
The more I think about it, the more I would have liked to see that Beta Burst there. That would have made that turn pretty much worthless for Shiro. Like, Mashuk has gotten so much value out of that turbo now.
Absolutely.
The Kinu comes back in, buffing the Yowlar, and Calibus also goes out. Shiro's Calibus goes out, and Valish goes back in. That Valish already has been buffed. Yowlar swaps out, as we said, into the Cernith.
Yeah, so the Cernith makes sense to come out there. The uppercut gets eaten pretty comfortably by the Kinu, but now it's in a position where it's staring down a Madness buffed Valish. So, like, the combination of a Crystal Spikes and an uppercut is just a nightmare for Grumper to try to deal with, and that's the only thing that safely swaps into those. I guess Yowlar can, but you just healed up that Yowlar. You're not going to bring it out. You're not going to just drop it again for that. So, I'm pretty sure that the Kinu does not outspeed a Spikes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it doesn't. And that Grumper, I think, will die, because last time it took about 60 to 70% from a Crystal Spikes, and I don't think it will eat the uppercut, like, nicely either, so... I feel like that's pretty much always a Valash heal here on Shiro's side, right?
It feels like it. Now the problem there is, if we do see the Yowler just come back in and T-pose on this environment, and then Water Cutting Lily into demo again, then that just puts it in a serious sort of trouble.
It is the Grumper. It is a Grumper, and it's gonna pan out like we said. It's gonna take that uppercut first. How much does it do? It goes down.
It might not actually die to this.
No, last time it did about 70% with the crystal.
No, I'm underestimating the crystal spikes. You're right.
We saw that damage before. There's the Water Cutting Lily onto the Valash, I assume, and that won't kill. So that is a nightmare for Golld.
It's getting rough for Golld. It's not unwinnable by any stretch of the imagination, but this Mashuk is just so nightmarish for him.
Yeah, I said should have killed that Mashuk earlier. It's been such a big problem. Golld hasn't focused it at all, and it's been just popping off with moves every single.
The fact that he got the 2KO on the Grumper by maintaining the uppercut pressure on that, the fact that Valash is basically dead now, 9.9% at -1 defense, like what can that come in on?
Yeah, this is a nightmare situation for Golld, I think. Yowler will probably survive a double in, but do you want to go down to like 12% again on the Yowler after double in?
I mean, he's going to try to scare out the board of Shiro just by having the Yowler and the Cernif on at the same time, but I don't know how much that's going to do. Like, what if we just see a double in on the Cernif this turn or something like that? Actually, I don't know. What do you focus on this board? Because the Yowler's pretty hench again, and it's not coming in on a swap.
If you focus that Cernif, then that Yowler will pop off, and vice versa. So Golld's board here is really solid. Once
the Yowler and P-jabbing it, right?
Yeah, once Valash dies, Shiro does have a problem. Because then it's just Kella and Koish in the back. So Valash is pretty important here for Shiro. Cernif might be able to clean up if Valash dies.
Might want to swap that out then. I know some people in chat are talking about an Urushiol threat onto the Yowler again. We saw how much damage that did previously, and it could very well be what we see again since it's such a speedy dang Mashuk. And I don't think that even overexerts it there, Urushiol being a very low stamina option.
Yeah, I like the plan of saving the Valash until the Yowlar's low enough, and then kill it with Crystal Spikes, heal up, and then finish the game that way.
And it looks like that's the route that Shiro's playing as he swaps in his Calibus, as we suggested. And we are going to see the Yowler bounce as well. Is that going to go into the Valash to eat the Urushiol? Yes, it is.
Ooh, I don't mind that, because then... I mean, actually, that's it. It's just Death Fodder at this point.
Yep.
Water Cutting Lily is going to go into the Callus slot, I assume.
Which no toxic skin means that it's pretty unpunished for it doing that, and it's just gonna keep steamrolling and getting more settling turns.
Really did. In the end, this doesn't really do anything because now that it's the Keynote that comes in. You save the Yowler until the Urushiol threat is gone, and then you send in the Yowler. On top of that, Cernif gets a buff.
I mean, now you can finally beta burst this dang Mashuk. Just kill it. Kill it.
Mashuk here. It's gotten so much value. It's terrifying.
I think this is where Shiro just swaps the Mashuk, though. Like, he can still get value off of that.
Gold swaps out the Cernif, actually, into the Yowlar. Okay.
Oh,
we will likely see the beta burst. There's the Urushiol, but it's onto the Cernif spot, and...
we finally see it overexert, and we're finally seeing this Mashuk go down. But it's just it's gotten so much value on this board. So many Urushiol, so many perfect jabs, so many good moves, and this Kinu's going down as well. Gold's getting dismantled.
Yeah, the painful thing here isn't just that Yowlar got Urushiol, it's the fact that Cernif just swapped out all its settlings.
Yep. No, it's got to restart now.
And
now,
you need a settling to deal with Kala. Granted, though, Yowlar is still relatively healthy. At its 40% health, it will get off one more move at least. And Cernif has full health, pretty much full stamina, and has a Kinu buff.
I mean, Synergy Master Watercutting Lily onto Yowlar means that Yowlar's dead in 2 turns.
I mean, it gets off one more move, right? I think.
Yeah, it probably suplexes Tuna down, but then that means that Valish can come back in and start tearing things apart. I don't even know if that needs to be synergy. If we're expecting something to die here, then Shiro can swap in Calibus for Valish and try to get Scavenger back onto it, which would win him the game.
Alternatively, you can revitalize it if you think that Yowlar can tank enough. A revitalize might give it an extra turn.
I don't like revitalize.
It's not aggressive enough, but it might give it another turn. I just think going for two big hits here is the play.
Yeah, my concern here is, okay, I see what you're saying in terms of ensuring that the Yowlar is able to stay alive and just crump everything on Shiro's side, but the Cernif needs to be throwing punches around as well. Like, that Watercutting Lily is still going to do some pretty considerable damage. Like, if you throw one of the... Actually, no, at this point, since it's got all its stuff reset, then it just doesn't have enough kick. It's a moot point!
There's the Water Jet onto the Yowlar, 30%. There's the Savage Suplex onto the Calibus, and it kills.
Okay, so this Water Quaish... this Nature Quaish is still balling out of control.
Yeah, so Cernif has one buff up, one protector buff. Yowlar has to be hit by one move and it will die pretty much to the poison. It will probably die to any move at this point.
I actually like the double in on it because that means that it goes down before it even clicks a move.
I think you have to double in for safety. And well, I don't think Cernif 1v2s here. Like, it might, but it doesn't take the crystal spikes well.
That's okay. This is one of the issues there, is that it's going to take like half of its health from a crystal spikes. It can take down the Koish, but it's not going to like the water cannon does something, I suppose. No, Golld could still have this. A lot of people are saying we've jinxed it. Well, that I jinxed it just by even saying this. But honestly, if this Valish gets its health back, then this is just a massive problem. Oh, no.
Yeah. It kills. And there's the Scavenger buff. Valish back to 47%. Cernif goes to 92% because of the water cannon. That's barely anything, but that crystal spikes will do so much.
Yep, now we just see, what, 2 crystal spikes because this is Sweatband Valish and doesn't need to dust?
Yeah, and that's the beauty of Sweatband Valish, right? It can just crystal spikes forever, pretty much. There's the crystal spikes. How much will this do? 93 to, oh my god, 48%. Watercutting Lily takes it down to 38%. Cernif, Watercutting Lily will probably not even kill it. Yeah, there's it. 4.2%.
Oh, yeah, no, just not enough. And that is going to seal this deal. I don't see how Cernif's going to come out of this one.
And that is the unfortunate fate of a Cernif that has settling that gets swapped out after so many turns.
Yep, and with that, Shiro takes the semi and goes on to our grand finals. Congratulations to him, and well played to Golld, still putting up a hell of a fight against what was ultimately not a very advantageous matchup for him at all.
Yeah, every single of those matches were really close and could have gone either way. I like what we saw, the adaptations. They both actually adapted in Pig Ban a lot, or during the first or during the second and third game.
Yeah, constantly was swapping his bands around. Sorry, you keep going.
Swapping the bands around, making the games a little bit different, and just seeing like other ways on how you can win is what I like to see, and it's especially a very good skill in best of fives.
Absolutely.
But with that, we will be bouncing back to the analysis deck with Edakar, Genton, and Saber, who will likely go more in depth about these or into these games that had a lot of small decisions in them. So
Definitely.
take it away, people.
Hello. Welcome back to the analysis desk with Jensen and Saber and Adhikar.
Welcome back, guys.
Great games. Really good games.
Yeah. What a series. We've I wanted to start to say that your prediction was correct. So GG to Edgar here. And
I mean, to be fair though, that last turn had to have been a timer. Because Cerny didn't do anything. It literally could have clicked probably anything. And it probably would have done something, whether it's Bush, Water Cutting Lily, maybe even Revitalize. I'm pretty sure the Koish is faster than the Cerny, but yeah, that had to have been a timer. Like I even said, I was like timer, and then all of a sudden it ticked down, and we didn't know if it actually clicked a move or not. And yeah, that was rough.
Yeah, that was actually rough. So, talking about all the games, we've seen 4 games because actually it finished 3-1. So, we saw the first game winning was Shiro was winning there, and we saw the bans like we were predicting that it was pretty automatic ban for Shiro as Valorant all the games, right? And then we first saw that Golld didn't ban Naga in the very first game, but then he ended up, banning Naga for the whole series. What do you think about this, change of this pick and bans, at least between game 1 and all the others, from Golld point of view?
I cannot really see why, excepting from that potentially not letting Shiro do some early damage towards probably Grumper, or doing that really hard damage towards Yowler. But as we could see from the first game, that it already did a bunch of damage towards Yowler. So if Golld wanted to keep his momentum going, he can never let Naga to be on the field at all. So
yeah,
I believe that was an important ban for him.
Yeah, actually, and talking about the very first game, where it was a less than 5 minutes game. I don't know if you remember it, guys. It was like basically Valash doing MVP there, just nuking everything with the Koish after Naga died. So, like JT was saying, everything just went down, and there was a pretty fast concede from Golld. Any other comments on that game? Actually, he actually realized that the situation was unwinnable.
The only thing I could continue, Adhikar.
When it comes to the game, Golld adapted well on both sides, on yellow and blue side. He obviously the first game didn't go well, mainly because of Naga. He realized he had to use Yowler, which he was trying to do in games 2, 3, and 4. He had to use Yowler in order to get some buffs on, a show off, maybe a hibernate in between those situations, and then try to take the game that way. I knew because he didn't have Golder, he had to do something by banning Golder or something along those lines. First game he did ban Golder. He realized really quickly it didn't work out just because of the beta burst that hit the Yowler. And there's no way he could come back from that, because once Valash gets a madness buff off, it's usually going to do above 40% to everything without a Kinu buff. So he started switching that up to be Naga ban, and then trying to use the Naga ban to his advantage on turn 1. It worked out in game 2, and then
we saw actually a very good game 2 here. Like you were mentioning, by Golld taking that game. You can mention something about a little mistake probably from Shiro. The turns where he actually didn't bamboozle when he had to on the Valash, but he did a bamboozle on the Mashuk that was asleep. That turn in particular, right?
Yeah, that turn was. There's a couple slight mistakes that gave Golden edge in that game. One of them definitely being the wasted tempo turn with Hypnosis into Bamboozle, making it to where 1, he didn't have a very good board state, and 2, now they get free setup on any switch. Golld gets a free setup on any switch-ins, any buffs that he may want to do for an entire turn. So it just it's almost like he gained an entire turn while he had to technically double rest in the game. And then there was one turn where he could have bamboozled Valash. It was in the middle of the game, not at the end. He could have bamboozled Vlash to make sure that the double in wouldn't kill overall. He would
Yeah.
have to double into Vlash with Vlash Yowler with the Oshi. That was one turn that could have happened as well. And then the very end of the game, when Cernif bushed and Golder Toxic Inked the Cernif, he could have bamboozled the Golder to make it to where Vlash is always going to go first, and Cernif can't do enough damage to Golder, allowing for Vlash to not get healed. But I don't know if he would have won with that play anyways.
Yeah.
It still might have just been Gold victory there. I don't know if there's actually a play he could have done, but yeah, those were the only slight mistakes that Shiro made in that game, I would say.
Went very good for Golld. And yeah, if we want to finish about the end of that game, JT, we saw that basically was Flash and Cernif in the end against the Mashuk. So at that point, Golld decided to rely on the Cernif. We saw a couple of Shy Shields, and he just didn't want to revitalize the Valash because Valash was already dead mid. So he tried to go all in the Mashuk, and then it was like a 1v1 Cernif Mashuk, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. And also, it's like that turn also that where everything died in that turn. Like the Mashuk overexerted in game 4 with the Kino died by the Mashuk, but the Calibus actually killed Kino as well. So that was like I'm not gonna say it's a key point, but it's definitely worth something noticeable to say that losing Kino in a rough spot.
Yeah, you're totally right. And yeah, jumping back, on to the game 3. I don't remember much about the game 3. Shiro won game 3. I just remember a couple of good strangle that you actually notice. One was on the Yowler after he showed off twice, and the other one was on Valash. Do you remember that, guys?
Yeah, that when actually Yowler did the show off, but okay, I'm ready to Savage Suplex the coming turn, but the strangle there made it impossible for actually Golld to actually making the Yowler as strong as possible. So he had to wait on that turn, and I believe 2 or 3 turns later, another strangle comes in very importantly as well. So that were one of the key points for Shirokky to actually come back into the game and finding ground and actually closing the game.
Yeah, that was a pretty turning point there. Yeah. What do you think?
With Strangle, like that's the one key thing with Calibus and why a lot of people are running Calibus is Strangle is very strong. It also has Toxic Ink. It has all these vital things that you can use, and Strangle is probably the most underused move. But typically when you have Calibus, it's like you're either clicking Toxic Ink or Strangle, and if you are against the Grumper, you click Water Jet, and like that's typically how you play the Calibus matchup. And yeah, again with game 2, like Golld had an insanely like good plan, played perfectly, and then in game 3, I feel like Shirokky didn't make a single mistake in turns, and all of his reads were correct. Like all of his swap-in reads, like all of his damage was perfect with whatever move he chose, and it was just really strong there.
Yeah. And well, last game was pretty fast, I would say. Like at the very beginning, we saw pretty much the same leads between like the last 2 games, right? We saw again the Yowler and the Kinu for Golld, if I'm not wrong, and then we saw again from the other side we saw the Fish and the Valash. Correct me, guys, if I'm wrong. I might miss something in the very last game.
Yeah,
I wasn't able to watch the first part of it because I had to do something in life. But
yeah, I think it was like the same leading, and I think that the turning point there was when Cernif was on the left spot, and before dying, Mashuk actually took the advantage on Urshioling the Yowler that just came in, and I think this was the turning point of the game where Shiro just won it all. What do you think? That Urshio was pretty good before dying.
Yeah, the Urshio was definitely like another key point for Shiro to finishing the match, if we say that. Just making sure that Yowler can't really... Yowler had to do 2 things, basically. Go very hard, but if we know it's a slow bear, or he had to use the hibernate words when it was ready.
Yeah. And just to point out one more thing about the last game was that the only out there for Golld when he only had the Cernif was trying to kill the Valash with the Water Cutting Lily, and then try to kill. There was what was the other time remaining at the last with Valash? It was Gulder, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, if he killed the Valash, but Valash actually resisted with 4.2, right? It was actually GG. Sorry, it was the fish. It was the fish with Valash. Was Koish with
exactly.
Valash at the end? Okay. But Valash actually resisted 4.2%, and it was basically GG for Shiro. So guys, do we want to talk about the next match that is coming up now in a couple of minutes? So any predictions? We will see now Wobbles and Ice Red. Well, Bennett. Everyone knows Ice Red as Bennett.
Yeah, everybody says Bennett. Like, that's his name in like all the Discord chats. That's how people know him. So yeah, with Wobbles and Ice Red. So okay, when you look at like Wobble's last match against Tsubaki, Tsubaki had 2 threats, and those 2 threats were Gaialis and Capire, and he chose to do the ban on Gaialis instead of Capire. And Wobbles was able to figure out ways to maneuver to be able to win. I mean, not just with Capire, but be able to win by getting in very good board states with Mooflink, Capire, and the rest of his squad. Those were definitely the MVPs. And if you look at Bennett's squad, Tsubaki only had Naga, right? So Bennett has Yukama. So that's another added threat for Bennett to fight off against Wobbles with his Capire, along with everything else, right? Like, I think Yukama is going to be really, really strong in this matchup.
Yeah, Yukama has to be the MVP there. Like you said, Wobbles has to ban Naga as first ban because it's basically a Nagro turbo team, so he can't afford to Naga get through there. So let's start with the predictions here. So who are you voting? Where is your vote going?
I'm gonna say that I actually have a small feeling that Wobbles is not going to give up this very easily. Like, even though he had a tough match versus Tsubaki, even if it looks like on the paper walking in a park, I don't think Bennett is going to make it very easy for him. So I believe it's going to be 5 matches in this one particularly, and I do believe that Wobbles will find a hole into this game. So I'm saying Wobble 3-2.
Okay, what do you think, Adhikar?
I mean, just looking at the team personally, I think Bennett should just do really well. It has Naga to where Naga has to get banned, which he then has Grumper, he has Yukama, he also has Kinu for later. I don't think Bennett wants to pick Kinu in the early stages, because if you click Kinu against Wobbles' comp, it's going to give him free tempo, free buffs in the early stages, and typically, like, when Kinu is on the board, there's no damage put, right? Like, the damage is going to go onto Mooflink, but he doesn't have to click Mooflink. So depending on if it's gold side or blue, or yellow or blue side, it's really going to dictate, like, how he's going to, if he's even going to pick Kinu first. And yeah, I think he has to click Yukama as well. So I personally think Bennett.
Take this?
Yeah, I don't know how many games. If I had to guess,
Okay.
3-1 Bennett.
Okay. So we see a 3-1 here for Bennett from Adhikar, and 3-2 for Wobbles for JT, right? I'm not sure about how many games there will be, but my vote will go to Wobbles. Because my heart is going there because of, everyone knows about
Capretta!
Yeah, it's because of Capretta. Guys, Capretta will nuke everything. So, yeah, my vote will go for Wobbles. And actually, yeah, I think that Capretta will... Well, unless Capretta gets banned, of course, because this can always happen. We saw that yesterday. Everyone was just underestimating Capretta, and Capretta actually nuked everything. So, I think that we're done, guys. And Good luck, have fun, everyone. Good luck, have fun, and I think we're ready for starting this semi-final. Yep.
Number 2, actually.
Yep. See you later, guys.
GG's, GLHF, let's go.
Hello and welcome back to our second semi-final. I'm Quarter and this is Jeb with me, and we're about to get into possibly the most exciting semi of today. I mean, I know it's kind of a juggle for which one's going to be more hype there, but Wobbles versus Bennett is big boy stuff.
Oh man, I can't wait. Like, both players utilize some aggressive options on their teams, and it's gonna be a bloodbath, I think.
Definitely. My biggest concern for Wobbles into this is, like, a lot of his team trades very well into Bennett's, but that Yukama is very frightening for him. A lot of his Tems do not really appreciate water pressure, and Yukama has that in spades, along with, I believe, a turbo. We haven't seen a turbo off of that Yukama, have we?
I don't think so. So, I mean, even without turbo, Yukama is so terrifying to deal with.
No, it's going to be a nightmare for him. The problem is, since, as we've seen previously, Wobbles just has to ban Nagais. It's so integral to his team comp, banning Nagais. So it's like, it's going to get through. So it's either going to be Grumper or Yukama from Bennett's lineup, both of which are intimidating Tems into him. But I think the Yukama does more damage than the Grumper does in the long term. Although that said, from what I remember of Bennett's Grumper, like, I've seen it be spec'd and it's like very special attack heavy. So that could be very spooky for him. Well, let's get into our first game here.
You know what? I actually think it might have turbo, because he also has 2 other wind types on its team, including a Vola. So turbo does make sense. Turbo makes Tuvine really good. And actually, now that I think of it, we've seen turbo in the group stages, haven't we? From the Yukama.
I mean, I wasn't in those group stages. Oh, wait, no, I was in those group stages if we're talking about Bennett. Yes, sorry, I just keep assuming we're talking about Wobbles in the group stages. But yeah, no, if it does in fact have turbo, then that's going to be another problem for Wobbles, who really wants the speed advantage against these kinds of teams. So we see a first bet, a move flank off from Bennett, and that's actually not something that Wobbles wants to necessarily see there. That's more things that don't do much to... Oh,
yeah,
boy.
So
boy.
Before the game, I was saying Wobbles probably has to pick something that's good into Ukama, and then hope it doesn't get picked, and then ban it out. Well, banning that move flank makes it really hard to do consistent damage to Ukama, because move flank is just really solid with consistent damage. So not having the move flank for that is already a really feels bad moment. But on top of that, I think Wobbles has no synergy for Ketsa anymore. And while Capire doesn't necessarily rely on it, just a heat up is a lot already. Getting that synergy is just so massive.
I see him more needing to rely on wind pressure into some of the things that we're seeing on this composition. Like, it's still good into Vola, Gulder, Volfi, things like that. I don't know how good the fire is actually going to be here, but we do see him go for a Kinu Gallus instead. So he's kind of going all in on the Gallus, which also makes sense. He cannot pick Barnshee into a Grumper here. That's kind of, like, you'd need a Lola level balls to pull that off.
I really like Bennett's picks here. Grumper is fantastic into Wobbles' team, and so is that Ukama. So having that straight up is really good for him. Wobbles bans out Bennett's Kinu. Bennett has a pretty tanky squad. Last time he brought that very tanky Fovi, which would probably enjoy Kinu buffs. Wobbles does go for the Capire, actually.
Makes sense. We do see the Kinu ban, and we see the Size Munch ban as well.
Oh, the Size Munch ban makes sense, because that's just putting more eggs into that Grumper basket. The Size Munch deals with Grumper really well, so banning that out makes Grumper a little bit more free. Even Gialis doesn't really appreciate a Mud Shower. So Wobbles does go for the wind damage, but leaves the Barnshee because of that Grumper, of course. But looking at that team, it doesn't appreciate Grumper at all.
No, it really doesn't. It's one of the things that Wobbles tends to want the move flank to deal with in a lot of ways. My concern here is, does a Mud Shower Water Cannon actually just take out this Gallus? It's not going to take it out completely thanks to the Kinu buff, but how much is that doubling going to do?
Mud Shower does a decent chunk, but it also really depends on the Gyalis spread, because Gyalis can do a lot with HP and like speed. So it really depends on that, I think. We see the Chamomile coming out from Grumper, of course, the Protector buff onto the Gyalis. And we're starting the game off with what I love to see. I love to see Grumper Ukama. Kinu Gyalis is a really good opener too. There's the Water Cannon going right into the Gyalis.
Okay, this is winnable. That doesn't look like it's going to do an absurd amount. The Mud Shower, we need to see how much damage the Mud Shower does, but that Grumper dies to a double in, meaning that suddenly the rest of his team is less immediately on fire. It doesn't die to an Aquatic, I don't think.
No, that won't die to an Aquatic. That's not too bad of a trade. Gyalis at 30% or 38% health is okay for Bennett, I feel like, especially after that Kinu buff. Gyalis is gonna be a problem though, because Gyalis deals with Fovi rather well, it deals with Grumper, and it just does okay damage against everything. And that is what a Gyalis is good for. Just consistent, like, high damage.
Yeah, I agree with that. My question here is, are we actually going to see a Revite onto this Gyalis this turn? Because that Kinu is very fast, as we saw. It's not going to outspeed the Yukama, because what outspeeds a Yukama? But there's no good hook kick swaps on Bennett's side whatsoever. Like, the Tuvine can't. The Vola is the closest thing to being comfortable doing that, and it doesn't really appreciate this board. We could still see that, though, for Water Cannon pressure onto Gyalis regardless, trying to...
Yeah.
But the Revite makes that just harder to pressure out.
I was about to say, swapping Evola and clicking that Water Cannon doesn't sound too bad. You get one toxic proc off onto the Gyalis because of Gyalis's trade. But that's still an extra 12.5% damage, right? And then the next turn you can just Aquatic Whirlwind.
Yeah, saving your priority for when you know you're going to execute is always the nicer thing. But, big spoop.
So, alternatively, you could swap in Vola and click Turbo. Like, if you know it's going to Revitalize, you can just click Turbo with Ukama, buff your swap in Volorand, and suddenly you have a +2 Vola and Ukama.
Okay, my only problem with that is if you're Bennett and you're doing that, then that's a massive problem, because suddenly you're just not pressuring this Gyalis that has defense buffs and is then back up to above 50%. You can't afford that.
Does it want to take a +2 Hyperkinetic and an Aquatic Whirlwind, though?
With no speed buffs?
No, that would be with a +2 because of the...
Oh, no, of course, it's the double prio inside that. Well, Wobbles has his own Volorend to swap into that alongside a Grandpa, both of which eat that, quote, comfortably, unquote. The moment that Grumper gets off the field, Wobbles has board state, like, alteration back on his side.
So Gyalis swaps out into the Volorend. So we could even see the Turbo here coming from that Kinu if he wants to. Grumper goes out into Volorand, and this is the Yukama Volorand I was expecting. Kinu goes for the Turbo.
So this is actually exactly what you expected here, only it's the matchup.
Yeah.
No, it's the Water Cannon!
It is the Water Cannon. Was expecting the Gyalis to stay in maybe, but this is massive for Wobbles.
So this means that we could see a Hypno onto Volorend this turn and just pressure onto the Yukama, meaning that the turbo choreography coming out of Bennett just isn't as good now.
So are we... This Vol is aerobic, right? From Wobbles.
Yes. I'm pretty... yeah, no, it definitely is.
Is it double?
I don't actually know. It might be. But even then, I think you just target the Yukama here. You have so many things to take care of Volorend.
Yeah, that is true. And once Ukama is gone, the game becomes a little bit easier because Ukama is such a threat.
Yeah, but like if you're hypnoing the Volorend here, then you're not facing kickback from this. I believe Bennett runs an arrow. So then you just like hypno that. You don't have to worry about that slot for a turn. You focus Yukama, try to get some damage down on it. It looks like, are we just seeing a Tuvine? Okay.
The problem here is that Wobbles has such a high speed hypno now. Volorant goes for the Fatter Gatling, saves up for that hyperkinetic strike for later. It gets that extra speed buff. Ukama goes for the turbo now, so it's a very fast 2-Vine. But Kinu is also very fast now, goes for the sleep onto the Ukama.
Okay, so that suggests to me that Wobbles was reading the fact that does this 2-Vine have energy drink? I think it does.
I think so.
I don't remember necessarily whether it does or not. But
I'm
either
not
way,
sure,
Hypno
actually.
onto Ukama means that we're not facing water pressure this turn, or at least, like... I don't know where the water pressure is going to be damaging from here, so I'm not entirely sure of that. Maybe he was expecting a swap on the Ukama.
Yeah, water pressure is pretty irrelevant here, and we're assuming that it's Ukama's 3 water moves and turbo, so Ukama is pretty worthless on this board. The turbo was good.
If that Ukama has Blizzard instead, then that could be a reasonable play.
I don't think it has Blizzard.
That's fair. Well, now this 2-Vine's kind of a problem. Fortunately, the Ukama's asleep for a turn, but that doesn't mean that Wobbles can actually bring anything out into that. Zuko at least eats the CPG, but that's a rough one.
Okay, Ukama does go out actually into the Fulvi, and we can safely assume this is a fat Fulvi again, right?
Yeah,
it is
fat.
wearing the double screen. It is a fat plague rat. There's the Grandpa Noxious Bomb into the Fulvi slot, most likely, dealing a good chunk of damage, about 23%, but double screen, lowering that damage. Crystal Plume Gatling into the Vol, and that does so much damage.
Yeah, no, that's a big yike. Now, if I'm correct, then Wobbles is still going to be going for, like, what, a turbo onto Grandpa while getting a HKS off anyways. I don't think that's actually to buff the HKS in that scenario. I think it's just to get speed onto Grandpa so we can shut down this 2-Vine.
Yeah, Wobbles has a very terrifying core with the Kinu and the Grandpa that both can turbo and hypno. And the combination of those two shut down a lot of teams. So going for turbo here, getting some buffs onto the Grandpa is very relevant.
Yeah. At this point, another thing we can see here is still plaguing. No, I don't think plaguing the Grandpa is necessarily the best bet here. The problem is the exhaust from the plague isn't as valuable because it's not outspeeding Dick here.
Yeah, and that 2-Vine... I mean, that 2-Vine is really fast. It can do a big chunk of damage. Grandpa doesn't have the speed buffs yet, so... Plague... Oh, yeah, but Grandpa, we're assuming Grandpa's going for turbo, so that would go first. Fulvi goes out back into the Volorand on Bennett's side. There's the Hyperkinetic Strike coming from the Volorand onto the Volorand, and is it the Brooch?
Doesn't look like it's a Brooch. Oh, no,
It is Brooch.
There it is. And there's our turbo afterwards, just to make sure that the Grandpa is able to throw down those same sorts of killing blows afterwards. Volorand takes one for the team, but that does basically allow a swap for Wobbles.
And
This is actually turn to bring in the Gyalis again.
I'm a big fan of the 2-Vine here. The 2-Vine is really threatening, and it's doing a lot of damage. It's +2 speed, full health, and it's can just spam those Crystal Plume Gatlings, can spam those Feather Gatlings. It is terrifying to deal with. It is a War Drum, as we saw, so its damage will be buffed. But there is the Zuko. The Capire comes in, and that's the one thing 2-Vine doesn't want to face, because, well, as high as a defense that 2-Vine has, it doesn't really want to take any fire damage.
Oh, man. So, my only concern with this is basically a big neon sign for Bennett saying, "Swap Grumper back in!"
Yeah, definitely.
So, since that's got chamomile as well, that means it's not able to be sleep controlled. So I'm assuming that this means that we're getting more pressure onto Volorend. That's basically just taking damage on Grandpa for not necessarily too many returns, unless you're just hypnoing the Vala. That's something that could be done there. The heat up seems pretty valuable for the Capire, because then you're not, you're not just doing measly plinks to Grumper. But I don't like the fact that Grumper and Ukama can just swap right back in here.
Yeah, and that's the problem Wobbles has against Bennett's team. Bennett, that Grumper and Ukama just deals with Wobbles' threats so well. Ukama's +2 speed, it is still at max HP. Ukama will be a problem. And Grumper, while it took a good amount of damage from that turn 1 double gash plus beta burst, it can still eat one more hit and possibly dish out one Mud Shower or Thunderstrike.
Yeah, that's my concern, is that the Grumper from that degree... Okay, if the Gallus is able to come in freely, then the Gallus just tears things apart. So
Two-Fine does swap out. Yeah, it is exactly that. The Grumper goes in on the Two-Fine slot, saving the Two-Fine for later. Grumper does okay into this board. Grandpa goes for the Hyperkinet onto the Vola. And
Yeah,
Vola
fair.
does not die. 8%. There's the Ketzel onto the Vola, and Vola dies.
Okay, that's nicer. I mean, obviously, I'm going to feign surprise at that truly astonishing and not at all predicted Grumper swap. But the KO onto Volas did feel better there, but that does mean that now he just gets the Zuka Grumper set up, which is kind of a nightmare. At least. Oh, no, the problem is he doesn't even outspeed with Grandpa, I don't believe. Because the Ukama
Yeah.
+2 as well.
The Ukama
So-
should be faster. That Ukama is a nightmare here. The Grumper will not die either. And while that Capire just picked up the kill onto that Valorant, it also means that it doesn't have that heat up.
Okay, there's a silver lining for Wobbles here, and that's a Kinu swap onto Capire. Obviously, Bennett can just charge with this and throw water pressure at this, alongside the Thunderstrike onto the Grandpa, which is obviously kind of a problem. But I think you just have to accept that here, because the Gallus is your win condition.
Yeah, that you need that Gialis to deal with the Grumper, to deal with the Volvi even. And that Volvi is still very healthy. Two-Vine still very healthy, so Bennett still has a lot of threats left. There's that Kinu, like you said, buffing the Grandpa. Water Cannon likely goes into the Kinu. Takes a decent bit of damage, not too much because of the resist. There's the Hypno going out onto the Ukama. But the Ukama did outspeed with the Water Cannon even.
Yep.
The Thunderstrike does go into the Kino actually, so he doubled into that spot, but look at that damage.
I mean, remember what I said about Bennett's Grumper? Like, this is not your Tsubaki style resident sleeper Grumper that is all bulk. This thing has teeth, horns,
Yeah,
and
this
is
is
coming
the-
for you.
This is the Chad Grumper, the one that will Thunderstrike anything and doesn't care. It is terrifying to deal with. On top of that, Kinu probably being very frail because it's more of a turbo team, so I expect that Kinu to be very fast. I didn't appreciate eating that Thunderstrike.
We could potentially see. Now, this is something of a long shot, but if we see like a turbo into this again, just like try to go even faster and HKS this Grumper down magically, it feels really rough. But maybe that's a way out of this. We see a Volfi swap onto the Ukama.
Yeah, Bennett decides to keep that Ukama, and as we mentioned several times before, it is a very useful thing for his team. Kinu goes for the turbo, and there's that Hyperkinetic Strike. Onto the Volvi.
Oh, that's a spicy one. So
That
that's a
is a-
+4. That
Oh,
happened
that
there.
hits so much. There's the Thunderstrike going onto the Grandpa, and it does about 50%.
This is, of course, the Sweat Paw coming out from Wobbles. This is like your hard support Grandpa that is all HP, all speed, unless I'm mistaken here. I'm sorry. I just had to giggle at something in chat for a moment. We're going to head back to this. So yeah, this is probably why it hasn't immediately died from that Thunderstrike. The defenses, of course, from Kinu definitely help out there as well. But
Oh,
okay,
and-
he actually goes for the sack.
Oh, buffing the Grandpa. Okay. So Grandpa is been buffed severely now. Goes for the Hypnosis onto that Volvi. He can't target the Grumper because of one more turn of immunity. That means Grandpa won't die through a Thunderstrike here. And was that perfect stamina for that Hypnosis? I think it was, right? So Grandpa survives that with about 12% HP. Volvi is asleep now, and Grandpa can just get off one more Hyperkinetic Strike. There's that Gialis. Grumper is being threatened out immediately by this Gialis. He does not want to take
nothing-
a hook kick.
Okay, so Yukama can come back in, but nothing likes eating that hook kick. And then there's the Crystal Spikes Crystal Bite afterwards. Ah, yes, Crystal Spikes Gallus, the classic. Crystal Bite coming in there. We've got stabs potentially as well to outposition the Yukama. It's not a good spot. We could potentially just see Wobbles kick the Volfi anyways.
Yeah, I mean, do you even swap out the Volvi at this point? Is it still useful in this game?
It is. You've got okay, you kind of want it here rather than elsewhere because I mean, look, if it dies now, then that's just one more thing that Capire doesn't kill.
There's that 2-Vine, and that 2-Vine is still really threatening too. It is +2 speed, it is full HP. Ukama goes in into the other slot, there's the hook kick onto the Ukama, deals about 50% health. Grandpa goes for the rest. So this Grandpa can HKS again. And pretty much anything is threatened by that.
That at least means that this Yukama cannot just aquatic this Gallus right now. Which would obviously be a catastrophe for Wobbles if that went down. My problem is, what if this just turns into a Grumper again?
Yeah, that's what I'm expecting. That Grumper is gonna get in, eat that Hyperkinetic Strike, and likely a Double Gash or a Crystal Bite.
Expecting the bite over a Double Gash. There's no reason for you to Double Gash once you have your hold up.
Yeah, that is true. On top of that, the 2-Vine is still full health. That is big too. That's a War Drums 2-Vine with +2 speed, so
Okay,
it
cool.
will outspeed Gallus.
So that also means that it's definitely not an energy drink thing, so that can be Hypnoed, potentially.
Yeah, but then if he Hypnos, then the Grandpa isn't clicking HKS.
It's a doozy. The Yukama does not die to a...
There's the Hyperkinet, and he keeps in the Yukama. The Yukama dies, and I'm expecting a Crystal Plume Gatling onto that Gallus. It doesn't even die. There's the Double Gash onto the 2-Vine. Deals a good chunk of damage.
I'm kind of surprised that he actually clicked Double Gash, but okay. Okay, so in this case... Are we expecting... Okay, so... This Grandpa can now Hypno the 2-Vine. We then see Gallus hook kick the Volfi.
Does Gallus go before the Plague?
No idea how this
We
Gallus-
have no idea, because this game is so speed scuffed because of all those turbos. We actually don't know a lot about the actual speed matchups. But if this Volvi outspeeds with a Plague, then Grumper is in such a good position.
agree. I mean, Grumper is just already in a good position.
So-
yeah, it has to swap out. This makes perfect
Yeah.
sense. You just get Zuko in there instead, because this is a field that Zuko wants. Like, you got a Volfi and a 2-Vine running down here. Like, you got to get rid of both of these. This makes sense if you're just having... Capire can eat one move, and in the meantime, Volfi is just, sitting there snoozing like the adorable little plague rat that it is.
Yeah, the 2-Vine Tornado did a reasonable chunk. It did about 33% damage onto the Capire. Capire doesn't have a heat up setup either, but Volvi being asleep is pretty big too. This is the power of Grandpa being at that much speed.
Just
just
continue
knows, yeah.
entering this field. And Bennett doesn't want to hit it is the thing, because that's another thing that just dies to Grumper. And, killing this just means Gallus can come back and start T-posing again. And it's more pressure that you're not putting on anything else. So he actually swaps in the Grumper instead of the 2-Vine here, trying to get that out. And okay, so if we see a Ketsa into... Okay, so we got the Wind Burst that goes into the Grumper here. We see the Ketsa into the Grumper as well. Oh no, the Volfi's still alive.
Yeah, so I like this a lot. Saving the speed boosted 2-Vine is pretty much necessary to deal with the Gallus. And now Grumper gets off one move, right? I think. That depends on how much damage it takes from the HKS, which is up again.
I don't think there's a universe in which Grumper dies to a HKS. I will be surprised if there is one. But, yeah, I'm not believing that immediately here.
Yeah, I mean that Grandpa's been getting so much value again. It is similar as what we saw with the Mashuk last game, where it's at so low life. There's the HKS going onto the Fulvi. Makes sense. That kills the Fulvi. But now the Grumper gets a kill too. Grandpa OXs. There's the Ketsa onto the Grumper, knocking it down. And there's the Electric Storm.
That might actually seal this for what?
I am pretty sure it does seal it, because that means that Tuvine comes in, it will kill that Gialis because of that turbo from earlier, and that Grumper is in no threat of dying to that Capire.
No, you're right. The turbo has decided this. The fact that the Tuvine got that turbo means that game 1 is going to go to Bennett unless Wobbles pulls a miracle out of his hat. I don't see any way for this to happen.
Yeah, and I'm really glad to see Tuvine doing this much work. It has been a menace this game. Just the threat of the Tuvine in the back has done so much. On top of one of my favorites, Grumper just styled on everything. Sharp Steps does actually go before the Tuvine, so that is big. Crystal Plume Gatling takes out the Gialis.
Oh no.
And that Grumper will die?
Embers takes down the Grumper!
Oh, so the Sharp Steps actually went before the +2 Tuvine, and will the Tuvine survive a Ketsa from that Capire now?
I don't believe it will.
Tuvine has so much defense that I doubt it will, and 2 Feather Gatlings will take out. There's the Ketsa, and it actually does.
I said it was going to take a miracle, and Wobbles gives us a miracle, taking game 1 from Bennett out of everybody's odds. Well played to him. Let's see how we adapt into our second of our best of 5 here.
And you know what? That was the last rush being active on that Capire.
I'm so used to that being bugged, I just forgot it was even a thing. For those who don't know, for the longest time, Capire Last Rush just did not proc correctly at all. It's supposed to give you a 50%, I believe, speed buff and attack buff, but it just doesn't. Correct. But yeah, no, Last Rush just falling out of control right there.
So that is why it outsped the Tuvine and did so much damage. That is... I wasn't expecting that, but Wobbles did take the first game off the back of that Capire once again.
Yeah, no, that was startling. Very well played.
Game 2 starts out similarly, with Wobbles' move flank being banned out, Bennett's Naga being banned out, and a first pick on the Ukama. That Ukama was extremely important to Bennett. Wobbles will... Yeah, it will most likely be a same opener again. I'm expecting that Grumper to be picked once more, because it does so much into Wobbles' team. But that also opened up Gialis plus Kinu again for Wobbles. And that did do well.
Definitely a possibility here. I mean, once again, Grumper just destroys so much of Wobbles' lineup, and Ukama Grumper is just agony for him to try to trade into. We did see that he's managed to get some reasonable bits off of this, but yikes.
Yeah, I mean, you have to pick the Grumper, otherwise it gets banned out.
Yeah.
So we have a similar or the same opener as last game. I expect that Kinu to be banned out once more, and it does indeed get banned out.
Is it going to be the Size Munch again, though? Or is it going to be the Capire this time?
Well, Size Munch does fall over to Ukama. And it's actually the Volorend.
I'm surprised by that. Like, Wobbles still has 2 birds to buff with Turbo. And, like, you know, Barnshee isn't dead this matchup. It still has some pretty favorable things going on here. And this also means that he now has Size Munch as another tool against this Grumper, which otherwise, like, you know, as I've said previously, is really frightening into this.
Yeah, and a more offensive Fulvi would deal with Size Munch normally, but because it's more defensive, Size Munch does deal with it pretty well.
Yeah, so here we go. Okay, a quick shout out to the delightful copy pastas in chat. But As we get into our game 2 here, between Bennett and Wobbles, yeah, I'm expecting the same double in that we saw previously with Grumper. Maybe not, actually, since we have the size munch in the background to deal with it. We could see a double into Yukama instead, especially given that turbo was so devastating against Wobbles previously.
Yeah, Actually, we go for like the first play. It's the water cannon again, dealing about 26. There's the double gush into the Ukama, like you said. Beta burst most likely also going into that Ukama. Grumper goes for the mud shower, taking the Alice down to, what was it? 38% exactly. I don't mind this too much for Bennett, because this means that Grumper is full health. And while he does have the size munch to deal with it, the rest of the team still doesn't want to deal with Grumper that much.
Yeah, he isn't forced into keeping Gallus alive this time. He can actually afford to sack it to try to sharp stabs onto Yukama. Now, I don't think he can afford to sharp stabs onto Yukama. I think instead what he has to do is like, okay, since he's only got one turbo target, we could actually just see Grandpa try to come in here to try to get speed on the Kinu, which will be valuable.
Oh yeah, speed on the Kinu. We saw it last game. Speed on both Kinu and Grandpa was huge. Those fast hypnos did so much work. We saw it with the Grandpa last game, but Kinu can do exactly the same thing with hypnos, of course.
Yeah, no, the same thing can happen here, especially since we've got the double hypno core of Kinu and Grandpa. That can be very frightening for him. So we see the Volphy come out there, expecting probably a stabs. Kinu actually bounces as we see the size munch come out instead.
That is really good for Wobbles, because this size munch does okay into this board. There's the hook kick, and it deals so much damage to Volphy.
That hook kick devastated. So now, this turn we can still see what, like, swap into Kinu for the Gallus there, except that, like, yeah, no, that seems like the best thing here, because then what, we get like an uppercut into Volphy anyways, or something like that. There's that turn very much went in Wobble's favor. That was a lot of damage onto Volphy. It basically has to life full now. Otherwise, it's just having such a problem.
Yeah, this board is so scary for Bennett. Double melees against Grumper and Volphy. Volphy very bulky rather than the more offensive one. Yeah, that Volphy is pretty much dead at this point, even with the defense buffs.
Yeah, taking that much from a hook kick is never something you want to see, even after that double screen. That was just some devastation coming down from this Gallus here. This is why I'm kind of curious as to whether this Gallus is even swapping out. Grumper sure as hell is swapping out as Valorant comes back on.
Yeah, saving that Grumper, I like that. It's still really good. There's double gash onto the Volphy. It does survive because of the stone wall, but...
Doesn't even get outsped! Oh my god! Volphy just goes down!
Yeah, uppercut will make quick work of that Volphy. And... well, as much as we've been hyping up, or as much as we hyped up the bulky Volphy yesterday, it doesn't really do anything today. There comes the Ukama, and Ukama does deal with that Size Munch. It has the Aquatic Whirlwind up, so Size Munch pretty much has to bounce here.
This is kind of a shell game for Wobbles here in terms of like what Bennett's even going to focus here. This isn't a bad board for Tsunami, actually. He gets the synergy off of it, so that's some pretty sizable damage. That's like a safe spread for both. There aren't any comfortable swap-ins for a water cannon, though, so if he just wants to like hit the Gallus at this point, that's probably not the worst shout in the world, you know?
Yeah, you have Tsunami, you have Aquatic Whirlwind, Water Cannon, like everything is a good choice here, basically. Ukama does so much damage with its stats and Hydrologist. So Ukama here was a good switch in. Saving that Grumper for later, I like that a lot with a Grandpa, with a Kinu, with that Capire in the back. So Grumper is useful for later. And we still have that full health 2 Vine in the back. As the chat is having a heartfelt discussion about 2 Vine being good or bad.
And look, I still love that Crystal Bird. It just sits in and does move. We saw it still do a lot last game, even though it eventually died. I know that's just ammunition for Ricky 10, but in the meantime, as we get back into this, we see a double swap of Kinu and Grandpa trying to get in and start getting some turbos on. That appears to be what's happening here as he's anticipating the same thing happening from there. Getting the aquatic whirlwind onto it is the Grandpa. And the Grandpa just eats that like a champ.
Oh, that was only 31%. There's the Nox Bomb coming out from the Valorant.
Oh, that almost takes out the Kinu.
Oh, God. Okay, so Valorant's sweatband did get snared just now. That is a big snare. That is pretty much the ideal snare target, right?
Oh,
Getting
yeah.
a sweatband from somebody is really big. Valorant did get its anaerobic buff, and it didn't get damaged yet. So that is also pretty big for that Valorant.
Definitely agree with that. That's very dangerous for the Valorant. Losing your sweatband sucks. There's just no way around it, especially since an arrow, if you've got the sweatband, you're usually not set up with like extra stamina to try to buffer that. So it's kind of frightening. But I like the amount of pressure that we can see out of this just from the turbos that are going on. Turbo into HKS is kind of a frightening prospect, even into this Valorant after +1 defense. Instead, we see a Hypno go down, and once this going down on, it's going down on the Valorant, which is good, because otherwise it would have gone down onto an immunity Grumper, which obviously doesn't care anything about that. This is looking like Wobbles has found his feet against Bennett.
Well, that Grumper is still full HP though, and Grumper really likes this board state. It can't be hypnoed, it barely takes any damage from those moves, so it can just freely click Thunderstrike here, or Electric Storm, or the Mud Shower. So that Grumper is in a good position, but I do agree with you that Wobbles with that turbo up, it's so good for him.
Sacrifice onto Size Munch, and that's just mortifying. It looks like that might be what's happening, but that's going to be trying to be read. Okay, so the sacrifice does go down onto Xena, turning it into just a powerhouse. Monkey is big and strong now, and is not going to crumple to your feeble Grumper strikes. Taking 10% from the big synergy Thunderstrike that we saw from last game. That's mortifying. This means also that Grandpa can just come right back out and HKS this Yukama into the Shadow Realm.
And that is exactly why you'd bring that Size Munch. The Thunderstrike doesn't really deal with Size Munch, and it threatens out the Grumper now. Ukama should be slower now than Grandpa because of the turbo. So this is a pretty bad position for Bennett.
Yeah, no, Yukama swaps out. Bennett swaps out the Yukama, getting in the Valorant instead, which at least won't die to the HKS, but that's a big spook. Because that's also your biggest threat to Xena that had to get scared out, and now it's just heating up in your face. The Thunderstrike's going to come down on Grandpa, but Grandpa is kind of not the win condition this time. This is a Size Munch game.
Yeah, that is a near full HP Size Munch with +2 defenses and +2 attack.
Is going to clap cheeks. The Team Elusive, which is the only thing really keeping that in check, is gone. Gallus is there for the synergy. This is a nightmare for Bennett. And here it comes. Okay, so the Grumper gets out of dodge. We're going to see the 2 Vine come in to try to take this, but that's still taking neutral damage. +2. Size Munch's wreck with synergies. That's 2 more damage off that. That's 3 prio. This is going to hurt.
That did so much damage. There's the Earthbound as well. Toxic Plume coming down, the Synergy Toxic Plume, so it does reduce the attack on both Gialis and Size Munch, which I guess is good, but
that's very good for Gialis. Like, -1 attack Gialis sucks, so that is a problem for Wobbles there, but I mean, once again, it's just there to beat the War Drum at this point.
Yeah, I mean, the Size Munch is still +1 attack, so even with that attack drop, it will chunk so badly.
What is scaring Size Munch? Exactly. Even an uppercut just onto anything is just super spooky right now. The Hyperkinetic Strike comes down onto Gallus, does not take it out at all. The Crystal Bite's going to come down onto the Valorant, And it's still going to take it out at -1 attack.
Tuvine goes for the tornado onto the Size Munch, actually. Barely does any damage. And there's the uppercut. And that's a dead Tuvine. That's +1 uppercut coming from a Size Munch with War Drums.
Game is spiraling out of control for Bennett. Like, it's clear why he banned that Size Munch the last time. Now we can see a stabs and dim mock into this Yukama, and it's just like, what else can Bennett do here? The Catfire wasn't even necessary.
Yeah, Wobbles actually returned to Monkey in this game. That Size Munch is popping off, and it will finish it within the next 1 or 2 turns, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, people are suggesting that this is another Size Munch's Rec turn, and actually, yeah, that's a distinct possibility. I don't know if that outspeeds the Yukama. Like, it might.
I doubt it does. Yeah, the Aquatic Whirlwind does go first. It is onto the Monkey, but it survives it with 6.6% HP, and at this point, that's just a flex.
I would not have gone for, like, okay, if I was Bennett, I would have actually gone for trying to take, that's the problem, if you take out Gallus, then, you know, Monkey's still taking out your Grumper. But, this just felt like such a hard game for Bennett. Just absolutely crushed as the hook kick seals it. Game 2 is so in Wobble's favor that I don't even know where to begin with that. Let's see how Bennett can come back from this.
Yeah, that Size Munch has to go. He can't deal with Size Munch at all. So that Size Munch has to go in the second ban. But this is a hard battle.
Really seeing how dangerous this is for Bennett. We're going straight into our game 3, though, as we got to see whether these bans change at all, because honestly, can Bennett afford to keep his move flank banned? He still goes for it, but oh man, how are you going to stop this similar aggression? The Nagai's is obviously the banned. From Wobbles' side, he bans that every single time. The Volphy is first picked here. I don't know how good the Volphy is. That's a ruse. Now you're just not getting one of your good tools against Wobbles.
I dislike that Volphy. It hasn't done anything in these games. It just dies or it falls over pretty much instantly, and it doesn't have the speed or power to punch through Wobbles' team. Even with Wobbles' team being on the frail side, he just starts Kinu Volphy. He's just completely switching up his pick ban.
No, this just means that Yukama can get banned now, or Grumper.
Yeah, or Grumper.
The Grumper goes down, so this just means that now his fires are damn near uncontested.
Yeah, and not just...
Same goes with the Gallus.
It's not just the fire, it's also the Barnsheep becomes an option now for Wobbles.
Entirely right. We see that Bennett bans the Grandpa, which has been a nightmare for him, but now Wobbles just can pick up Vola, he can pick up Barnsheep, he still has Capire available.
So I do appreciate Bennett trying to swap some stuff up, going for a different lead, because obviously the previous lead wasn't working out. I don't know if it will work out, but you have to do something for game 3. If Wobbles picks up the next one, it is over. So I do appreciate the effort of swapping it up and maybe figuring out another way to win that isn't Grumper.
Okay, the one thing that I like about this is that he has picked up Kinu from this. But I don't know whether Grumper was good enough to justify that.
We will see, but he did have to swap some things up because, well, the previous setup wasn't good enough to beat Wobbles either, so he goes for the Golder and the Tuvine as the last 2 picks. In the meantime, Wobbles picked up Vola, Capire, and that Barnsheep is looking pretty solid here, I think.
You're not wrong. Tuvine's really the only thing that does enough to contest it.
But Size Munch also looks pretty solid into...
Does Size Munch look solid into...
I mean, it deals with the Volphy, And if he's buffing up the Fulvi, so he might be thinking about making that into his win con.
I kind of like Barnshee here.
Oh yeah, I do prefer the Barnshee here too. I think it deals with the Golder, and it does pretty okay into the rest of it, barring the size or barring the Tuvine. And Tuvine doesn't have the highest special defense, but it's actually the size munch.
As we get into our game 2 here, sorry, game 3. Sorry, that game 2 went by so fast, I almost forgot. Yeah, no, game 3 is on, and can Bennett bring it back with this change in tactic that you've discussed right here? So this is a buffed Volfi trying to take this down. My question here is this just feels like too passive a lead for me.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think this Volvi isn't pressuring or doesn't pressure too much because of its bulk. Getting the buff is relevant though, because Volvi can start like Lifle Sapping, being swapped out, and healing back to full now, which it couldn't in the previous games. But if we look at Wobbles' side, Size Munch deals with Volvi, Capire somewhat deals with Volvi, Gyalis deals with Volvi, right? Volvi might be able to get some damage onto them via Plague or Dust Vortex, but I don't know if that's enough.
What I like here is that Capire still breaks through double screen, which undermines the validity of some of the plays that we're seeing out of Bennett right now. So we do see
exactly.
Kama come in and the Valorant come in out of Wobbles, which both absorbs most of the problems that Volvi is going to be throwing out here. It just goes for the Lifeful Sap and starts hiding in a corner. This is usually what a Volvi is going to do before it swaps out, just to make sure that it's at full health the next time it comes in. But I don't know how much I like this Yukama being here. Like, so what? Are we going to see the Goulder swap in so that Yukama gets the water cannon onto Gyalis? Is that Bennett's game plan right now?
I mean, does that do enough? Like, the water cannon didn't do that much damage onto the Gyalis because of the buffs. We've seen that 2 times already in the previous games. So even with a Golder there, it's not going to make that much of a difference. Also because of Gyalis' trade, of course. So this... I dislike Bennett's position here. The Volvi being Lifle Sept and buffed, that's fine. I like the idea of it, but the Yukama swap, I kind of dislike that.
I don't mind the Yukama swap because it just deals with things on the Gyalis side. He wasn't expecting the Valorant, I'm assuming.
I mean, that's fair, yeah.
On that side, that's more interesting. That's just strong livers, the Nox Bomb that's predicted there. The Gyalis swaps out, turning into a Kinu for the Valorant.
So the Valorant gets the buffs, actually. Fattergat goes... Oh, went for the Fattergat. Golder takes about 30% because of the code. Dust Vortex goes into the Kino slot.
Which eats that very comfortably. It doesn't mind a Dust Vortex whatsoever.
Yeah, so... Volvi doesn't really do anything into this board. It just sits there, and that is my problem with Volvi in this matchup specifically.
Well, it looks like what Bennett's doing here is just hard stalling into this and doing his best to try to double into that rather than try to face this up. But the problem is he's doing that into a turbo core. This hyperkinetic strike is going to be coming up this turn. We got a turbo into HKS happening.
So, if we look at the most positive side for Bennett, how would this game have to play out for him to win? Like, what are his win cons here?
Yukama is still a centerpiece to his victory, I think. Obviously, it's not good on this board, but I think that if he can get the Goulder to survive and take down this Kinu before it buffs things up too much, that's very good. I think the Volfi can't really exist on this field, as we both have said, so getting that to be like, I don't know, a Kinu, so that you survive the HKS coming into that even more comfortably on Goulder, get a Toxic Ink off on Kinu, and then try to move from there, that's something, right?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It is, but it's definitely an uphill battle here for Bennett. Wobbles has been playing so well. Kinu comes back in, buffing the Volvi even more. It's +2/+2 now. Kinu heals a little bit up from the baton pass. In the meantime, Wobbles Kinus goes for the Hypno onto the Volvi, and this is what happened last games as well. Volvi just was put to sleep.
The slow Volfi is such a problem here.
Yeah, it is. We saw it. It's such a complete difference from what we saw yesterday. Yesterday, it took everything. It just healed back up, and it was the most annoying Plague Rat you've ever seen. And this game, as much as I enjoy seeing Fovi do nothing, it's almost pathetic how little that Fovi is doing.
So we are still going to see a Hypno onto the Catfire, stopping it from getting its heat up off this turn, but the Turbo still comes off from the Kinu, allowing it to get some speed up to maintain even more control on this board. Obviously, Zuko's going to have to swap this turn, probably going back into Valorant to eat the Dust Vortex that's going to be coming out here, but...
Yeah, so that's going to be like a... Actually, that is pretty solid for Bennett, because that's going to be a Dust Vortex plus Beta Burst into the Catfire slot.
Yeah, and Valorant can still eat those. Like, it doesn't like the Beta Burst as much, but it eats the Dust Vortex.
Yeah, it's just the Valorant, right? That is problematic for that specifically.
Yeah. It's the downside here is the fact that Bennett doesn't have the handcuffs option that's normally a standard on Volphy to try to lock in the field here. If he had a Plague and was able to do that, then that would change so much of how the pacing of this has happened.
Yeah, but that Plague it's so slow. That Fovi, I don't think it has like any speed, so that Fovi Plague is so slow compared to what you'd see out of normal Fovies or more conventional Fovies. Yeah, this is pretty painful for still pretty painful for Bennett, but
I mean, he can bring it back if he maintains this kind of momentum is the thing. So we see a swap into Gallus on the Kinu side, and I'm assuming, what, are we getting the Volorend out on that side?
It has to be the Volorend, right? Yeah, exactly. Yep. There it is. So that Volorend is likely going to take a Beta Burst and a Dust Vortex here. No, Bennett swaps out the Kinu, saves it for later, swaps into 2-Vine, actually.
Okay, so the Gallus swap means that 2-Vine is a lot less happy about existing. And also, we can still just see more attacks on Devolfi in time, but actually, hold on. A Plumes and a Hook Kick is probably the best thing that Wobbles has into this 2-Vine, which, honestly, I think is more troublesome for him right now than a Volfi whose Dust Vortex is down.
Yeah, the Dust Vortex being down is very problematic, because that means Gialis can pretty much stay in right now. Whereas if that Dust Vortex were up, he couldn't, of course. But that is gonna be... Yeah, it has to be like a double win. The problem I have with this Fovi right now is, like, what is it threatening, like, in general?
Yeah, it's kind of there. Like, it gets a little bit of plague damage off, but I'm a bit perplexed here.
Just, the Fovi has been sitting there, and it hasn't really... I mean, it took a double gash from Gialis at the start, and that is about it. Like, with interaction with Fovi, it got 2 Protector buffs and it Lifle Sapped. It did like 2 damage to Volorend with a Dust Vortex, and to Kinu with a Dust Vortex, and that's about it, I think.
Do you think that the Poison Tick would do more than a HKS in this instance? We actually see a Nox Bomb go down onto the Volphy. This is going to do... Oh, onto the 2-Vine. Excuse me.
There's the Hook Kick. Deals massive damage. Play goes out to Gialis.
20% is, 20%. That's serviceable.
And CPG onto the Valorant does do a big chunk.
Yeah, no, that's actually significant. But this 2-Vine only has 1 more move left in it. It needs to not be here.
Yeah, this 2-Vine dies to the next move.
My biggest concern is that a HKS Sharp Stabs should take that 2-Vine down. Nothing comes into that.
Yep, pretty much. Nothing wants to eat that, and you want to save your Rukama for later. Oh, Wobbles actually swaps out the Valorant, so no HKS. It's the Kinu buffing up the Gialis even more, and that Gialis was problematic, and it's even worse now. There's the Crystal Bite onto the 2-Vine.
Oh,
it
yeah,
does
that's
take it out.
That's easy.
And it's gonna be that Dust Vortex, and it takes it rather well.
It does something. Like, you know what? That was 40%. Good job, Wolfie.
And now its Lifle Sap has run out. Its stamina has run out. It has 3 Kinu buffs, so it will tank something. But it has no stamina and no regen up right now, so...
Yeah, I'm a little. I suppose the biggest problem I've had here is that the Volphy has been quasi-irrelevant this game. 40% to Gallus is the most that it's done.
Yeah, I think in total it did about 60% damage. 40% of which was that Dust Vortex. And that is in how many turns? 8 turns?
Yeah, that's kind of my problem that I've had here. I mean, Wobbles has just played around it very well. Okay, so what's this? It's going to be Beta Burst into Vola almost takes it down.
And Fovi has to rest. I feel like Fovi is actually like baiting Bennett here. It is just not doing enough. It is barely doing anything. It doesn't do damage. It doesn't pressure. I don't think this particular Fovi is good into Wobbles' team.
Now, I'm looking at what Bennett's doing here, and I am seeing his plan. And his plan is actually just whittle things down at this point. Look at the things that kill Yukama, and look at how much health they have.
Oh, yeah, definitely. It's just the Vola is almost dead. The Gyalis is very low. And the Yukama deals rather well with the Capire and the Size Munch. So I do see it. I don't know if it's going to be enough. But Fovi has been slowly being buffed up more and more. So maybe it's going to surprise us and just eat every single hit.
The problem here is I think that Kinu just dies to a HKS this turn. Like, if Kinu gets HKS and Wobbles brings his Kinu in, I'm pretty sure the Valorant still dies to a Wet Breeze, but it just sets him up to Hypno the Volphy next turn when the Capire comes in, the heat up happens, and just, things continue to spiral out of control. That means that suddenly Bennett is forced to bring his Yukama out, or his Goulder out, probably the Yukama, because the Yukama kind of has to exist.
Yeah, Ukama is so important in this matchup, but it's so hard to get it in.
Yeah, no, getting it in without taking a significant portion of damage on it is something that Bennett has to work around, and he really wants to save it for Zuko and Xena, but Wobbles just isn't giving him that opportunity. Well, okay, at the moment Wobbles is giving him that opportunity, but I don't think that Okay, instead we don't see a HKS onto the Kinu. So the Kinu gets to stay alive for another day, as we see yet another buff onto Gyalis here.
So when Bennett goes for a Goulder swap.
No, it's a double swap into the Size Munch.
Bennett swapped into Goulder. That is actually pretty... that was pretty risky with that Valorant having HKS.
Now, good read from Bennett, because that's actually much better for him on this field. Unless this is just a sacrifice onto Xena, which I don't think it is. I think that this is a Hypno turn.
Oh, I think this is a Hypno plus heat up turn. Like, there's no doubt. That Kino's +1 speed.
Hard overexert from here, trying to Dust Vortex or Plague. So we aren't going to see that this turn, I don't think. Xena's free to heat up, and then we just, Hypno the Goulder?
I mean, you can even Hypno the Fovi, right? This Fovi is slow, so Hypno will most likely outspeed it. And then Goulder doesn't really pressure the monkey. Bennett swaps in the Kinu in again, buffing this Fovi to, I think, +4/+4 right now.
Wow, okay, so let's see if this was correct. He does... Oh, he eats the Hypno! That's actually quite nice, but is this going to be, an overexertion trying to deal with that? No, there's still no pressure coming onto this. All he's stopped is the Hypno there.
I kind of was expecting the Hypno into the Fovi. Because it could still Plague and just OX, but
that's a lot of damage if he does that, and that puts it out for a turn, meaning that then Capire can come in and start T-posing as well. But honestly, this is still... Okay, this is close and tight, but I like Wobble's odds here. Like, all he has to do is continue maneuvering things correctly and maintaining things that will just kill Yukama in a heartbeat, and he's fine. There's no real space for the Kinu to get buffs on things. And the Dimma comes in on the Kinu.
Yeah, and that was the last protector buff that Kinu gave out to Volvi. And it will probably stay at that +4/+4 here. I mean, granted though, that's a lot of buffs.
Hold on, was that another rest that came out of Volfi there? Was that an intentional move?
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, it was low stamina and it doesn't have a sweatband or something. But yeah, it's just sitting there at this point.
I mean, look, it has done damage previously, so it has put presence on the board, but this is just so hard for Bennett now. Like, he's put all his eggs in the Volfi basket, but is the Volfi gonna be enough to take this down?
Putting your eggs in a Volvi basket is pretty hard against a Size Munch, though. Especially with a +2 attack Size Munch.
So this feels like bait, trying to get the hyperkinetic strikeout now. I'm trying to see the ways to get around this. We see Wobble swap the Valorant out for the Kinu once again, going back and buffing up Monkey even further here, potentially setting up Revet. We see the Plague come down. It does just under 30%.
That is less than you would want to. That's less damage than you want the damage to be. That's a harmful leg going to the Kinu, but that's a resist. Yeah, 10 lives on 10% pretty easily.
So this means that, we can still see a Revet onto Xena at this point, who is still heated up and is just ready to sucker punch this Goulder into oblivion.
This Size Munch is very scary and will most likely just win the game from here, right? +2 attack, with a protector buff, it is terrifying. And most likely we're gonna see a sack again coming from that Kinu. We saw that last game, I think.
I'm not entirely sure what this Kinu is doing. Like, the Gallus could take a Revid here. There's all sorts of things that can happen. At this point, I don't expect Wobbles to do anything that isn't just damage on Bennett's face. That's all he's done this game.
Kinu actually goes for the Hypno onto the Goulder. Goulder falls asleep for 2 turns. There's the uppercut onto the Volvi. It does. That's
all of that. It's still so much damage onto Volfi. Look at that.
Bennett took 14 turns to set up this Volvi to whatever kind of monster it is right now, and it still took over 30% from an uppercut.
Yeah, no, it still took a absurd amount from that uppercut, given how many buffs it has and the double screen. Like, this is a frightening position for Bennett. The Yukama hits the board, and the turbo choreography comes down. So this is now a +2 speed. Oh, no, sorry. It's a +2 speed Kinu. The Plague comes down onto Xena, getting it down to 24%. So that's still a very good trade back there. And that did still outspeed. So that's an overexertion as the Monkey punches down Volfi, getting it down to 33%. That wasn't even an overexert, meaning Dimmak is still up at +1 speed. That might actually outspeed the Yukama here.
Yeah, with +1 speed, I'm expecting it to outspeed. But that will depend on investment, of course. But that Monkey it's terrifying. Like, it's almost dead. It has pretty much no stamina again, but that's one more move it has.
It looks like the Monkey did OX. I didn't quite.
Oh.
That does mean that there's no further pressure onto this Yukama, which is obviously massive problemsville. Turbo choreography comes out onto the Volfi, which is very important, trying to stop it from getting constantly hypnoed by this Kinu, but the Hypno is going to be coming out onto the Yukama this time, as everything else rests on the board.
That is... So the Turbo is good, buffing that Volvi up even more. But now Size Munch, with a sleeping Okama, that Size Munch will likely get out another attack.
Yeah, no, at this point, it looks like his game plan is what? Just to focus Volfi? I mean, I guess at this point, he's got enough things that just kill Yukama that he can just start focusing in on it, but, I mean, there's just so many options open to Wobbles.
Yeah, and that is... There is still a Cap Higher in the back as well. That does get threatened by Yukama. I mean, is there an out for Bennett? I think so. Like, Wobbles' team is all very low HP.
I mean, okay, the biggest thing that helps here is the fact that Zuko is the Tem in the back. If Yukama is saved, then that's, a miracle play.
We saw the Dimmock coming from the... the Dimmock came from the Seismunch, dealing a massive amount of damage to Fulvi, because, well, Dimmock doesn't care about buffs.
Yep, Aquatic is up, however, and there aren't many things that really want to take it. By which I mean, there's actually nothing that wants to take it. Everything that isn't the Catfire is at, 10% around.
So Ukama being full health is still so good for Bennett. Because he still has that Aquatic Whirlwind, he has the Tsunami, Water Cannon, or another potential Turbo. I don't see the Turbo happening anytime. But all of those other moves are good moves.
Certainly, and what's more important here is that that Dimmock did not overexert the monkey, meaning that pressure can still happen this turn alongside the Kino. I don't see a universe in which the Yukama does not just Whirlwind here. I suppose it could try to Tsunami just to take out both, but I don't think you risk the Volfi dying here. And indeed, Bennett does, and he swaps in the Goulder instead.
Yeah, the Volvi goes out. There's the Beta Burst going onto the Yukama, dealing a good amount of damage. Kinu OXs and knocks itself out. And Ukama actually goes for the Water Cannon. It kills the Seismunch, and it does have the Aquatic Whirlwind up now. Or it still has it up.
This actually is a better position for Wobbles now, because now he can just bring in the Valorant and the Gallus and continue pushing down mid. So
both of them are really low though.
Hyperkinetic Strike into the Yukama spot, alongside a Sharp Stabs.
So Vola's +1 speed. Will that be enough to kill the Yukama? A +1 Hyper plus a Sharp Stabs.
Honestly, I don't even know if the hype. Okay, so if I recall correctly, Hyper works strangely, and it actually is going to proc at +2 speed for this, so I don't know whether that actually outspeeds the Yukama's Aquatic Whirlwind or not here, because the Aquatic is still up, and that will take down the Valorant if it goes first.
Yeah, exactly, and saving that Aquatic Whirlwind is huge, of course. There is that Aquatic Whirlwind onto the Valorant, most likely. Will that take it out? There it goes. Valorant goes down, so Kama will live another turn here.
But the question is, what goes down onto the Yukama? It's the Crystal Bite, meaning that it will actually outspeed with the stabs next turn, but is that going to be enough? The single poison take off of that is going to be a significant amount of damage here. We see the Catfire hit the board.
Yeah, so now it's just the Catfire and the Gyalis. Fovi is just happily regenning in the back, still one turn more of regen. Ukama doesn't have that Aquatic Whirlwind up, but it is +1 speed.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that +1 speed. That's a thing. Yeah, no, this Yukama just destroys this board at this point. I think Bennett does take this one back, meaning that we are going to be 1-all unless we see another miracle out of Wobbles, but with a Yukama just straight up dunking on this Catfire, that is looking less likely, as the Ketsalanga does some damage to the Golder, but it's not enough. The hook kick takes down the Yukama, but what's left versus this Volfi?
Well, it's just a Gyalis, and this Gyalis won't be able to deal with it. That Fovi is way too fat.
Yep, that Volfi's at 51% now, at +4/+4 and +1 speed. A single Gallus is not going to be able to do all this work.
So in the end, this Volfi, while we were bashing it a little bit, it did stuff. The Yukama won the game, I think, but Volfi did a lot of stuff in the end. It took a lot of hits. It dished out consistent damage, I guess. And Bennett with the switch up in Pick Van takes this game.
Absolutely, bringing us to our fourth game as Bennett brings it back, so that's 2-1. Bennett taking another game off of this. Will he be able to keep this pressure up and potentially reverse sweep against Wobbles here? I mean, we said before that Yukama has been the most nightmarish thing on that team. Being able to get rid of the Grumper there was very important, but it looks like that was kind of a poison pill in that matchup.
Yeah, so in the end, all respect to Bennett for switching it up in pick ban, daring to pick something else, and it paying off.
Yeah, we go into our fourth game.
So we see similar pick bans again. The Naga goes out, and the move flank is still being banned out by Bennett. Bennett really doesn't want to deal with that move flank.
I mean, that makes sense. Once again, it's another mono-type thing that destroys Volfi and does a lot into a lot of the rest of his team. It's also very good at dealing with Yukama. So we see once again the Grumper Yukama rather than the Kinu Volfi from last time. It looks like he's, more comfortable into that again. We see the Kinu Gallus once again from Wobbles. It's his most consistent lead into this.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if I like that, because it showed that he lost with that exact setup, and that means that Bennett won't get the Kinu now.
Yeah, no, the Kinu did so much work last game, being very important for getting that Volfi up into that indestructible state that it was at.
I don't know why Bennett changed up his lead. I dislike it. The Kinu, it wasn't just the buffing, it was also the fact that it was a fast Kinu, and the Hypnos were actually really useful.
Absolutely. The turbo, obviously from the Yukama, was the other thing that really changed things up inside that game. The speed buffs on both sides have been so valuable inside this. So once again, we're seeing this is the same bans that we saw in our first game. So that's Move Flank Monkey versus Kinu Nagai's ban.
So Bennett thinks he can win that matchup after that first game, which was extremely close. So maybe he'll preserve his Grumper a little bit more, and maybe that Grumper will carry him to victory this time, or will Wobbles take it and take the semis home?
Well, as we go into our fourth game, my question is, what's stopping this from being a repeat of the previous game as we see a double into Grumper on turn one here, with Grumper being the more significant threat to the Grandpa and the Valorant and the backline of Wobbles, then that's obviously going to be drawing fire this turn.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. The water cannon goes into the Gyarados like we've seen pretty much every other game. Double Gash goes into the Grumper. Grumper takes a good chunk of damage. Beta Burst will also go into the Grumper, I assume. Yep, Grumper going down to 42%. There's the Mud Shower, and it's an exact repeat of game one.
38% on the Gallus. That's something we're familiar with at this point. So, from this, we can expect the Gallus still is kind of unthreatened here. Like, yeah, it's not going down to an aquatic based on the percentages that we've seen, meaning that Bennett has to respect the hook kick back on Grumper, meaning he can't swap anything in that really wants to eat the hook kick, meaning Valorant's the best swap in for that. Meaning that, once again, Gallus kind of wants to move out because it doesn't want to take a water cannon with a synergy to the face, because the water cannon and the poison ticks will take it down.
Yeah, so we're gonna
see a Valorant swap in again for the turbo buff, as we saw game one.
Yeah, so right now everything seems to be playing out similarly as to game one, and I think there's a lot of plays we discussed in game one as well. I hope Bennett swaps it up here and goes for like a very aggressive play or something, because that Vola plus turbo is... Well, Wobbles doesn't actually go for that Vola turbo. He swaps the Vola in onto the Kinu spot, keeps the Gyalis in. Bennett does swap out the Grumper into the Valorant, and maybe we get to see a turbo from that Ukama. And that is indeed it. It's what I was talking about in game one. Ukama goes for the turbo. Valorant is +2 speed now, but it takes a massive chunk from that hook kick.
Now, the problem here, as we see with so many turbo users, is it's that Ukama that's the dangerous thing here. That thing getting +2 speed means it's outspeeding everything on Wobbles' board, and we've seen the terror that can wreak on a game.
So this is actually the thing I wanted to see in game 1, and that didn't happen. Wobbles swaps out the Gialis now, goes into the Kinu, buffs up the Valorant. Ukama really doesn't have any business in this board. Still goes for the Water Cannon though, likely onto the Kinu spot. Gets the synergy for the extra damage and the 2 poison turns. And there's the Nox Bomb. Does it go into the Kinu? I assume so. There it goes, and Kinu goes down.
The Ukama is at least snared, meaning that it doesn't have that rock shield anymore, but that's much of a muchness, and that's also no Kinu buffs anymore, and no more turbos from that Kinu on anything. So that's looking like a really good turn for Bennett here. This could actually be that reverse sweep that we're talking about. It's a bit early to call it yet, but there's a lot of pressure that this Ukama is outputting on a team that really doesn't like facing turbos in its face.
That Valorant, of course, takes a huge chunk from the Doppelganger Brute, Feather Gatling. Grandpa doesn't have any speed buffs up yet. This Ukama does. So, and it's still full health. Ukama's a threat as always in this matchup.
Vola goes down to a wind burst, even at its narrow sort of circumstance here. I don't see any environment in which it lives something from 10%, so either it needs to swap or it needs to die. Ukama can get 1 water cannon off, I suppose, onto the Grandpa. That's something. Or it gets another turbo here just to enter the stratosphere and just be completely uncontested in that. It could even give that to something else if Bennett wants to try to save the Valorant, but I don't see the merit in saving a Tem that's at 10% right now.
So, yeah, one thing to keep in mind here is that Bennett's Valorant is +2 speed. So its HKS is actually pretty threatening here.
Speaking from experience, having played Anavola, that's only to so much of a degree. Yes, it is, but you don't have any special attack investment, you don't have any speed investment, and you have a special attack malice to your entire formula in there. Yes, most of the damage from HKS comes from its bonus damage, but that's still affected by its base. So we do see the water cannon come out here. We see the noxious bomb come down onto the Ukama from Valorant. They're taking it down to 31.
Oh, that's so much damage.
Also onto the Grandpa there, trying to buff up its special defense to try to survive this wind burst that's impending.
There's the wind burst, and it does take it out, just barely, I think. But Ukama being at 30% that's pretty bad for Bennett.
Yeah, no, that's a lot worse for him, especially as the fact that he hasn't brought, like, keeping the not swapping in the Grumper there felt a bit rough, but I mean, once again, it's at 10%. What are you doing saving it? You don't want any more damage onto Grumper than you already got. It makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense, right? Here comes that Grumper, like you were talking about. It gets a free swap in here, which is good. It took some damage already from the turn 1, so it's down to 43% HP. So this Grumper is pretty much free. It can't be hypnoed by the Grandpa either because of the Chamomile, and, well, it's just waiting for that Thunderstrike coming from the Grumper. Or even the Electric Storm, because it does have that up.
The Electric Storm is actually the thing that I'm most frightened by here. Fortunately, Wobbles' Valorant has no special defense malices at this moment in time, thanks to that Kinu from earlier, but, I mean, that's basically the only thing it's got going for it. There are comfortable swaps in for the Ukama here, so it's really not feeling threatened by Hyperkinetic Strike. Wobbles is in kind of a tight spot.
Yeah, this is one of the most freest Grumper boards you can imagine, pretty much, and this is where Grumper can exert its Chad energy. You can just throw down those big electric moves, get a little bit of healing from that Inductor, and nothing really wants to take that Electric Storm coming from Grumper.
Now, one thing I can say here is that Grandpa not really being very valuable this game is actually better off dying for Wobbles right now. If the E-Storm comes down and the Valorant survives and he can bring in Gallus, that brings things back a little bit.
Yeah, so we do see that Ukama going out into the Volvi, and I assume there's the HKS actually coming from Grandpa, doing a little bit of lost damage. Does about almost 30% onto the Volvi. Valorant goes for the Noxious Bomb also on that Volvi slot, but Plague Rat taking about 50% of HP, and there is that Electric Storm.
Yeah, I'm interested in seeing how much this winds up throwing down.
That was a lot of damage. Grumper heals back to 51% HP, and we will likely see that Gialis here right now, because it deals with the Grumper.
I don't like the Gallus as much now. I actually like Capire coming more onto this board, because if you bring the Gallus out now, you're facing a Dust Vortex and the Grumper. So that's a Mud Shower, which I don't think that takes it down from there, but that puts it absurdly low.
It is really close, actually, I think, because it did 64%. I think it might be close. It doesn't take it out, I think.
Yeah, no.
Mud Shower.
I think this might just be game from here, because, I mean, what's stopping... Okay, Gallus, from what I understand, it hook kicked before it bounced. So this means that it doesn't really have anything to do outside of Double Gash here, which is not taking down the fat Volphy that we've seen, and it's not taking out this Grumper. It's just kind of sitting there.
Yeah, if he doesn't have Hook Kick up, then Gialis might not be the best swap in, and we'll likely see the double Earth move into the Gialis here.
And he doesn't have a swap in for it, because, I mean, Zuko can't eat those on a swap. That just kills it.
So yeah, Bennett might be taking this back as well, and we might go to a game 5. Bennett is indeed picking up the pace, as it's been said in chat, and well, Grumper is doing a whole lot. Bennett swapping out the picks once more, going back to the game 1 picks, thinking he could have won with that, and it is looking like a very good game for Bennett. Fulvi tanks the Feather Gatling rather well. Because it's a fat Fulvi, as we said before. Double Gash does take it out, but that's 2 moves spent for that Fulvi. Grumper goes for the Thunder Strike, and that will yeet this Volorand away.
Yeah, Volorand is just down. Well, at least that means that the Volphy does go down, at least, but we're still in a situation where there are enough things that are scaring the Gallus here. Like, Yukama's out alongside that to terrify the Capire. We've seen how that matchup goes, and at +2, there's nothing stopping the Hammer of God from striking this goat.
Yeah, this is terrifying. In the back for Bennett, it's still that 2-Vine as well at 100% health. It hasn't been brought out yet, and it will most likely tank 1 move if Bennett wants it to take a move. But this looks very good for Bennett.
Oh yeah, no, the Aquatic's going to come down and just destroy that goat in 1 hit.
So we won't be seeing any Lost Rush plays this game. It's not going to be a repeat. Gialis gets saved. There's the Crystal Bite going onto the Yukama, which will take it out. But then there's the Mud Shower coming from Grumper, most likely. There it is. Mud Shower will take it out.
Oh, chat's going to love that.
And it doesn't take it out.
Did this game, chat. You're going to love it. It's totally going to steal the victory from Grumper right now.
Grumper doesn't take the Hook Kick, it dies, and there it is. 2-Vine flexes onto the Gialis. Crystal Plume Gatling, does it kill? And it does actually kill the Gialis.
Oh my god, it killed from 2.4%. How astonishing, Jeb.
It's not 2-Vine, it's 2-win in this game, and Bennett takes the second game for himself. That's 2-2, and we're going to a game 5. Will this be the reverse sweep for Bennett?
It is a nail biter, and well, this is the Bennett that I expected to come to this tournament. Like I've said before, he will disassemble your playstyle and throw it back at you, and it's what he's doing here. We see how well he carried through the same lead that he did first, and is just going forward.
Yeah, and I complained about this yesterday for a little bit, that people were picking the same leads every time, even though they were losing, and Bennett is just completely changing it up every time. His adaptability is very strong in this game.
We move into our final game. We see, once again, the same first bands out from both of our contestants.
Yeah, as expected, that move flank is a big problem for both the Volphy, but also for the Grumper, and it just does a lot of damage. It enables the Capire even more, as we said before, so both of those bands are absolutely necessary. Bennett hovers the Grumper and goes right for the Grumper Ukama again.
All right, so if he's able to take this in the same way they did the last game and just outmaneuver Wobbles and get those turbos up, then Bennett could very well have this.
Yeah, so I really liked the turbo play from Bennett in the last game. Going for turbo while swapping in Vola. I called it game 1. It happened in game 4, and I think that's what won him the game in the end. That turbo play was fantastic. And once again, we see the same opener. It's Kino Gial. Wobbles feels confident in that opener. Bennett bans out the Size Munch once more. Grumper is here to win.
That he is. So once again, we see the Size Munch get banned. We see the Move Flank get banned. As we move into our final picks, and it's looking like just a repeat of the last game, but that might very well be what Bennett's looking for.
Yeah, Kino gets banned out, of course. Size Munch banned out. Fulvi and Volorand are picked up. Volorand picked up for Wobbles. Are we gonna see the Capire again? I assume so. And will it be the Barnshee this time, rather than that Grandpa?
No, it's still the Grandpa. The Grandpa has so much control value, and it's a contend that Wobbles is very comfortable with. Support Grandpa being one of the things that he's really flexed out inside the early Kasiwa meta. Still, though, it's not looking like it's been helping him very much in these past 2 combats.
Yeah, and this Grumper is looking so good again in this game. It is that Grumper is here to win. If Bennett wants to win, it has to be on the back of this exact opener, Ukama and Grumper.
Well, are we going to see the same formulaic turn 1 that we've seen the past few ones? So that's double in on both Gallus and Grumper, respectively.
I think that's still in Bennett's favor, if that happens. But, it's gonna be hard because I don't think Bennett will get a free turbo off on turn 2 again. He might just go for the Ukama this time. Ukama was very, very important in that last game.
I mean, Ukama getting that turbo off and just dominating the rest of the field very much dictated the pace of that match. Wobbles needs to make sure that he doesn't let that Ukama do it again, but at the same time, the Grumper is the thing that is more valuable for him this turn. So we do see a deviation from our previous turns as the Kinu just immediately swaps out for the Volorand turn 1 as the Water Cannon goes down onto the Gallus. The Double Gash goes down onto the Grumper again, bringing it down to 64, and the Mud Shower goes down again. That comfortable 38 is happening.
So, while Grumper is more healthy now, this adaptation of Wobbles is pretty solid. Ukama can't really stay in now because it's being threatened by the Noxious Bomb from the Volorand. Grumper, of course, gets threatened by the Hook Kick, so this is a pretty favorable position for Wobbles.
Inside this, okay, so the Sharp Stabs, since Arrow is in Wobbles' favor, it's down to spreads in terms as to whether the Aquatic outspeeds the Gallus, but the Gallus doesn't go down to the Aquatic. It'll go down to a Mud Shower. Now, the Mud Shower will totally take out the Gallus, but at the same time, a Nox Bomb alongside the Sharp Stab should actually take down the Ukama from here.
Yeah, that Ukama is so important for Bennett, though. As we said, Grumper and Ukama are key to winning for Bennett. So I don't know if he is willing to risk it with Ukama. But on the other hand, Bennett has been playing rather aggressively on a lot of turns, so...
My biggest concern here is what does Wobbles have for the Grumper that is not named Gallus? He has to kind of plink at it with Kinu otherwise, or Zuko. We've seen how that matchup goes. It's hair trigger, and you don't really want to rely on that.
Yeah, Grumper is terrifying in this match. It is radiating very, very strong energy in this game. Ready to Thunderstrike or Mud Shower or anything. He'll back up with that Inductor. It should do a lot in this game, but it doesn't want to take that Hook Kick, so...
No, it doesn't. I'm more concerned about the Sharp Stabs for the Ukama in this point, because I think that the Nox into Sharp Stabs is the best possible way to take out Ukama. The problem is I don't know if that takes out Ukama before it gets a turbo off, for instance. It really depends on how Bennett wants to play this. If he wants to get the execution on Gallus, that's totally possible if he's predicting a double in to Ukama right now, which means that there's no more tools to deal with Grumper outside of Kinu, which really doesn't feel very good for that when you have a 2-Von in the back. At the same time, if he chooses to swap that, which he does, and tries to get a turbo off, then getting turbo on Valorant is still very strong for him.
Yeah, saving that Grumper was really important in the end, and Ukama goes for the water cannon, and this is fantastic for Bennett. Because this Gialis is dead now.
No, it does to the tick. It does, however, get a hook kick off, but it doesn't even get the kill on Valorant.
Oh, and this is fantastic for Bennett because Grumper's gonna have a field day. This is... Wobbles' team is... It has one problem right now, and it is Grumper. That Grumper is looking so scary right now. It is the best possible team or board for Grumper. Like, any board that is gonna happen, Grumper will love.
I agree with that completely. Wobbles has a real problem on his hands. I think Kinu is his only option for that. The Kinu, it takes what, like 25% from the Thunder Strikes it can eat?
Oh, no, it took way more. We already saw that damage and it took way more.
Right, no, this is the like big angry Grumper that genuinely has a special attack stat, and this is a frail Kinu too. No, this is just a straight problem.
So
It's
Gialis
like very
dying.
dominating position here from now, because now he can turbo this turn as well and just have that Yukama available again, since there was no damage on the Yukama last turn.
I love the aggressive play from Bennett there, swapping out the Grumper, going into the Valorant, getting that synergy water cannon, and just barely picking up the KO onto the Gialis. Right now, Bennett swaps in the 2-Vine on the spot of that Ukama, saving it for later.
And it eats the knockdown very effectively, of course.
Bennett is just playing so well right now. There's the hyperkinetic strike onto Wobbles' Valorant, still does more than 40%. It dies to the wind burst from the Grandpa right after. But his 2-Fine just came in, ate like 11%, and now it can dish out a Crystal Plume Gatling. And, well, what did we just say? There is the Grumper. Grumper loves this board.
And now, I don't know what's going to move Grumper off of this board outside of its own Chamomile. It's only got one more turn of it this turn.
Yeah, so that is slightly unfortunate, because now it is prone to being put asleep. But it will get off a Thunder Strike, then you can swap it out, swap it back in later. So that is not too bad.
We know it's a War Drum 2-Vine, so it falls asleep. But that's not going to stop this Grumper from E-Storm.
It's the E-Storm here. Goes for the E-Storm right away, wants to get as much damage as possible. Kinu does take a big chunk from that E-Storm even, and Grandpa goes down to 63.6%. I assume Grumper's gonna go out right now before it gets Hypnoed, and then it will come back in later in another board state that it will love with a completely renewed Chamomile.
Yeah, no, at this point, what, you bring in Volfi, or you... Volfi is, like, the least consequential Tem this game. It can come in and just, like, I don't know, basically exist for a turn and allow Grumper to reset, is kind of the best thing that I'm seeing here for that.
Oh, but that Chamomile did get snared just now, I think.
Oh, that's problematic, because now Grumper can just get Hypnoed. Obviously, that only slows the inevitable, and the special attacks coming out from Grumper are still pretty nightmarish, but we have another Hypno available now, because, there are two of them.
So yeah, that snare was huge for Wobbles, but Grumper is still a massive problem. Especially because you can't really attack it. It's really slow, so you can't attack it when it's asleep, because it'll wake up. So you just have to ignore it, and then attack it in the alerted turns, and Grumper won't die from just being attacked in those alerted turns.
Yeah, the problem that I have here is that you're still having to whittle down this Grumper. It's not like you're going to be getting rid of its... Okay, one other upside of that is that it cannot spam Thunderstrike as effectively there, because then it's got the exhaust there, but... I don't know how much that's going to tilt things in Wobble's favor. I don't think it's enough.
Well, Grumper does get swapped out. Plague Red is being swapped in. Wobbles goes for the turbo with the Grandpa. It doesn't have the synergy, of course, because Kinu is not a wind type. And, well, the Hypno lands onto the Volvi. 2-Vine still asleep, wakes up, alerted stat procs. 2-Vine gets one free turn here to Crystal Plume Gatling.
Gat is likely to fall onto the Catfire, which is the most appropriate swap, meaning that I almost expect that to be just a swap back into Grumper on that side, if there ever is one.
Do you want to swap in the Catfire though? Because that Volvi will wake up next turn, and that will be a Dust Vortex into that slot. It will indeed be the Catfire, which will likely take that Crystal Plume Gatling, as you said. Volvi gets swapped out into the Ukama. That's big.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm talking about here. It's like the Volfi isn't really the threat there for Catfire. It's everything else. It's the Grumper and the Ukama that are both still terrifying onto this field.
And the Crystal Plume Gatling actually goes into the Grandpa, and it takes a decent amount. So Bennett was likely expecting the Catfire to come in and just went for the most damage onto the Grandpa. It was a decent chunk. We saw that Grandpa was really bulky from the attacks it took before. But the Ukama being in full health against the Catfire, that's a threatened Catfire. But look at the back of it. It's a Kinu and a Volorend. Both at about half HP. So I guess they can take the water attacks from Ukama, but they don't really want to take the attacks from Tuvine.
I mean, honestly, the combination of Tuvine and Ukama are doing a lot here. The Grumper is still in the back and perfectly ready to continue disemboweling these wins. And Zuko. Like, Zuko, nothing here feels good except for Tuvine and Volfi, and neither of those are going to be in the field long enough. Maybe Bennett sacrifices his Tuvine here because he knows he can still kill the Catfire anyways, if he just wants to get a turbo here with Ukama instead. Like, that is a possibility that Bennett has. I don't think he even needs it, though.
I don't think he needs it. That Tuvine plus Ukama, they exert so much pressure with the combined like stab moves that they have. There's the Kinu, and that's likely gonna die here. Tuvine does swap out actually. It goes back into the Grumper. And the Camo won't proc because the Camo got snared.
Yep.
There's the Turbo for a +1 Turbo. I mean, that's still really good. Like, getting the speed onto Ukama is solid.
It's vulnerable to status now, but once again, this just feels like delaying the inevitable.
I mean, Grumper being vulnerable to status here is pretty much irrelevant, because as I said, you don't want to attack it because it'll wake up and Thunderstrike your Temtem, and then there's the alert turn, and then it can attack. Grandpa goes for another Turbo, so that's another +1 speed for both. Aquatic Whirlwind won't take the Grandpa out. Grandpa will go down to 9.7%. There's the Hyperkinet. And that deals a decent chunk. And I was wrong. It was actually the Kinu, of course, that went for the Turbo, and it's +2. So that's why that Hyperkinet did so much damage in the end. But now we have the whole Hypno spiel again, with Grandpa and Kinu both being at a high speed stat with Hypno up.
But at this instance, I feel like it has to be the Grandpa Hypnoing if it's going to Hypno, and then the Kinu, I don't know, doing something else, maybe damage the Ukama, maybe something else, but like you can't do anything to this Grumper.
Yeah, so that Ukama going to sleep is okay, because Grumper will just throw out an Electric Storm here and be completely okay with that. Volorant doesn't want to take it. Zuko doesn't really want to take it. Ukama gets swapped out, goes into the Volvi that is still full HP. It is that bulky Volvi that we talked about. Windburst going out into the Volvi takes about 19%. Beta Burst also, or going into the Grumper actually. Grumper going down to 50%, and there's the E-Storm.
Right, let's bring it right back up. The Kinu at least is survivable now, I suppose.
Yeah, so the Kinu survived, and it will Hypno again, but the problem here is that it's just Mud Shower and Dust Vortex into the... Wait, is it? Actually, it's one Hypno, and that's Catfire will likely swap out into the Vola.
That seems more reasonable. It eats the Dust Vortex from that, but then we're back in a situation in which it's hard to pressure against Volfi.
Yeah, so it doesn't do that much. There's the Hypno, most likely onto the onto the Volvi actually, for the Dust Vortex. Stays in with the Catfire, Embers onto Grumper, reducing all the attacks. Thunderstrike going out onto the Kinu. Kinu dies to it. So no more Hypno threat.
That's big. Additionally, Like, trying to get the chip damage onto Grumper with this is great. The exhaust hurts Grumper, but it can totally just OX at this point. Bennett has enough board state that he can just start sacrificing his Grumper now. Like, the Yukama is still in the back and is just ready to one-shot Zuko again. The Valorant goes down to pretty much anything this Grumper does. He can just OX for the T-Strike again for this.
That is the Lost Rush Capire though, but it doesn't have that heat up this time, so I doubt it will do enough damage to carry this alone.
No, I don't think there's any universe in which Capire can carry this alone. Yukama has +1 speed, so even Last Rush I do not believe gets Zuko past that point. We've seen an Aquatic Whirlwind single-handedly destroy that. Water Cannon won't quite take it out, but it will get very close. That's a tall order for Capire on the best of days. I think that this is very much going to be Bennett taking it back in quite a dramatic fashion and bringing us into our grand finals. I mean, once again, I don't want to say it's over until it's over. We've seen Wobbles come out of tighter spots, but this is a pretty tight spot.
And, I mean, that second game wasn't even close. Wobble just styled on Bennett. Bennett's changed everything up in Pig Ben, went for this Fulvi stall strat, pulled it off, and then went back to comfort for that Grumper Ukama start and managed to pull out the win in the fourth game. And it's looking like that same strategy will win him the fifth game as well. And that would be such an amazing reverse sweep in our semifinals.
No, that's fantastic to see if that's the case. I mean, this is dramatic regardless of how it goes, but I do not see how Wobbles comes back from here.
Yeah, Wobbles is in a dire position here. That Capire isn't doing enough. It has to deal with 4 Temtem, 3 of which have super effective moves on it.
Yeah, it's not looking pretty. It's not even like it has a heat up to fall back on. Now, we could rely on this Valorant to do some kind of heavy lifting here. Like, if we expect, like, a Plumes onto Grumper. Okay, no, it's a Nox Bomb.
Onto the Grumper, that barely does any damage. It's the Embers onto the Grumper as well, reducing the damage once more. There's the E-Storm. I mean, it's probably the Nox Bomb, so it doesn't reduce its special defense anymore. So he might survive the Grumper hit after the Embers. Grumper dies to the burn, so no more Grumper, but Fulvi is alive, or awake now, ready to go, and there...
This is all
has
moot.
to be the Yukama.
Now that's enough damage onto Zuko that it just dies to a Water Cannon. So this means that very clearly Bennett does take this.
It is the Water Cannon and the Dust Vortex, and it's just awaiting what hits and how, but just the Water Cannon will probably be enough. And Bennett takes this in the dramatic best of 5, and Bennett takes it home with the reverse sweep.
Congratulations to Bennett. So that means we get to look forward to Shiro versus Bennett in our grand finals. We'll be moving back to our analysis team to deconstruct that match, as there's a lot to talk about in that best of 5. That was packed.
That was insane. We'll be seeing you back in the finals, but for now, Analyst Desk, please enlighten us on this game.
Welcome back, everybody, to the
Welcome back,
Analysis Desk.
everyone. Yep.
So thoughts,
series.
Saber? Thoughts, Saber?
Yeah, Saber. What do you have to say about this?
Yeah.
Okay, so we saw Capire, Capretta was nuking everything in game 1 and 2, but then we saw a very, very nice comeback from Bennett. So, I was voting for Capretta, but I was still voting for a good show, and we really had a good show. So congratulations for Bennett for getting this, but GG's to Wobbles too. And let's talk about this series, because it was like 5 games, guys.
Yeah, but before we do that, I'm sorry, Saber. Your Capretta, who is at my bench over here, is no longer there.
Oh, Capire is got nuked.
So it's the opposite of what was supposed to happen.
Yeah, it's okay. Well, also we saw a little bit of action from Size Munch. If you want to go a little bit into the whole games, like we saw a waning there from Wobbles in the very first one. Do we want to talk about pick and bans? Like we saw different pick and bans for the whole for the whole series, right?
Yeah, like what we saw. Like if we start with like we always saw there's no way for Wobbles to using the ultimate Quetzal. Like we could never see Moflang, which is sad for my part. Like I really like to see Moflang on the field. How hard that actually Goat is doing.
Oh,
But I feel like it swaps a little bit more frequently for Wobbles what he wanted to ban compared to what Bennett wanted to ban. He always kept the same bans.
Yeah, and exactly like, for example, if you want to talk about the leads, we saw that I think that Wobbles got the same lead for the whole 5 games with the Kinu Gaiales. Correct me, guys, if I'm wrong. And then we saw some different pick and bans from Bennett. He actually led the first game with Grumper and Yukama. It was pretty strong, actually, having Yukama into Bennett's team, because Yukama was always there, facing Capire in the end. And yeah, actually, Capretta can never deal with Yukama. So yeah, you can now bully me a bit on that. But yeah.
For game 1, it was I mean, when it comes to pick and bans, Bennett had to choose. It was different on yellow and blue side. He decided to switch it up on game 3 because he was able to start Volfi if he picked Kinu, right? If he has counter pick, he's able to go into Kinu Volfi, and Kinu Volfi beats the Kinu Gael start overall just because of Lightful Sap alone. And he was able to start off the momentum in game 3 by choosing that and getting a win from it. But yeah, I think the series was very good.
Yeah, so basically we saw, I would say that Bennett was actually gathering informations during game 1 and 2 about, all Wobbles, also some plays. For example, if you focus a little bit on game 4, we saw a very good turning point for Bennett, where actually he had a very good read on Kinu switch in, and he actually water cannon with the synergy and Noxus bomb killing the Kinu there. It actually brought Bennett to victory. It was game 4. What do you think about that turn? Like, I don't know if it was pretty predictable from Wobbles, but it was a very good read from Bennett for sure.
Already, like after what was turn 3, 4, 5, somewhere around there, like getting that out of the field were a huge impact for Wobbles. Like I don't think he could find a proper way to coming back into the game, even though there were few moments, but you saw like, okay, he's getting momentum. It looks as he can come back, but Bennett basically just closed the door and said, nope, not through this door. And he basically closed down the game.
Yeah, as soon as the Kinu play happened, when you only get one Kinu buff, it's kind of the roughest thing, especially when he uses Kinu for tempo with Hypno and being able to get Kinu buffs whenever possible. It was definitely rough. Being able to take that out with only one buff, I mean, I said right there when it died, I was like, okay, well, Bennett pretty much just wins unless he 100% throws, and I don't think that was overall going to happen. So.
Yeah, and about like game number 5, that we saw Bennett winning and, taking actually home the whole series. We saw that basically Gaiales went down pretty quickly, if I'm not mistaken. So do you think this was basically the point where actually Wobbles couldn't win anymore? Because, Gaiales is pretty useful for trying to kill the Grumper and the Wolfie in the back?
Yeah, I believe so. That losing Gaiales so early, like if there's any temp you want to lose early, like I could rather see like you losing either your grandpa or probably your Valorant pretty early on. That losing Gaiales costs so much to the game, and if he actually swapped in Kino, like me and Erika were talking about a little bit backside, that getting that extra proc just to make sure that tick didn't kill Gaiales, that potentially could have made a little bit differently. But we never know what would happen the next turn. But just making sure that Gaiales stay for one more turn, that could have made different.
Yeah. One thing I thought about is in this tournament you can switch up TVs. I don't know how much it would have changed things. I think it would have been slightly better is he's always starting Yukama Grumper. He needs both of these Tems. If he doesn't pick both of them on turn 1, either Grumper or Yukama's getting banned. If he picks Grumper turn 1, Yukama's getting banned. If he picks Yukama turn 1, Grumper's getting banned, right? So I thought, okay, well, it's all special attack damage, besides obviously the Volarin. So if he could have switched the TVs into like some special defense, because he's eating the Mud Shower and the Water Cannon on turn 1 every time, would that have been able to allow Giles to survive 1, 2, maybe even 3 more turns? Because it is the Kinu buffs that's like, he's getting Kinu buffs. So more special defense means more effectiveness with the +1, +2, and +3 off of special defense. So it depends, because now you have to recalc how much hook kick's going to do, how much double gash is going to do to Volphy, and like, but is that worth it to be able to stay alive longer, to be able to kill Volphy later easier?
Yeah, that's actually a good point. I mean, there's still a lot of work to do this kind of thing. Like you said, you have to calc and stuff. But yeah, I mean, that's a fair point. Going back to the series, actually, to the whole series here, when we had Wobbles winning 2-0, and we were into the game number 3, where actually we saw a different pick and bans there, like you were mentioning, and actually Bennett led with the Kinu Wolfie. I think that the pace of the game was still going good for Wobbles, because he was keeping the pressure on the other slot, basically almost ignoring Wolfie all the time. But then, I don't know, he suddenly changed his plan, and he decided to target the Wolfie. So guys, do you think this was like the turning point for Bennett to win this? Because I see that the plan was working for Wobbles, but then all of a sudden he wanted to focus the Wolfie, and he lost a lot of tempo and time to bring the Wolfie down. And we saw the life full sub happening, and it was basically wasted turns on that point. What do you think?
Yeah, just getting that 4 procs of Protector from Keen on Wolfie just made it a raid boss. Even though Wolfie lost its a double screen, like you're saying, that it felt like a little bit that Wobble should probably not have been immediately focused on Wolfie until like when there's probably 2 attempts left. And I think also Wobbles for thinking that probably Golld could come in and just reducing the damage from Gialis, which is a pretty hard hitter. So it's a really tricky tricky point to see, but at the same time, like, I understanding why Wobble have to try to get down Wolfie, but like I said, when the Life of Sap came up, you see that even if I'm chipping down 20%, well, those 10% I just chipped down, they're gone.
Yeah, probably he thought that it was killing in a couple of turns, but then actually, yeah, with the Life Full Sap, it was pretty much impossible killing the Wolfie, and at that point, if you ignore the other slot, you just, you have some problems, because of course there's 2 Tems. So, we also saw some good turns on the Wobbles Kino, for example, with the hypnoing and trying to stabilize the situation onto the battlefield. But yeah, still it wasn't enough there.
Yeah, in that game, as soon as he started getting buffs onto Wolfie, you kind of have to like think about, okay, what is Bennett's win condition here? And overall, after you get 2 buffs onto Wolfie and you get the Wolfie into Kinu double switch in, that's almost initiating, like, as a player, you should know, okay, well, Wolfie, he's planning on making Wolfie his win condition. Okay, how do I deal with this, right? And you have like 2 choices. Get a board state to be able to not let Kinu switch in and double that slot almost every time, or you get a good board state that can kill Wolfie before it gets enough protector buffs. And you kind of have to all in on one of those decisions.
Yeah.
He never had a board state that could kill the left slot when Kinu came in, mainly because he also had Kinu in. So it made it really awkward, because now it's like, oh, he has Kinu on Wobbles has Kinu in. Okay, I have a free Kinu switch. Let's do it. And then he would do it, and then he'd switch it back out. And it was just like almost not exactly free, but it was almost free that he could keep switching in and out whenever Kinu was on the board. So it didn't really give Wobbles the tempo that he normally had.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, basically, this was an awesome series. We saw like 5 games that were like all great games, I believe. I would like to congratulations again to Bennett for reaching the grand finals, and of course GG to Wobbles too for reaching the semifinals with the Capretta. But yeah, Capretta didn't manage to reach the finals. That's good. That's good. So guys, should we talk about this grand finals that is happening? Like I think it's in something like 10 minutes. So let's go with the predictions. Let's talk about the teams now because we have all the tools for doing that.
Oh yes, this is gonna be really. It's gonna be really interesting. Like we see how Bennett really handles really well a very aggressive team. So I really want to see, would Bennett have some sort of the same strategy to actually tackle on? Let's see, who actually was it? Shiro actually went on to the finals, if I'm correct.
Yeah, it's Shiro and Bennett. Yeah. So we have basically like if we want to talk about clubs, we have PDX versus EXO. So do you want to analyze a little bit the two teams just slightly, we already saw like Bennett right now, and like you say, yeah, it's pretty aggressive. There's still, Naga Gulder and a little bit of, support with Kinu and stuff. And then we have the Shiro with pretty much like 4 toxic temps. Any predictions? Any, pick and bans and stuff? What do you think, guys?
I personally think, okay, so whenever there's Naga, Golder, and Grumper on the same team,
Yep.
typically it's either you're going to ban Golder or you're going to ban Naga on both sides. Because whoever has counterban on first ban, let's say you ban Kinu, right? Well, now the second ban can be like, okay, ban Golder, Naga, Golder. And so that's pretty much what's gonna, like, both players understand these. They did it in groups and they did it in the best of threes.
Yep.
They took advantage of those situations. So, like, I think it's gonna come to that. It's gonna be either Naga or Golder ban on both sides almost every time. And then it's gonna be weird because there's Volarin, there's also Calibus on Shiro's side, which allows for the Naga, so he can actually ban Golder almost every time and have Calibus Grumper and just let the Naga be there. So I think first ban is going to be one of those two on both sides almost every time, unless there's something else that they have in mind that none of us are thinking of.
Well, yeah, actually, I was just comparing the two teams here, and I was just seeing some tools that they could use. For example, Tuvine. I was focusing on Bennett's Tuvine here, and I was just saying that probably having double burps here. Probably you always ban Valorant on for Shiro here because Valorant is so strong into a lot of things here. He's strong into Kala, into Golder, into Mashuk, and also deals good damage on Naga. So probably, do you think, guys, that Tuvine might be the key point for Bennett at least? And for Shiro, there's Valash. There's Valash that can do some things, but we know that actually Wolfie is a pretty good counter for Valash. So any, predictions? So we have the predictions into the channel. So give me your thoughts about who's going to win this series and being the champion of the FT Invitational, actually.
Yeah, you can start, Edgar.
Okay. I personally think Shirokky will win the finals.
Okay, so you go for Shiro. Okay, yes. Any particular reasons, or is just you think that the team is probably better than he's good into Bennett's?
I think Shiro has a better team against the mirror match. Personally, okay. With having Calibus and Valash along with the Nature Koish for the synergies, I think he's if he properly uses pick ban phase, I think he should have a better team overall.
Okay, yeah. Also, for example, the Yukama from Bennett is pretty much useless against Shiro.
Pretty dead.
Yeah.
Pretty dead.
It only deals good damage on Grumper, but I don't think you really need it. And what about you, JT? What do you think about what's going to happen? Oh, and wait. Before going on, JT, do you think this will be a close series like the Wobbles versus Bennett, or do you think it will be like 3-1, 3-0, or
I mean, I would probably just go 3-1 Shiro. Who gets first? Who gets first pick in for yellow?
Okay. I think it's always Shiro
Shiro?
here. Yeah, I
I would say
think.
3-1 Shiro then.
Okay. So go on, JT. Tell me everything you think about. So Shiro is for Adhikar. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm also been looking a little bit on both of the teams, and I don't totally agree with Bennett's Yukama is basically a dead fish, more than less. Other from that, I think in general, Bennett has a pretty solid team, but I don't know if all of these toxic that Shiro is having these can be enough to take down Shiro. So I see Shiro is having a more solid team. Will definitely having a lot of, not gonna say completely board control, but definitely don't have like if he even if Shiro does one mistake, he can definitely repair it and still be on the board, and nobody would have noticed that he had actually made a mistake. So. And I am kind of lean towards also what Adhikar says. I don't think Bennett can even take 2 game. If he does, I probably have to eat my horse mask, and I don't want to do it. So I'm gonna say 3-1 to Shiro.
Okay, so I will say that probably, I mean, I think that Shiro actually can get this, but I don't think it will be easy. I don't think it will be easy because I think this will be a very close series, in my opinion. Because, like I said, it is true that probably Shiro's team is a little bit better on Bennett's, but still, I think that Bennett have very good tools on dealing with some temps. For example, like I said, Tuvine can do a lot of work in here. Of course, unless he gets banned, because it actually can be banned. The problem is that, for example, Wolfie, apart from dealing with Valash, is not doing much into Volaran, not much into Mushuk, into Gulder. It is still good into Grumper, but we have to see how pick and bangs will go. So I will say that my vote goes for Shiro, but not like 3-1 or something like that. For me, it will be a very close series with 3-2. 3-2. And
if we can take a quick look on the prediction before we, I think we are seconds away to getting started in the match, but it's kind of favorite lead though for Bennett with 58% of the Twitch viewers prediction here.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, it is pretty reasonable. Also because we saw that Bennett was actually losing 2-0, and then he did a very nice comebacker like Yowler always does. So I think it is pretty reasonable people to actually believe in Bennett, and I really like people believing in this kind of things. So yeah, I think this is a little bit slightly favorable to Shiro, but I think it still will be very close games, and I really hope for having close games because we will see more action, right?
Yeah, definitely. And I noticed now that it's having even close up the gap, so it is only 2% difference of 52 to 48 right now. So there are a lot of people that think sure.
You also have to think it's 48-52, but that's only in points. There's 25 people that are voting Shirokky and 18 that are voting Bennett. So technically, they're decided on Shirokky.
Yeah, you're right. Because
that is true.
We're seeing the points. Yeah, so we have people with a bigger wallet here in terms of channel points, right? Everyone actually want to be a VIP in this awesome channel. And before, going into our awesome casters jab and quarter, I would like to say good luck, have fun, everyone. And I would like to say thank you to fellow Tamers for organizing all of this, right?
Absolutely.
And we can also say that whoever gets second place here right now will earning 250 euro, while the winner will getting the big prize of 750 euro. And for those who didn't made it to the final, they still got 50 euro in their pocket.
Yep,
so
exactly.
Congratulations to those.
Exactly. Yep. And okay, so guys, welcome to the grand finals of the FT Invitational. Good luck and fun, everyone.
Take it away, guys.
See you back later.
Hello and welcome to our grand finals of the Fellow Tamers Invitational. One of these fine contestants will win 250 euros. The other will win 750 euros. It's Shiro versus Bennett. We've seen Bennett just triumph magnificently over Wobbles. We've seen Shiro take a strong game against Golld. We've got a Mashuk Ben and a Vola Ben, and we're getting straight into it.
And that was a snap first pick to Vine. Nobody saw it because, well, the stream wasn't up yet. But I was here, I saw it. It was a snap to Vine pick.
It makes sense. Once again, like, this is a very Senior Plat inspired team, and it makes sense to pick as many wins as possible into that. There aren't many things that Shiro really wants to do against a Tuvine. Now, granted, Valish is one of them. Valish is likely to take, given his War Drum, Tuvine, so it's not like Rock Shield or anything fancy like that, it's probably going to take like 50% of Tuvine's health, depending on how it's spread. It's going to take it back, but I'm trying to see what else you really want Valish for here outside of like Grumper. Which
I like the Grumper pick here. Like, the Grumper pick, I feel like is very solid. I'm shocked at the Mashuk ban for against Shiro.
No, the Mashuk ban makes perfect sense here. Mashuk dunks on both of these two Tems in front, and then also the Volfi, and then it also walls Yukama.
Yeah, that's fair. It just opens up Nagulder for Shiro, and that is so hard to deal with. But I guess if you have Grumper and Tuvine, you might be able to break through. In the meantime, though, Bennett picks up the fat rat, the fat plague rat, and the Kinu. The Kinu did go through. Golder and Vola get banned. Vola was a first ban, of course. Makes sense in a makes sense as a ban, as a toxic comp. The Golder also because of that strong liver. And we end up with the Naga on Bennett's side as well.
Okay, barring the Tuvine, this is a very good draft for Shiro into this. If he can deal with that comfortably, I'm honestly looking forward to seeing how he deals with it. The Calibus doesn't necessarily... Okay, one caveat here is that the Grumper tears a lot of Shiro's team apart as well. Like, basically, Bennett's lead is very dominating against Shiro, but if he can break past that, then that could be very bad for Bennett.
Yeah, so this might actually be where that Fat Plague Rat shines, because it can Lifle Sap up, take some chunks, go back, heal up. And it will most likely outspeed with the Plague, so this is a matchup where it might shine more than in lost games. Tuvine, of course, is very solid into all the toxic types. And also kind of good against the Naga. The Grumper also feels really, really good. But Shiro has some terrifying combos ready. We start up with the Crystal Spikes into the Tuvine, and Tuvine does not want to eat that. That's 45%. There's the CPG onto the Valash. Valash takes about the same damage. Much how we're also going into the Valash, and that does take it out.
Immediately, the Valash goes down, so we aren't going to see the 2KO that we want to see on the Tuvine there on Shiro's side, as Bennett takes an early lead in this best of 5.
So, yeah, this is exactly how I like Tuvine, just throwing out some damage, and then eventually it dies, but it did its job. Grumper being full health is very relevant here, too.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. It means that... Okay, so Shiro's going to double down on the Grumper... Well, the Grumper of his own to try to deal with this. It at least doesn't die to Tuvine, so that's nice.
It still doesn't really appreciate the CPG, and a CPG plus Mud Shower double in should do a huge amount of damage onto the Grumper.
The special attack that we're seeing out of this Grumper, that seems very possible. My question is, will the Tuvine go down before anything else, though? Because that Tuvine going down means that suddenly Shiro can start actually bringing Calibus onto the board, potentially. Now, the Calibus, even though it's mucus, still going to take a nastier chunk than it wants to from this Grumper.
Yeah, the Tuvine is still relevant, yeah, but I don't know if you want to save it here. Like, a CPG here is still pretty solid.
Yeah, no, the CPG's solid. You have... I'm trying to see what else that... Okay, if Bennett can keep the Grumper alive, that keeps Nagai's off of the board pretty comfortably. I don't know, though. You can still kind of just set up in its face with a Madness buff for at least one turn. Like, the Grumper isn't being undersped by anything else. Rather, isn't getting outsped by anything else. So it's going to be the T-Strike hitting that evade first if we ever see that. I don't believe that anything here is outspeeding that otherwise.
No, definitely not. And Shiro still has access to Nagulder as well. And Gulder's pretty hard to take down. Like, Tuvine should be able to do a decent chunk, but then again, you're not focusing the Grumper then.
Yeah, that's what I was
kind
bringing up in that example. My kind of hypothesis there is, like, if Tuvine goes down, can Grumper alone deal with Nagulder? And I'm not entirely sure that that's the case.
So yeah, that is the hard part. The Tuvine does go for the Feather Gatling. It goes into the Golder. Golder taking about, like, almost 40, like 37%. Mud Shower goes into the Grumper, and I assume we're seeing the same thing back. We can also quickly see how much. Yeah, it is 60-60.
Huskar actually out-damaging Bennett's Grumper there by 2%, roughly.
And the Golder actually bamboozled itself. So Tuvine survived. It's not dead. Which is good. You might be able to get some more value out of it for later. But this Golder is now under an evade, so you can't attack it, and it will be able to do something else again.
I think that I don't see Toxic Ink doing 9% damage to a Tuvine from this.
Yeah, I don't think so, but he might also... Would it be worth it to focus it with Grumper? Probably not. Grumper swaps out, goes into the Fovi. Fovi being exceptional at dealing with Grumper. CPG goes into the Grumper, and that is a big chunk. Mud Shower goes into the Grumper slot, hitting the Fovi. Fovi, 9%. Toxic Ink did not do enough.
Take it down from a single one. It is dead to the next tick, but that's not enough to take it down now, meaning that the Tuvine threat is still heavy on everything into the Grumper spot.
Yeah, it's either that Feather Gatling or Crystal Plume Gatling. Tuvine has one more shot to go, and I feel like that's a lot of value you've gotten from it at that point. Grumper almost dead. Valash is dead. Granted, though, Golder and Kella are still hard to deal with. But this might also be the position in which you start setting up your Lifle Sap with the Fovi and just slowly going with that. Alternatively, Plague also deals with the Grumper here and will kill it.
I'm not seeing whether Bennett even needs to pay attention to this Golder at this point in time. Like, yes, Nagulder is a threat, but if you continue doubling into that spot, then it's just going to crumple. Okay, so we see just a Plague dunk.
Yeah, I was expecting
like that, yeah.
And there's the Feather Gatling, and you take the Golder down to about 30-something%, or 26% even. Tuvine dies now, that is fine. Toxic Ink redirects to the Fovi, or goes to the Fovi, actually. That's a little bit unfortunate for Bennett, but it's still fine. Like, Bennett got a lot of value out of that Tuvine.
I mean, he's down 110 for 2, and the HP differential on what's remaining is pretty significant. 26% on Golder versus like 59% on the Volphy and 60 on the Grumper. Like, Bennett is clearly in the lead here. He's coming out swinging, and losing that Valash early is just such a death knell for Shiro in this first game.
So, Shiro does have access to Naga Golder now, but Grumper pretty much cleans up everything. And so Bennett actually does a really interesting thing and swaps in his own Naga, so speed is normal now because the Deceit Auras cancel each other out.
Yeah, that's just another way for him to maintain control over this board. This means that the Volphy can continue pressuring. There's no room for this Nagais to buff up in the way that Shiro wants that would potentially bring things back into his favor. He's kind of forced into Calibus here.
Yeah, and the Naga Golder combo isn't as good as it should be right now because of Bennett's Naga. Plague threatens Shiro's Naga. So it is looking pretty dire for Shiro here.
Certainly, it's not the sort of circumstance that you want to see on that side of the board. Like, once again, this just means that we can see a Plague into Nagais. I mean, it kind of has to become a Calibus at this point. I guess you just try to tank back into the Nagais, but I'm expecting that Nagais to just become a Grumper.
Yeah, pretty much. We'll see what happens here. As everything stays in, Fulvi goes for the Plague. Naga going down to 46.4% health. That's a massive chunk.
Oh
Goes for the
my
Madness Buff
God.
right after.
I mean, that's a risky play, but you have to
And
make
there's
risky
the
plays
Beta
to
Burst.
find, but the Beta Burst goes down onto the Goulder. The Goulder bamboozles the Nagais anyways. Is this risky gambit going to be able to be enough for Shiro to take this back from here? Like, Madness buff down to 16% is incredibly tense, and this comes down to, like, okay, we know that his Naga outspeeds Bennett's Naga regardless because he now has Speed Arrow as opposed to before. So that's less in question here. The question is, does it survive anyways?
Well, the Plague goes before the Naga, so that Plague will push off the evade, and then Naga can potentially kill the other Naga. So this is pretty bad for Shiro. That's not a kind of Madness buff you want to hit.
No, it isn't. Right, so if we're expecting a Beta back into the other Nagais alongside, a Toxic Ink anyways, to try that? Like, maybe this is just a Nagais for Nagais trade, that still puts Shiro behind.
Yeah, definitely. Shiro needed that Naga Golder to work out, and Bennett just sent in his own Naga and countered it perfectly. Not only did he counter it perfectly, he also came out ahead in that trade, I feel like. Bennett swaps out the Fulvi, actually saves it for later, swaps in the Kinu, buffs his own Naga.
So is this Bennett expecting a swap on Shiro's side? Like, we do see the Goulder swap out for Calibus.
Golder goes out for Calibus, saving it for later. Naga goes for the Beta Burst onto the Kinu. And there is the Beta Burst out on the Calibus, most likely. And it's not that much. It's about 25% or 26%, sorry, health. Kinu took a decent chunk, but Shiro's Naga is in danger.
The danger that the problem that I have here is, even with the amount of pressure that Shiro can exert on this board with the Madness buff Nagais and the Calibus onto two Tems that are weak to it, the Grumper doesn't feel threatened enough. Okay, right. Like, a Fury is fantastic here. Actually, now that I think about it, so I'm pretty sure the Kinu dies to a Madness buff Fury, right? Like, even at 41%.
No.
It has to be very tanky to be able to survive.
Yeah, exactly.
Grumper can't come into a Fury, but it could come in on a Death, at which point then it's kind of a nightmare. Nagais eats a Fury, but doesn't want to eat a Toxic Ink.
Yeah. It's just Naga on Bennett's side has been buffed by that Kinu. So it will most likely eat a hit or two, right? Even if it's a Toxic Ink.
Basically, my concern here is I don't know if Nagais can eat both a Beta and a Toxic Ink. I'm pretty sure it can eat like a Fury and a Toxic Ink.
I mean, that's fine, because if your Naga dies, you just swap in Grumper. Kinu goes first, actually. Beta Burst the Naga doesn't die. There goes Shiro's Naga's Beta Bursts down to 58%.
Remarkably tanky.
That's a third Beta Burst this turn. Naga goes down, and we'll see if that Toxic Ink will take it down here. And it goes onto the Kinu, actually, so there's no threat even. Naga's still in.
Okay. I'm not going to say this is a turning point, because obviously this is still pretty catastrophic. But, I'm trying to okay. Goulder can pressure under Decidora.
Yeah, so...
The Grumper can get strangled, but it's still going to do, like, 50% to this Calibus at least.
Yeah, so out of any outcome, this is probably the best, because Naga is alive and you have two extremely slow Temtem under the Seed Aura. So if you want to win, that is the one way.
Yeah.
My worry though is, how are you gonna deal with both Grumper and Fulvi?
My biggest concern here is the Grumper more than the Volfi. The Volfi...
Yeah, but you have to get through the Naga and the Fulvi first before you reach the Grumper, and if you kill the Naga, then Grumper will outspeed you.
Okay, the biggest mind game that I'm seeing here is that if Shiro throws a Toxic Ink into the Nagais, then he's risking throwing that into a swapped Grumper that just absorbs those completely.
Also, Naga most likely has Psy Search, right? So that will kill the Golder.
If Bennett runs Psy Search.
Yeah, that's if he runs Psy Search, yeah.
Now, I think he does, but I don't know for sure. So we see a Harmful Lick go out, which does underspeed the Psy Surge, but then the Psy Surge is still going to come out. So yeah, there we are.
Yeah. Golder dies, and it's Calibus versus the world now, but there's no way Calibus deals enough to deal with these 3 Temtem. Toxic Ink comes out, it does deal with the Fovi. So the Plague Rat dies after this turn, does Vortex first.
Kind of surprised that it Vortex rather than...
Yeah, rather than the Plague.
Yeah. So my concern here is that the Water Jet... Okay, so I don't think the Water Jet kills from here, which then means that the Grumper basically just disembowels this Calibus, which is going to win this for Bennett. My question is, does that Grumper go down to this? If the Grumper goes down to a Water Jet, then this game is still very close.
Yeah, it will really depend on that Water Jet. Will that Grumper go down? We know it is pretty heavily invested into special attack. Oh, Thunderstrike goes first, actually. Never mind. That will almost kill him. That Mucus helping it out, of course, and he goes for the Toxic Ink actually onto the Naga, but Naga survives it even after the Toxic, and that is it.
On the guys that very much decides this. There's nothing Shiro can do. Well played from Bennett on this first of our best of 5.
Yeah, that was very well played. It came down to be a little bit closer than we expected it to be after like the last few turns, but extremely well played.
We'll have to see how Shiro adapts to this, or if Bennett can keep this pace into a game 2.
Yeah, and we already know that Bennett is very willing to adapt in the games and like change up his draft completely. So winning that first game is so massive for him because it means that he can just do the same thing until he loses and then change it up.
Definitely. Honestly, losing the Valish early in that trade was the biggest death sentence for Shiro. He had a lot riding on that Valish in the draft phase onwards, and losing a Tem like that so early puts you at a significant disadvantage in that. He was fighting an uphill battle from there on out. If he wants to win further on from there, then he has to make sure that things like that don't happen again. But in the meantime, Bennett's licking his chops at this. He's got plenty of options into that, and I don't think that Two-Vine pick's going anywhere.
Yeah, and it's so difficult because, well, Shiro always bans out that Vola. You can't let that go through, but that means that Bennett always gets that Two-Vine, and Two-Vine did do a lot of work last game.
Yeah, no, the other side of that is that Valish is one of the better tools that Shiro has against that, outside of, like, Nature Koish, but that could be a bit risky.
And we did go into the game. They just they're going for the ready still. Waiting for pig bans to arrive. I'm expecting it to go by pretty fast. The Vola gets snap banned, as always. Shiro just loves snap banning that Vola with the Toxic team.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, Bennett keeps the same bans. Banning Mashuk, it worked out for him the first game. Mashuk goes away. Shiro first picks the Valash again, and I mean, it's looking like a repeat.
Yeah, we see a Two-Vine Grumper again. So the question is, what's Shiro going to do to try to turn this around from here?
Two-Vine Grumper is really scary.
Yeah, it is. Nature Koish would be impressive here against the Grumper, which was a significant problem for them. If he has the Calibus swap into that or the Nagai swap, that's something, but that Two-Vine's still very frightening.
Yeah, the Two-Vine is still
Crystal and Gatling are still very, like, they do some solid damage against that. I don't quite like that trade if it takes like a water cannon to the face, but that could be something.
Yeah, that is terrifying. Golder goes out this time. Oh, last time it was the nature course that got banned, of course, and Golder gets banned out on both sides, meaning that there is no Nagolder this combo, or this time, for anyone. Bennett picks up the Fulfi again, picks up the Kinu. Both have been very good to him. The bulky Plague Rat has been doing stuff. It has won him the third game, and in the previous series. Shiro picks up the Volorand and is thinking about the Naga, but that would mean you don't have Grumper.
Yeah, no, that would be... Okay, if we look at what that would actually do here, right, so we know that the Nagais is going to be coming down on Bennett's side. There's no reason for him to pick Yukama here, so he definitely goes for the Nagais.
It is the double Naga indeed. Not bringing the Grumper. So Bennett has a Grumper to deal with the Naga, and it's gonna be a little bit harder. Vice versa. But yeah, turn 1, it's Grumper and Tuvine versus the Nature Koish and the Valash.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see whether Shiro can avoid a similar, like, immediate drop of his Thames on turn 1. Will this Nature Koish be what he needs to change that? Is he gonna, like, swap that Valash out early and try to save it? Because I kind of like a double into Tuvine here, trying to take it out from that. It's risky trying to get that unless you're properly spec'd for it, though.
Yeah, it's very scary for Bennett, because Grumper does not want to take a Water Cutting Lily, nor does it want to take a Water Cannon. But there's no real switch in. Kinu dies to Crystal Spikes, Phoebe dies to Water Cutting Lily, or takes a lot from Water Cutting Lily. Grumper does go out, and it is the Kinu, so that Tuvine will likely survive any double in this time.
Yep. No, that's very dangerous then. So we see a double in.
There's the double in.
Double in, so that's only 30% off of that, and the Water Cutting Lily is going to be coming down as well.
So it's into the Tuvine, and Tuvine goes for the Nox Bomb.
Oh, it is the Nox Bomb.
No.
Check. That does not quite take out the Nature Koish, but that's terrifying for Shiro. You got to get that fish out of there. It's a love tap away from destruction. Now, fortunately, Nature Koish, even at this percentage, is still potentially useful, but that's devastating tech out of Tuvine.
That Tuvine carrying the Nox Bomb and dealing a whopping 95.6% to that Nature Koish. Kinu buffed the Tuvine, so it's at 49% right now, so it won't survive another double in.
Is the Madness buff turn out of Shiro, though? Like, sure, you're taking a CPG, but what else are you taking?
That is true, and that Valash is looking very healthy right now. Kinu's still full health. You kind of have to Crystal Spikes that, but you also have to Crystal Spikes the Tuvine, so there are good targets here. Bennett swaps out the Tuvine, goes into the Fulvi, expecting the Crystal Spikes probably, which Fulvi, of course, takes. Water Cutting Lily comes first, so that means it's likely gonna be that Madness buff.
I'm gonna hope that it is, because okay, so there it is. If that was a Crystal Spikes, that would have been devastating, but in the meantime, I was also kind of expecting a Stonewall onto Volfi, if I'm honest. That definitely suits Bennett's playstyle of, like, riding up on a very thick Volfi.
I really like the Beta Burst onto the Nature Koish, though. Because that means that Volvi, while it isn't buffed, it does not want to take the Water Cutting Lilies, and it's a little bit safer now. So you have, like, later turns to buff it up, potentially.
Certainly. There's a lot of different options that are open for Bennett in terms of pursuing this, but I don't know. Having the Madness buff on Valash and having that be much stronger this game, this could shift swiftly if Bennett does not stay in control of this board state. If there's ever a player that I think can manage that, it's Bennett. But in this instance, like, we're expecting what? The Valash probably bounces this turn because it doesn't want to eat a DV off of Volfi. It can probably eat that DV.
No, actually, it might just Crystal Spikes into the Kinu slot because nothing wants to take that. I mean, it will eat a DV, in return.
Does the 2-Vine die from that if it comes in?
It took 51% from a Crystal Spikes plus Water Cutting Lily, but that was unbuffed.
Only 30% or something like that on the +1 earlier from the Crystal Spikes unbuffed.
So it might just tank it just barely at 49, but... Oh, I don't think so. I don't think it tanks it.
We see the Grumper come in. Yeah, that's a bit more of a safe swap for this. And it's at full health, so that's fine. So that comes in, and it eats it at 41%. The Dust Vortex comes out, and that is not something the Valish is going to like to take. It brings it down to 29%. The Volphy takes a Toxic Ink, bringing it down, thanks to the Poison takes to 39%.
Yeah, so this is pretty much what we were expecting. The Crystal Spikes, the Volvi going for the DV. Valish is terrifying here. If it gets one kill, Shiro will just snowball out of control here.
Yeah, if it doesn't get that kill, it's just dead, which means it's a repeat of game 1. This Grumper can KO it from this stage, even at this special defense, I'm fairly certain.
Yeah, but the Grumper also probably dies to it, right?
From there, I mean, yeah, it literally just took 59% from
exactly.
Crystal Spikes, sure.
So there's nothing stopping that Valash from just clicking Crystal Spikes into that slot.
Do we know if it outspeeds the Volphy? There's one thing.
You mean for the Plague?
Yeah. Plague
guess.
Exhaust happens. That could start tilting things.
Plague Exhaust... there's no way Volvi outspeeds that. This is a fat Volvi, and Valash generally has some speed.
Usually wants to creep the 130s to beat the neutral prio of base 100 Thames. That's the thing that you see a lot.
Yeah, so if this... It most likely has some speed, right?
I'm just remembering the fact that both players, of course, can alter their spreads in between games. So that's something that we could see as a result of both of these players. So we do see the Kinu hop back up here, getting some more buffs onto Volphy. As the Crystal Spikes comes out, I'm actually more expecting a Lifeful Sap, and the Crystal Spikes just decimates Kinu. Oh my god.
That is to be expected. We saw a more squishy Kinu coming out from Bennett, or a faster Kinu. Volvi goes for the Lifeful Sap, tanks another Toxic Ink, which is fine. But Volvi can just now heal up in the back. I mean, that's pretty much what's gonna happen, but this Valash will just continue Crystal Spiking. Except it's a 13.8% stamina. It does have the Sweatband.
We don't have Sweatbands yet, is the thing.
It will get
at the start of the turn.
Yeah, so it will get the Sweatband and can Crystal Spikes again, probably.
Yep.
Would a Beta Burst and Dust Vortex kill the Valash?
I don't think so.
Because if it does, then Naga can come in and you just do that. But if it shouldn't. Like, I don't think that kills.
We don't know what the fourth move on that Shiro's Valash is, do we? Oh wait, we do. It's Stonewall.
It's Stonewall. Yeah, we do.
Stonewall itself to try to live that.
Oh, you're right. But then it will like
actually quite strong.
It is actually the Naga, so he might go for that play for Beta Burst plus Dust Vortex. I'm just not sure if that kills.
Well, if he gets the Stonewall off, it definitely doesn't.
Okay, but if he Stonewalls, then he might. Does he OX from this point? I don't think so, but he becomes like gets really close to it, and he doesn't really go on either. He just Stonewalls and you just repeat it next turn, right?
Is the turn where we see Valorant come in then? Like, you might just want to leave this Valash sort of out for a bit.
Yeah, just save up the Valash for later. That seems pretty solid. So if DV... in chat they said that DV did around 40%, they thought. So if it does 40%, then Beta Burst DV definitely kills.
No, then this Valash cannot stay around.
Yeah, Valash goes out, and it is his own Naga, so Naga comes in. And I don't know if okay, Toxic Ink hits the Naga, deals a good chunk, but I don't know if this is too good, because Beta Burst will land on that Naga, and now Plague threatens it, because Plague did like 50-something%, right?
Yeah, but it's eating the Dust Vortex this turn. This is probably just a juke swap. Like,
Yeah, so this Naga is also dead now because the Plague will outspeed everything now, and it will kill the Naga.
which is why I'm saying it's like that came in to eat those and invert speed for this turn. That's why I would assume that you're doing that, unless this is just to sacrifice Naga, which, as you're saying, doesn't make sense because of Plague. So if we're expecting a Valorant swap after this, that's something.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Sure, that could happen, yeah. In the meantime, that Volvi is just happily sitting there, getting more healing from the regeneration from that Lifeful Sap. And, well, this is a world of difference. This Volvi is very threatening suddenly.
I don't know how... Okay. Yes, the Volvi is threatening. I don't know if it's excessively threatening. Like, yes, it is threatening to this Nagais right now, but as I'm saying, like...
Yeah,
I'm reading a Valorant swap here.
Yeah, that could definitely happen. I mean, just on this board. But if you swap in Vola, it will tank another Beta Burst, most likely. Like Beta Burst plus Plague. It will eat that somewhat well, probably. Bennett's team is looking pretty hurt, though. The Grumper is pretty low, Tuvine is pretty low, and that Valash is looking to clean up.
No, it's definitely looking like that is the overall game plan of Shiro, to leave the Valash in the back until everything else is weakened up. There's the Valorant.
I don't really know why you would swap in the Naga first then. Like, if you...
To make sure that speed order was normal for this turn. Which but then stops the Nagais from, like, balling out of control with Psy Surge or something like that, since that is available.
I mean, I guess, yeah. It is like, you get so much damage onto your Naga, though, but I guess it doesn't
Yeah, but he's
matter
not
that
using
much.
his Nagais to win this game, as we saw. He kind of was just
Yeah.
throwing it out there, because the Tuvine's still at reasonable health. It can just come in and dunk on things, and as you say, the Plague is available as well, and that Volfi isn't going anywhere. With this in mind, though, thanks to the fact that the Nagais just went down, Bennett's in a tight spot this one.
Yeah, this is looking so good for Shiro. That Valash in the back is terrifying. It's been buffed up, it's ready to go. Shiro sends in the Naga here. I mean, it's not that useful anymore. It's not the win con. Toxic Plume comes out, only hits the Tuvine, of course, because of that Team Elusive from Volvi. There's the Fata Gatling, most likely onto the Naga, actually. Naga taking a big chunk, but Naga will get some attacks off here.
I mean, Naga's basically guaranteed a Psy Surge off on Tuvine.
Yeah, exactly. So Naga it will do something here, and that's like all it needs to do, because after the Tuva or the Valash will just sweep.
Hold up. Is this where you swap Valash in on the Valorant spot because you're expecting a bunch of kills this turn? Is that his master plan?
That does sound like a pretty solid plan. It doesn't happen, though. Instead, we go for the single target Naga's Fury.
And that will take out the... No, it won't.
Tuvine lives?
Just living, but does not even target the Nagais as it hits the Valorant very hard. No deaths this turn. What's happening?
I am shocked that Tuvine didn't die. Tuvine living at 1.2% HP. It gets off a Crystal Plume Gatling onto that Valorant. Valorant taking a good chunk of damage, but Naga's still alive now, and it most likely has that Psy Surge up.
Volfi is the main thing that's going to be stopping the sweep from Valash, since there aren't any other tools to allow Valash to take down that Volfi. There's no rend on this one, so it's just going to try to hard nut its way through a very defensive double screen Volfi.
There's the Beta Burst coming from the Naga, dealing the lost, what was probably like 2 HP onto that Tuvine.
The love tap.
There is the Noxious Bomb coming out from the Valorant onto the Volvi. It takes it like a champ. It's just regenning with that Revital, or with that Lifeful Sap, and it rested again. Wow,
it's just getting all its stamina back up to try to continue to do things. And And now we're seeing what's most likely the 39-speed Grumper of Doom threatening out this Nagais. There aren't any things that want to come in on Shiro's side. Now, if I recall correctly, he still does have Surge available to
Yes,
take some HP off of this Grumper or this Volphy. I feel like the Volphy's probably what he's going to be prioritizing, though.
This seems like a very scary... Oh, it's a Stonewall onto the Volphy. He's going all in.
That's problems. So now,
Going all in on the Volphy, that is so scary. And he double focused the Volphy, even it doesn't die because of that Stonewall. Valorant overexerted. And the bush for more. Oh, this is so bad for Shiro. The bush with synergy with that Grumper, it buffs its special defense up even more, and it can just now Lifle Sap.
No, there's nothing stopping that. Shiro needs to get his Calibus in, but really what he needs to do is just get his Valish onto the field. The Volphy isn't killing that Valish in a turn. He needs to get that Valish onto the field and like take out this Grumper and then just start hammering in on this Volphy. This could still turn into a Bennett game, I'm not gonna lie.
Shiro just getting played by Bennett. That Naga is being used by Bennett right now for that Stonewall, and it is terrifying. Naga doesn't have Psy Search up now, so that means that Grumper will always underspeed it, and thus will go first in the Seed Aura. So that Thunderstrike or E-Storm will go first here if he chooses to go for that. Valorant swaps out, goes into the Valash. The Valash is finally here, the raid boss. There's the Thunderstrike. Who is it targeting? It is targeting the Valash.
Well, it eats that like a champ.
Yeah, but with that Naga in, that means that... Oh, there's the Naga's Fury. That will do a lot of damage to Grumper, most likely killing it.
Yep, which is Scavenger at least for Valash, but... Oh, 2 Scavenger procs for Valash, but now we're...
yeah.
Volphy... How do you break the Great Wall of Volphy? Like, he's got a near full health Calibus to deal with this, so that's probably going to be enough with Poison Ticks, but this is a tall order.
What can this Volphy do even? Like, it sits there, it takes like no damage, right, from this Crystal Spikes?
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Drops a Dust Vortex back for half of Valish's health. The Toxic Ink
Yeah,
barely
that's the
does
painful.
damage.
The Toxic Ink is the painful one, because the toxic damage just adds up. It is now also very close to OXing. This doesn't kill. Water Jet will kill it, so the Fat Rat goes down, but he almost brought it back.
1-1 in our best of 5 grand final today. So that's Shiro versus Bennett. We're going into our 3rd game. Who's going to get the upper hand now that Shiro's shown us once again that he's like not entirely getting steamrolled by Bennett here?
Yeah, but Bennett went for the same picks pretty much, and Bennett is not shy of, well, completely changing up pick bans, and I am expecting that he's gonna do that. He might just go in on that Volphy even more for next game.
As we've seen, Bennett is not afraid to lose to something once and then tear you apart for trying the same thing again. As we saw with Wobbles, that reverse sweep was devastating.
And it was just a little bit too late, but if that Volphy would have gotten like one more Kinu buff and like a little bit more healing, he might have taken it, like, he might have taken that whole game, so it is a very scary Temtem to deal with.
Definitely. The only thing that's offsetting it from being like, I feel so conflicted about calling it like a Terror in the Night or anything like that, just because its actual damage output for a Volphy is pretty underwhelming, but it's just the thing that will not die. We don't have the tools that Wobbles had here that are like monotyped and unaffected by double screen. Things are taking minus 10% damage against a Tem that is very heavily spec'd.
Yeah, and even in the last series, that Volphy pretty much won the game 3, and that was in its worst matchup, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, though, it still doesn't like eating the toxic ticks, because they negate all the Lifle Sap healing pretty much, but I mean, it's still a terror to deal with.
No, certainly. And one of the most important things that it does is it undermines the capacity of Shiro to like properly rely on those madness buffs from either Nagais or Valish. Both of them get in some way countered by Volfi. Now, if Nagais gets the madness buff off first, obviously it's having a better time against the plagues, but it still doesn't like eating a plague.
Yeah, we saw that even with that Bulky or Fovi, it did a lot of damage to Naga. So, and they are playing around reversing that Naga Deceit Aura a lot. Like, they're playing around with that Deceit Aura.
Oh, definitely. And it's been a fun thing to see in both matches. We saw how that stopped the other Nagais from really balling out of control in that particular match there.
So apparently Bennett is having issues with the game. So we will be waiting a little bit for that.
Oh, that's entirely fair. How do we know how long it's going to take for Bennett to sort out those issues? Or if we want to take some kind of a break while that sort of happens there quickly? I'm sorry, I know we've got everybody at the edge of our seats here, but...
Well, okay, so it should be around 5 minutes. Luna
already
holds
in our
maximum. In that case, we can shortly discuss the matchup itself. We've seen both
We're
sides
in an ad
wins.
break.
Oh, wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, we are not actually in an ad break, I think.
I just saw us in one. All right, it looks like we are fine now and getting back into things. Fantastic. Well, after that short little break right there, it looks like our two contestants are ready to get back into the swing of things.
That was... well, I don't know if some people did get ads. I didn't get ads, so... I have no idea, but we are back and we will be going into the game.
All right, we're just waiting for Shiro and Bennett to enter.
And they booted up the game, so we are going straight into Pig Ban, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of that Plague Rat. Like, I've been memeing, I don't like dealing with Plague Rat, but I mean, I have to admit, it's kind of funny to see this one pop off.
So, once again, we see the Mashok, we see the Vola. Those are both immediately banned. We now know that the Tuvine has that Nox Bomb ready to come down onto Nature Koi, so that's not something that Shiro can rely on in that matchup. So we see Valish. What's the second Tim that we're going to see inside that?
Yeah, so I think Bennett being blue side is actually pretty good for him here, because if he picks Vola, he can pick Grumper. If he picks the Grumper anyways because it does okay into that Golder. A Shiro bans, or most likely will ban out the Golder, so there's no Naga Golder on Bennett's side.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Bennett bans out Shiro's Nature Kois, I assume. Yeah, so we're at a repeat of game 1.
It is definitely one of the strongest leads that Bennett has into Shiro, and he's going to keep pushing with it because we've seen this Valish has been so pivotal to Shiro's success.
Yeah, and keep in mind, this is the lead that destroyed the Valish turn 1 last time, and I am pretty sure Bennett is willing to click that again, because what wants to swap in on that?
Absolutely nothing is the problem, and I'm not seeing what here stops the double in from happening again. Outside of that, once again, we're seeing mostly the same picks and bans as last time out of Bennett and Shiro. We see the Nature Koish banned again. We see the Golder, as previously mentioned. We're going into our third game, and yeah, no, I don't see what swaps into a Mud Shower CPG comfortably here.
Yeah, it's such an aggressive opener, just clicking Mud Shower CPG onto the Valash. we already know Valash dies to that. So what else wants to tank that? Calibus can come in, but then Kala will die to Feather Gatling plus Thunderstrike. Naga can't come in. Grumper can't come in.
You do a double swap, Calibus and then Nagai's on the Goulder spot. That's something.
I mean, but then you have Grumper against Naga.
Oh yeah, no, that Nagai's has to completely bounce again, but that's just to invert speed. Like, that's to ensure that your Calibus can actually, like, strangle an appropriate target before it dies.
And
Nope.
we're gonna see a repeat. There's the Crystal Spikes. There's the Crystal Plume Gatling onto the Valash. Valash going down to 54%, and there's the Mud Shower, and it doesn't take out.
There was a respread in between matches, something that is very much allowed under our rule sets, meaning that it does not die to that.
So that's why Shiro probably was okay with leaving that open or going for that thing, because I think Shiro might have swapped in a little bit of bulkiness, just slightly enough to lift that.
Yep, and that's going to be very important for him because now he can actually threaten the kill on this 2-Vine. I mean, obviously now the mind game is nothing dies on the swap in, and Volfi is the easiest swap in here, so Victor isn't safe, but it's alive.
It is alive, and if any Temtem could bounce back from 3.2% health, it is Valash. It's gonna be a tall order, but it is entirely possible. And as you said, there's that Volfi. Being swapped in, it will eat this Crystal Spikes. It didn't even do 15%. There's the Thunderstrike.
I'm kind of surprised as to why the Valash stayed in for that Crystal Spikes.
Yeah, I'm wondering the same thing, actually. That Volvi was a pretty obvious play. Thunderstrike was very safe because it would kill the Valash anyways. And it can potentially catch, the Naga. Speaking of the Naga, it comes out right away, and Shiro is set up with a full health Naga Golder combo versus Bennett's Grumper plus Volfi. Out of anything that would break it, this is okay-ish, because Grumper breaks the Bamboozle and then Volvi plagues the Naga, but that's still a terrifying combo to face.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure we're still going to see a Plague do some significant damage to Nagai's here, unless I don't see any... There's no way this Volfi underspeeds this Grumper on any of its moves.
No, that's not gonna happen. I'm pretty sure we saw that already, somewhere.
Still, though, so this means that we have the Madness buff Bamboozle pretty clearly established here. There's no other way that we can sort of look at that from this. Madness buff into a Nagai's Fury also very much chases Grumper off the board. There actually is nothing in Bennett's current draft that really wants to eat the combination of Nagai's Fury and Toxic Ink on Grumper's side.
I'm just wondering, if you go for Thunderstrike plus Plague, Naga gets the Madness buff off, so it will take the Plague a little bit better, but I'm not sure. Is that enough? It is gonna be the Bamboozle into the Naga, and it will... Grumper goes first. Or Grumper goes here, Electric Storm breaks it, it's exactly that, and it's gonna be the Plague, right?
Yep.
There's the Madness buff, and there's the Plague. Yep.
No, this was a pretty clear-cut turn.
Plague bringing it down pretty low.
It can eat another of those is the thing. So, if we see a Madness... If we see a... Fury into a Boozle, that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, they're pretty much fine with that, because that Naga's Fury will do a lot of damage to Grumper. Grumper does not appreciate that. So you can just... you can bring in Kinu here, because it's gonna be the Bamboozle, or it has to be the Bamboozle.
Yeah. You can't really afford not to Boozle in this scenario. It's gonna scare away the Grumper, though. The Grumper would have to Hard OX, but you're totally willing to Hard OX if you think you can actually get a T-Strike onto Nagai's, but that's very risky play from Bennett.
Yeah, so I feel like Kinu is the safe bet here. Buffing up Fofi is also pretty solid for Bennett.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. We've seen before that just one defense buff on Volphy just makes it so frustrating.
Yeah, that Valash dying is super big already. That Valash, well, it won last game, and there's nothing to fall back on if things go bad. Once this Naga dies, it is gonna be extremely hard for Shiro to win, but there are multiple ways for Shiro to win still. It is a pretty close game here.
And with that, we do see the Grumper swap blinking in the face of this as Bennett's own Nagais comes out instead.
Fovi also goes out and swaps into Kinu, buffing the Naga with the Protector buff.
No, this is totally a thing. Okay, so with that, we're looking at two T-posing Nagas. So it's instead the Beta Burst onto that Kinu. And that's some pretty significant damage there. That means that Kinu basically has to bounce again. Grumper can come in and eat the Toxic Ink onto that. And once again, this isn't really a turn which is favorable for a Fury.
Yeah, the Fury isn't the best here because can you
Actually,
really?
that could still kill Kinu.
I mean, will that kill? Can you afford doing that here?
Can. Okay, basically, if you go Fury and then Tink onto the Nagai spot, that feels like the best play.
Naga's Fury does make it so that Grumper can't come in here, and that would be good. It is... Naga's speed is reversed because two Nagas... I mean, if something dies, you might be able to send in Fovi again, get that faster Plague, which we saw did outspeed. Shiro swaps out the Golder, actually, goes into the Calibus. It's a little bit faster, but it will also... Oh, there's the Hypnosis coming from the Kinu onto the Calibus. Will that fall asleep? No, because of the energy drink.
But this does give the Nagai's time to actually get its Madness buff off as the Beta Burst comes down. So that's... Is that a speed tie? I mean, the speed arrow is on Bennett's side here. So is that a different Nagai's from him than we saw last time as well?
Was that actually a speed tie then?
I don't think that was a speed tie. We saw that Nagai's was outsped in dual... Actually, no. Hold on. It has to have been because they're both on the board. And that Nagai's was outsped by Shiro's every single time last time. So that's interesting as well.
Yeah, so Bennett's Naga went first here, right?
Yeah, Bennett's Naga
Madness buff first, so it is just straight up faster.
No, this means that it has to be a different speed one. Whether that's 9 speed and it's tied, although it doesn't look like that because that would have swapped, or 12 speed even, which is something we see for Nagas in this kind of a tie right here. As the Nagai, Shiro's Nagais does bounce as a result of that, as we see the Grumper come in.
They're still revitalized. Yeah, healing that Naga back up, that's really useful because that Naga has been set up. Beta Burst still does a massive chunk to Grumper.
He goes down to the Toxic Ink. Okay, so under this is like, getting a guys out of dodge zone. I think the Volphy does genuinely threaten the KO on Huskar here, though.
So the one problem here is that the Psy Surge will kill that Grumper because that Grumper just took like 50% from the Beta Burst, right?
Yeah, no, the Grumper took 50% from the Beta Burst, but the Grumper's going to outspeed anyways. We're now, like, that was coming in on a double Decidora. So now we've only got one Decidora again, so now Huskar underspeeds.
Yeah, but will the Psy Surge even underspeed?
If it stays into Psy Surge, then it's still taking a tank.
I mean, yeah, okay, it will take a tank, but that would mean that Grumper is out of the way.
That's very true.
So a Surge will definitely kill that Grumper. That means you take a tank, but that also means Grumper is gone.
Which means that we're likely to see a Golder swap into there instead. That's frustrating from Shiro's side.
So in the meantime, if we look at the teams, Bennett still has his full health Grumper. The Naga has been set up properly. Fulvi is at 40%. Tuvine is very low. Tuvine likely doesn't have any more use. Maybe it gets one more attack off. Bennett swaps in its own Grumper. So the Chamomile procs, Grumper's full health, and suddenly this Calibus is also kind of scared, right? Because it doesn't want to take a Thunderstrike, even though it is that Mucus Calibus.
It can eat at least one, probably two. Probably just the one, but
yeah, it can
it's
take
still not
one
going down from a Thunderstrike this turn.
Yeah, it doesn't get O-Code, but it doesn't want to take it either. So I feel like the Grumper is a good switch in here. It is. Alternatively, you could have gone with your own Naga Golder, and then Boozle your Naga. That is also an option, right?
Yeah, no, I think that Golder is definitely an option on Shiro's side, especially if you're reading like a bunch of Mud Showers and Surges coming in on Grumper. You don't really want that damage on it. So Huskar instead goes for the Stonewall onto Calibus, which underspeeds the Psysurge that we've all been using, which does come in on it.
So there's that Psysurge. It will take out the Grumper just barely. We saw the Beta Burst do 51%, so Psysurge does the same. There's the Thunderstrike. Cala will take that a lot better now because of the +1. They didn't even deal 30%.
That's the power of the Stonewall inside that circumstance, which is now definitely threatening that Nagai's. Definitely got a little bit of value off of that Grumper before all was said and done.
So Naga, 27% health. It has one toxic tick left, but it might get some more value here after all that setup. Grumper's still at full health, which is really good for Bennett.
Now we see the Nagais enter the field again, forcing things back into standard turn order, meaning that the Grumper cannot exert pressure against this Nagais before this Nagais kills the other Nagais.
Yeah, this is where that Naga threatens really badly with the Naga's Fury. I feel like Bennett's Naga is pretty much out of gas. It will maybe get a Beta Burst off or something, but that's about it. And what do you have to deal with that Naga? You have Tuvine, which will die to a Psysurge. You have Grumper, which is a good one, but Shiro still has the Naga Golder left. Fulvi can potentially deal with it, but does it want to take a Beta Burst?
Here, but no, we see Calibus swap instead back to Golder. And, right, are we going to see a Fury out here? No, we see the Grumper swap in fear of this as the Volphy comes out instead. And he does, in fact, overexert on the Beta Burst, getting the Golder down to 36% as the Fury does come out. This is going to take out the Nagais alongside the Poison Tick.
The Naga dies with that Poison Tick. The Fulvi dodges the Fury, of course, because of Team Elusive.
Team Elusive is definitely a thing, but this isn't stopping the threats that are coming forward here. It does, however, mean that Grumper's back into being just a true terror. Fury is down this turn, but we know that the Beta Burst, the Bamboozle play is certainly something that can still happen inside this.
Yeah, so Shiro now has access to Nagulder again, and Bamboozling that Thunderstrike is pretty solid.
I don't know if that's going to be enough pressure to take down the Volfi. And, like, Nagai's is basically Shiro's win condition at this moment. He can't afford to let that go down.
Yeah, once Naga goes down...
Is also very chunky, though. He could swap that in to try to eat a T-Strike while doing the Boozle onto that as well, and then threaten out the Grumper again with that, because Water Jet and Toxic Ink onto Volfi isn't gonna, like, allow that to live.
The Naga is, yeah, that Calibus we saw took about 30% from Thunderstrike, but we do see the Bamboozle onto the Naga, and we're gonna see... Actually, we see a Stonewall onto the Fovi, so Bennett is going for that Fovi plan again. Psy-Surge going down onto the Fovi as well, taking it because of that Stonewall. And there's the Lifeless Sap.
Well, that's powerful, but now we already have a Boozle that was unbroken on Nagai's. It can just Fury here. Nothing takes that on the Grumper spot, and I'm pretty sure this Volfi still goes down to a couple good tanks. There's a Calibus in the back with Volfi's name on it.
Yeah, that Calibus is looking very strong here. It stonewalled up. It ate a hit from a Grumper even. 2 Vine is too low to do anything, I think, so it's looking really good for Shiro. There's the Toxic Ink going out onto the Fovi, 6.5% health. There's the Electric Storm. Taking down the evasion from Naga. Naga's Fury comes out. Grumper will not enjoy taking that. And it goes down in one hit.
That's a +2 Nagai's Fury, and it just straight up dunks on it.
That Naga dies to the Plague, though, and, well, Fovi is almost dead.
Lives the tick. So with this, right, the Calibus is looking fantastic right now. +2 defense into a 2 Vine is exactly what you want in this end game. The Golder here is just the icing on the cake. Once again, this Volfi has to, like, somehow survive. But if I'm Shiro, I just double into the Volfi slot this turn. Your Golder probably goes down because Bennett wants to make sure that he's got action economy here.
Okay, wait, can you double in? Fovi has Bush, so you could potentially Bush and Feather Gatling here.
You're right. That is definitely something that is open to him. I don't think that Bennett runs Bush. Oh wait, no, we've seen that before.
No, we've seen Bush. We've seen Bush. He does run it, so...
Sorry, I'm being an imbecile.
What is...
Of course he runs Bush.
So he Bushes here, you kill the Golder before it does anything, and now Calibus has to deal with 2 Temtem. Granted, though, it has been stonewalled up, so he might be able to pull it off, but...
The fantastic... Oh no, of course, Team Elusive means he can't do spread. So, it doesn't look like we see the Bush come out, as the Dust Vortex is going to come out instead, trying to
later.
Golder, and it does.
Oh, but 2 Vine doesn't die to the Toxic Ink. It lives on 3.2%, Fovi living at 1.6%.
Oh,
and the scary part is...
It was gonna kill!
And now Fovi still has that Bush up if he wants to. 2 Vine gets another Feather Gat off. That did a good chunk of damage. Fovi...
This is the worst possible final turn for Shiro. Bennett turns it around at the last possible moment with the Lifeful Sap takes on the Volfi just outpacing the Toxic, the Poison takes on it, and the Golder getting destroyed by the Dust Vortex.
That was fantastic for Bennett. And that Calibus is looking pretty dire here. It has to deal with 2 Temtem. Will it be able to?
If it can... Okay, if it magically survives another hit from 2 Vine, then it's Gucci, but it has to.
There's the Bush, so it won't die to... If it's targeted at all, I assume it will be targeted, because...
Yeah, there's the Toxic Ink.
2 Vine dies to the Toxic.
And it probably dies to the Plague, meaning that Bennett takes it away.
Yeah, it's either the Plague or the Dust Vortex.
I mean, honestly, I feel like the Plague does more damage here. He
survived with
quite kill it.
4. No, and it's
Shiro wins to an overexertion.
Oh, that was insane.
Game 3 goes to Shiro. Okay, that had me on the edge of my seat. There was no way to predict the end of that. Where do you begin? Like, once again, clearly, like at this point, we're getting very stuck into our matchups, and it just turn by turn, just seeing the initiative bounce back and forth between these two behemoths of players is spellbinding.
Yeah, the plague being just barely not enough. That Stonewall just finishing out the game for him.
Yeah. No, that Stoneball was so impressive. Right? Well, we do still have a couple games for Bennett to get back into it. He's done a reverse sweep before. He'll do it again. Like, we're already right back into our next game, and let's see if Bennett will learn from that.
Yeah, currently it's 2-0 for Shiro, or 2-1 for Shiro.
Yeah.
So if Shiro wins this one, he'll take home 750 euros, and second place will take home 250 euros.
And in an upset, Bennett has finally not banned the Mashuk.
Yeah, went for the Valash ban, actually, which I like as well. Valash has been a problem. It has been TV'd now or spread slightly differently to survive the double-in. And here is the Mashuk is open.
I think, okay, so as we've said all the way through this, Mashuk is terrifying into Bennett's team. A lot of Earths that do not want to get punched in the face. Like, yes, Nagai's chases it off the board, and Kinu does a number to it, but it doesn't do enough. And in the meantime, it's just going to be throwing perfect jabs around and Urushials. We've seen that before.
And the Golder pick is so smart, because not only do you get the Urushial synergy, but you also... Like, Bennett can't pick Naga now, and you can just ban the Naga.
Oh, that's glorious.
But
he still goes for the Golder instead because he wants to pick his own Naga. We've seen that match off before, and it still works out for him.
So Bennett has enough options to deal with the Mashuk, potentially. The Nature Coil goes away again, but that is a terrifying opener. We haven't seen the Mashuk yet in this series, but we know that the Urushiol is awful to face. Those 4 turns of poison really, really do a lot. On top of that, Volvi is kind of weak to Mashuk.
I mean, Mashuk just does tons into Tuvine, into Volfi, into Grumper, which we've seen Shiro have problems dealing with before. It's not quite as golden matchup into it as Valish does, but it's also not as swingy. Like, you're not doing as much immediate damage to Grumper, but you're also not dying to Grumper's mud showers. So that feels really good here.
Shiro does have access to Nagulder, and that is as terrifying as always. So I like Shiro's pick ban here a lot, but I also like the change of bans for Bennett. Getting that Valash out, Valash was too much of a headache to deal with.
Yeah, no, definitely. The fact that it did not die to the same thing as last time is not a gamble that Bennett wants to make again. He just has to ban that sucker, which does mean that Alola makes it through into the finals. You made it here after all, buddy. And yeah, no, I still feel like the Mashuk kind of has to bounce this turn. It's going to get doubled in hard, and Feathergat Beta Burst isn't going to take it out, but it's going to wound it severely.
We do know that Mashuk was carrying P-Jab, Uppercut, Urushiol, and Turbo. Turbo doesn't look specifically useful here. The other 3 moves are terrifying, though. Volvi doesn't want to eat the Urushiol because the Toxic does a good chunk to it. And Grumper, Volvi don't want to take the Uppercut or the P-Jabs either.
So does the Uppercut potentially into Tuvine here. Okay, I did not expect this Mashuk to stay in. Brass balls on Hero, keeping one of his best tools in on something that's going to destroy him. But instead we see it no double in. Unpunished is instead the damage goes onto the Golder instead, getting both Tems down to 63% as the Toxic Ink hits Kinu hard.
So that is all the damage being spread. But a lot of damage on Kinu because of that Toxic Ink. Also, with that damage being spread, it also means that Tuvine has 3 turns of Toxic left, and Kinu has another turn of Toxic left, so that will add up really badly.
Mm-hmm. The thing that I like about this is that now, because there was no immediate pressure from that last time, now we can potentially see a rotation into Huskar on a Lola spot, and then you can just let the Tuvine cook for a bit before you start trying to whittle it down.
Yeah, exactly. I think that is a good shot. I think that's exactly what's going to happen as the Mashu gets swapped out into the Grumper, and that will happily eat a Feather Gatling. If a Feather Gatling is thrown into that spot, of course. Naga gets swapped in onto the Golder spot. Hypnosis coming out from Kinu onto immune Temtem because of the Chamomile, and
no.
There's Crystal Plume Gatling onto the Naga, and it almost dies.
Oh my god. Okay, very good read from Bennett there.
That was
Covering his bases.
That was a very hard read.
That is a bit of an upset. Right. Now, this is obviously not quite the Nagai's is dead here, but this is very intimidating. One of the things that we do still have available here is we could see Goulder swap back out again and then just use the inverted speed to get an E-Storm off early here, which, if the Kinu makes the mistake of staying in, is obviously bad. Volfi swapping in there would suck for that play if it's happening, so maybe just a Mud Shower onto Tuvine, but this feels like bad tempo. Maybe this is just to get a high priority Stonewall onto something.
Well, the problem here is that Volvi is so strong, and Shiro relied on Naga being Madness buffed in the previous games to do a lot, and Madness buff is out of the question now. Like, that's never gonna happen.
What are you talking about? I always Madness buff my guys at 10% health.
I mean, that's a flex at least, so that's a T-pose on the opponent. There is that there is indeed that Volvi that came out. It will happily just sit there, dodge the Electric Storm. Kinu dies to it. Naga goes for the Naga's Fury, which is a complete waste of stamina.
Oh, such a whiff.
That was a very good Volvi swap in.
But we did not see the Kinu get any Stonewalls off, I don't think, from that.
Bennett swaps in his own Grumper, which is a very good call here.
Okay, this is the Stonewall turn then. We could still see a Mud Shower onto that Grumper, but that's basically sacrificing Huskar for this. This is like a double swap if you really want to try to deal with that.
Man, that that Fury was quite unfortunate.
No, that was a hard whiff. Absolutely nothing of value happened from that. That's the power of Team Elusive.
Yeah, that was the only thing we got in the little text that said that it was that it didn't do anything because of Team Elusive. That's all that it did, except for also waste a good chunk of stamina.
Yeah, it was certainly something. So losing the Kinu and getting half health on the Tuvine, but keeping the Nagais at full health and having the Grumper around is looking good for Bennett. However, the Goulder and the Mashuk staying at high HP for Shiro means that he's not exactly done with this yet. The Nagais having a bunch of key threats, and the fact that the Goulder keeps the Nagais in check while the Mashuk is able to run rampant over this means that the Nagais being this low, like, obviously you still want to throw that Nagais out and do some damage with it, but it's not like the end of the world if it just goes down.
So Shiro swaps into Goulder, throws out a Lost Side Search from the Naga onto the Grumper. That will do a little bit, but not too much. Exactly 30% even. Much Shower going out onto the Grumper, but Goulder just got swapped in, and does Vortex on the same spot, and now suddenly that Goulder's pretty low.
Yeah, nope. It didn't eat that double in as comfortably as we would have liked. Maybe if that was a Calibus, it would have, but yikes. The problem is then the Calibus, takes a ton of damage from the T-Strike next turn or the E-Storms.
I do quite like that play. Golder being very low is very useful for Bennett. Like, Golder has been a threat in, like, most games. The problem is, now you're facing Naga Golder. Even though they're both really low, Naga doesn't have Psy Search up, so... Best thing they can do is... Bamboozle and then lose one thing.
I mean, Bamboozle into Fury is still pretty good here. The best thing that Bennett could do for that is bring in his own Nagais, which of course turns initiative back into normal, which isn't necessarily something that Bennett fully wants.
I mean, the Fulvi does become the fastest thing again then. And that is pretty solid. On top of that, you save your Grumper at 70% HP and have a potential good Grumper for late game.
That's a potential.
I do like the Naga switch in, I think. Although you... and then just attack with Fulvi. Attack something with Fulvi. You only have the Plague up, actually, so you... Let's see what they're gonna do. They're gonna stay in, actually. It's the Bamboozle onto the Naga. We're gonna see the Electric Storm break the evade. And do damage onto the Golder. It doesn't quite kill. Let's see who the... There's the Fury, as we said. Grumper will most likely die to that. Maybe live on a few percentages.
Die to an unboosted one.
Yeah.
No, 15%. But that's very low now. It will obviously regain HP thanks to Inductor, but that is about as much damage as a 10% horribly swapped in guys will get. And now Mashuk is here to party.
Yeah, Fulvi is still full health. That is good. Golder is almost dead. Once Golder is dead, your Naga becomes really good, right? Because then there is no Golder to make use of the Deceit Aura anymore. And your Naga becomes a lot more useful. Naga is still actually necessary to deal with the Mashuk as well. So it is looking quite scary for both players, actually. It is a very close game here.
Yeah, no, that's very much a thing. The double screen on Mashuk also means that it's not taking as much from this Grumper as people would want here. So we do see the Golder swap for the Calibus right now, maintaining the Golder in the back as a potential answer to Naga later on, as it eats the Plague pretty comfortably, honestly. The Perfect Jab's going to fall down onto the Grumper, taking it out just in case there was a swap to the Nagais there, getting the -1 defense, potentially there for the Toxic Ink next turn.
And this is where you can't swap in Naga because of that Calibus. So that is pretty hard because you don't want to take a Tink with your Witcher Naga. Bennett does swap in the Naga. That Mashuk is too much of a threat. It needs to be beta bursted and Psy Searched out. But with Calibus next to it, I don't know if that will be enough.
There's a Tuvine that is basically there for mind games now. Like, if this is a bait and we see like the Grumper come in and get plagued or dust vortexed, and then like the Tuvine comes in and eats the Toxic Ink, then that's the best possible position for Bennett, in my opinion.
Tuvine also has the +1/+1 still from Kinu, and it being at 45% health, that's pretty relevant. Those are some useful buffs. That's the only thing Kinu... Oh, no, Kinu got up on Beta Burst, but that's about it. Calibus gets swapped back in. Calibus, of course, almost being dead. Naga takes about 40%, but will go down another 12.5% from the Toxic, and the Beta Burst kills the Golder. So that is one Deceit Aura threat gone. It's good because it could have been useful at some point, but there is Grumper, and Grumper is terrifying. It's the ultimate Naga counter, pretty much.
On top of that, it's also the ultimate mind game here, because it's also just perfectly willing to put that Stonewall onto Calibus again. What can Bennett do to stop that?
Tuvine also doesn't want to eat the T-Strike, so Thunderstriking the Naga slot is perfectly reasonable here.
I mean, this is true. The Tuvine isn't going to be able to take that, but it's just the Fury and the Dust Vortex will likely take it out.
Yeah, that is... Okay, that is true, yeah. But then, what do you have? You don't have anything to deal with Mashuk then.
No, you don't. Well, okay, that in that instance, no, we do see this.
Oh, it is the Stonewall. Calibus is the win con. And there's the Side Search. We will most likely see Side Search plus Plague. Takes it like a champ. Toxic
down though, and the Toxic Ink's gonna take down the Nagai. The Dust Vortex goes down.
Oh yeah, Dust Vortex.
Plague does live like a champ.
So next turn it will be the Plague onto the Grumper. I think he has to OX to do that. Yeah, that does look like an OX to Plague that Grumper. And Calibus being Stonewalled is really big.
Honestly, the Tuvine can just Crystal Plume Gatling into Huskar at this point. But no, we do see the hard OX from Volfi into that instead. That's going to bring it down to, what, 80% or something?
Yeah, but you want the Feather Gatling for the Calibus that does more damage, I think. Yeah, that still does a reasonable amount. Tuvine will eat the Toxic Ink. It's mostly the Toxic takes that will do the most damage.
Oh, there is uppercut this turn. And Volfi is not there for additional pressure onto Calibus, so this means that Tuvine's likely trying to hit Calibus hard again because it's not going to be able to do enough damage to Alola, and in the meantime, it's going to get uppercut this turn for the rest of its HP, and then, you just start dunking on the Volfi slowly.
There goes the uppercut, and it doesn't quite kill. 0.8%. Feather Gatling into Machoke, actually. And the Toxic Ink goes into the Volvi, so Volvi will get those poison takes. Will take a little bit of damage.
It's looking like Shiro actually will take this once again. I don't see how Bennett can beat this incoming pressure with no buffs on Volfi. He never got the chance to set them up.
Yeah, Kinu only got one buff off onto that Tuvine, and it looks like we have a champion here.
Does look like it. I'm not seeing
a lot of damage
for this Volfi to avoid the death from the Toxic Ink.
Dust Vortex does kill the Machoke and overexerts. Calibus rests, flexes on it. Volvi lifts with 2.8%, and this is gonna be the end.
KO perhaps? No, it's a straight, clean Toxic Ink. No BMs from Shiro today.
And Shiro takes it.
Our champion coming home with 750 euros. Congratulations, Shirokky. Well played to Bennett, our runner-up, getting 250 euros from that as well. Just stellar games all the way through.
What a fantastic series. Every single game was close. The last two games were absolute nail-biters. But Shiro takes it home, being the first Fellow Tamers champion after the whole Fellow Tamers tour.
Yeah, that was scintillating. Everything about both players and the way that they interacted with that, the fact that we constantly saw the Nagai's mind games going in and out of those matches, the fact that we saw intentional inversions of the inversions of turn order, bringing it back to normal again, just to make sure that things got to go first. Just serious fun to examine right there. Like, it all came down to maintaining pressure.
Yeah, so much small technical turns, especially around that Naga, around bouncing priority, bouncing speed. What a absolute nail-biters. What a fantastic games. We couldn't have wished for better finals.
Certainly. At this point, I believe we will be cutting to are we cutting to our analysis desk?
Yes, we will be cutting to the analysis desk, to Janton and Saber, who will be actually, I think we'll be having a small break first. Then we'll be cutting to the analysis desk where Janton and Saber will talk about this game, about the champion. And after that, we'll be going to an interview with, an interview by Gaijin Bu.
Yeah, Gaijin Bu will be interviewing, I believe, Shiro, if he's still available to be interviewed. Obviously, it is past 3 a.m. where Shiro is. Time zones wreak havoc on everybody in these kinds of tournaments. And we really thank everybody for showing up to them.
Yeah, thanks everyone again for watching. Thanks Squatter for co-casting with me. It has been fantastic. I had a blast.
It's been a treasure, Jeb. I really enjoy casting with you, and I enjoy being a part of this event. Thank you so much, everybody who's shown up for this.
And of course, thank you, fellow Tamers, as well, for having this fantastic tour, fantastic tournament, and huge prize pool. Thanks for making all of this possible.
No, absolutely. It's been so much fun, and I'm really glad that David behind the scenes, Perdigano, Yaluna, and everybody else at Fellow Tamers was so like generous in terms of setting all of this up. Like, it's been such a high profile event.
But with that, I think we're going to either the break or to the analysis desk. It has been an absolute pleasure being a part of this, and I bid everyone farewell.
Thank you so much once again. Have a lovely one.
And welcome back, folks, after this awesome series. Well, congratulations for our winner, Shiro. He is the champion of this first FT Invitational. Of course, well played, Bennett. Congratulations to you for reaching this final. And so, let's talk about this awesome series, JT.
This absolutely fantastic series. Like, what a great start actually from Bennett, I'm gonna first to say, and what a really interesting how it went on the rest of the matches. And not at least to say that, not forgetting that, as we said earlier, the winner is receiving 750 euro went
Oh,
now
yes.
to
Yeah.
Chiro, so congratulations. And Bennett, 250 euros.
Yep.
It's not too bad either. Like, but both once more, congratulations. So
Yeah, congratulations, guys.
so where do we start, Saber? Like, this
So,
has been such an amazing start.
So let's start from the game number 1, actually, where we saw Bennett winning it. The very first game, we saw that Valash died pretty quickly. I actually remember Valash dying on turn 1. And after that, things escalated very quickly. I think this was probably the fastest game of the whole series. Because after that, we saw that also Grumper taking a good lead, and then everything went pretty quickly and smoothly for Bennett. I think we saw the same pick and bans in game 1, 3, and 4. Only game 2 actually. Sorry, in game number 1 and 3 we saw the same pick and bans. And game 2 and 4 were pretty different. So if we talk about game number 2, for example, where Shiro won, we saw that actually a different lead there.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
We saw this Koish, for example, starting doing the lead, and it still did some solid damage, even though it almost get 1 KO'd again. Not saying like Koish had been in there before, but we see Valash died in the first game, and Koish almost died as well in the second game, surviving with that. What was it? Somewhere around 6%.
Yes, exactly. And also, I think that the turning point of the game number 2 here for Shiro gaining the victory, if I don't recall it wrong, was the Valash switching into Valorant, where Grumper T-strike there. It was a pretty good turn, and he got a lot of tempo back. And this also helped Shiro to finish off everything and win the game. In game number 3, we saw again the same pick and bans like game 1. For example, we saw always Valorant being banned by Shiro, of course. But then we saw again the fish got banned in second, and again Mashuk for Bennett. But the things here went pretty. It was probably the longest game of the whole series. Do you want to say something about that? Caleb is actually resisting 0.4% and actually winning the game here for Shiro.
Like, okay, so we can say from start of that Wolf getting first a Stonewall that saved Bennett some momentum, still being in the game, having a chance to finish it. But notice also that Stonewall to Calibis earlier also actually helped to the win to the Shiro. Even though that I even wrote this point down, that a 2 of us survived with 3.2 health to try to finish off everything, but it couldn't. The Calibis with 1 HP left.
Zero.
Thanks to that Stonewall.
And and the game number 4, actually, we saw different bans because we actually saw the first time that was available, the Mashuk. Actually, Shiro didn't lose the chance to pick it. And, well, we saw that the game was still pretty much very, I would say balanced. But then in the end, Mashuk did the difference. In the very last part where we saw that was the Calibis got stonewalled once again to be able to resist double attacks from Tuvine. And then, we saw that basically Mashuk plus Calibis finished off the Wolfie. And I think this was pretty much the sum up for the game number 4.
Though something that I need to say that actually picking Mashuk right away when it's not getting banned, I think that was a key moment for Shiro to knowing, okay, having this Mashuk, I can combine it with my Calibis for Rushel with 4 tick poison, having the melee strikes. It's really, really good. Finding also this CPG into the right slot also,
Yep.
it was really scary. I think it was a little bit scary for Shiro to knowing that, oh shit, you almost took down my Naga there. And
Yeah.
can
Yeah.
we at least having a memorable moment of how Wolfie actually denied a Naga's fury?
Oh yeah, absolutely. There was like when Kinu went down, due to the Golder or to the Calabis, I think I don't remember actually. But yeah, then Naga tried to Fury and Wolfie just came in for Banner. That was an awesome turn. That was a very great turn. But yeah, like I said at the end, that Mashuk actually did the difference. That Mashuk was probably winning the whole game so far. And so yeah, basically, I want to say congratulations again for the winner, for Shirokky, and of course also GG to Bennett. Now, should we say something about the points? People can actually use points for interview, right?
Yeah, and also, guys, if you want to ask questions, make sure you're using your channel points to ask questions.
Yep.
If you have good questions, make sure you ask them.
Yeah, because actually after this, stay here on the stream because it's not over yet. We will have Gajimbu interviewing our winner Shiro. So guys, don't go. Just use your points if you want to ask anything like about the game, about all the experience of this awesome tournament. So yeah, guys, just stay here. Don't go because we'll be having the interview in like 1 minute.
So yes, my last final word is going to be that thank you every single viewer, every single participation. Thank you Saber, thank you Quarter and
Oh,
Jab
and yeah,
and
Adhikar
Adhikar.
actually, yeah.
And
He
Adhikar,
actually
like
used that.
he sorry he had to go, so he
Mhm.
destroyed his computer and left off. It
Yep.
didn't really happen, but he had to go. So
Yeah.
I still want to say thank you to him for being here
Yep.
as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. And yeah, thank you again, guys. And thank you, fellow tamers, for this awesome circuit and tournament. And yeah, I think we'll see you next time. Thank you again. And let's go to Gajinbu and our winner, Shirokky.
All right. Looks like we are on. How are you doing, Shiro, and how are you feeling?
Oh, it's really early in the morning. It's like 4 a.m., but adrenaline's pumping from the win. But yeah, it's been a really crazy tournament over the last 2 weeks for sure. And hello to everyone in Twitch chat.
Did you sleep before this, or have you just been up for like 18 hours?
I did take like a hour nap, like from 7 to 8. But I did wake up pretty late as well. So yeah.
Nice. All right. Um, well, first of all, I'd like to say congratulations on the win. Absolutely amazing games played throughout this entire series, and you made it all the way to the finals, and you took the win. And how does it feel to be the first Temtem Fellow Tamers champion?
Thanks, Gaijin, and I'm really honored to have won this FT because I haven't been playing too well recently, and it's really nice to finally win a tournament again. Yeah.
That I can imagine it does feel good, especially one so big. Winning tournaments at all is gotta feel really great, but then just the stakes for this one were pretty high, so that's super awesome that you ended up coming out with a win there. And I know it was a difficult journey, and that being said, what would you say was the hardest series you faced this tournament? Which opponents were the most difficult for you?
I think honestly probably the Gold one. It was really touch and go there. Because he relied on his Kinu and Yowler to basically beat me, and I didn't really have the best answers for it until like an hour before the tourney. I mean, I was like theory crafting a lot of like ways to win with Rat Dog and Jade Dragon. But we until like the hour before tourney, then I finally decided, you know what, this is not gonna work. I just have to bring Balash and like Madness buff every game, and luckily it worked out.
I mean, you can never go wrong with a Madness buff Valash, especially if you're an experienced player. I, on the other hand, have gone very wrong with a Madness buff Valash. But it's such a good, viable Temtem, and it just does so well. And especially if you know how to use it and what you're doing with it, it's just, I think, invaluable for most teams. Um, so this tournament, it seems like a lot of the underdogs dominated, uh, while the most favorite players didn't do as hot. So what do you feel about that?
Okay, so maybe before I answer that question, just want to shout out to Funky Hao because I actually took his spot in this tournament, so I guess I'm repping Balash for him. But yeah, regarding what you said about the rest of obviously we have like Matt Gia, Senior Plat, as well as Bossy and Setska, who are pretty favored to do well in the tournament. Unfortunately, not making it out of the groups, and to be honest, Bossy has been he couldn't really decide on his team, and I'm not sure about Setska, but yeah, Bossy was having some troubles and he was pretty burnt out as well. So that probably contributed to Bossy's sort of poor showing in the group stage. As for Matt, I think he just didn't have too good of a day, as well as I think most people in Group B were sort of like preparing for Tsubaki as well as Matt. So they just did well. I mean, Kanzaki's team was like really, I think, pretty tailored to just smash down Matt's team. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty fair. I mean, they're definitely incredibly talented players, and it just seems like everybody was possibly setting up to to do their best to try and take them down, and they still did incredibly well. Everybody that competed in this tournament had some amazing plays and some really great matches. Um, and everybody did well, but unfortunately, there can only be one winner, which happens to be you. So again, congratulations on that. We're gonna move to some questions from chat here. The first one we have is from Perdigano Gaming. What are you going to do with my/your money?
Okay. So the money, because Red Dog, J Jack, as well as Matt really helped preparing the spreads as well as doing the practice. I'm going to be sharing a portion of my prize money with them. To say thank you for all the help that they gave me over this past like 3 weeks, basically. Did a lot of like scrims, uh, and like just constantly practicing to make sure what are the possible options to like all the different kind of drafts, as well as like doing some TVs. Oh yeah, and also big shout out to Sordi, for all his hard work in gathering information about all the enemy TV spreads so that we can prepare better as well for the tournament. But yeah, as for my portion of the money, I'm not sure what I'm going to do with it yet. Probably just save it for now. Yeah.
Wow, what a guy! What a guy helping out the people who helped you get there. That's pretty awesome. Um, and let's see. Tiki Tabuki7 wants to know, Shirokky, do you love me?
Yes, Tiki, I do love you. Although I think your Luma luck is a bit ridiculous sometimes.
uh, oh, Tabuki, we all love you. Sometimes. Yelena says, any words for exotic French after beating their last hopes on this finals, beating Bennett?
Well, guess I'm sorry to Exotic French. I did kind of beat down Setska in the group stages and prevented him from moving on, and then as well as taking out their hopes, Bennett in the finals as well.
Not bad.
But I
Not
mean, they
bad.
played really well. I mean, really touch and go, especially the first game against Bennett. Like, I was pretty tired, so I didn't really want to calc it. I just assumed that Balash would lift the double there, and it didn't.
All right. Sorry. Sorry. I'm just all right. Let's see. I don't think that there was an oh, actually no, there was one more question from RG Isosceles. What Tem are you most excited to get a bop in Sabanku?
That's difficult, but probably Kinu. Kinu made so much of these matches like way harder because of the buffs, I think. Um, the buffing just made some of just made the games like some games that seems like it's already on lockdown, like just prolonged it inevitable, or even like just flipped it on its head.
Good answer. I think we're all pretty excited here to see what kind of changes Sipanku is going to bring. We definitely know that the whole changes to the speed implementation is going to be really interesting. Um, so it's super exciting. I know we're a little bit away, but I know none of us can wait. um,
Yeah, we
Sorry, go ahead.
get it as soon as possible, but probably taking a break soon as well until Sipanku gets here.
Yeah, I feel that. I've been a little bit burnt a little bit. I've been taking a step back myself. I'm still doing competitive because I'm having actually a lot of fun with that because it's still fairly new to me. Well, I'm having fun when I'm not getting beaten down the ladder, but you gotta follow the climb, right? SM Davo says, we saw Naga in a lot of teams. Do you think it needs to be balanced in some way?
Naga definitely is. I wouldn't say is an overpowered tem, but it's definitely a strong tem, because it just allows you to negate any speed investment that your opponent makes, right? But as you can see, Naga what in all my games like so far, I think Naga didn't really have the best time, right? It just gets destroyed by all the toxics, as well as the natures. I think the main reason why Naga is so strong is because of Gudo Bamboozle, allowing it to just constantly like attack after like a madness buff. And you know, I think the real key issue with Naga is the Bamboozle, honestly.
Okay, so the issue isn't Naga itself, it's the fact that Gulder is so gosh darn slow. So what we need to do is increase Gulder's speed. Gulder needs a buff versus Naga getting a debuff, right?
Yeah, that sounds great. I'm sure Matt will be really happy about it, considering
I
it's his favorite tem.
I
Toxic
remember
is
that.
really, really strong as well, because I mean, just so much damage over like turns, and even if like you swap into the back, you do you still take the toxic ticks. Yeah.
Yeah. Golder is definitely super powerful. Like it's so chunky, but it also can just do so much, especially with the guaranteed damage from the toxic ticks. But I remember the first time I tried actually fighting a Naga because I always ban it because I don't know how to deal with it. So the first time I tried fighting it, I'm like, you know what? I'll let him through, and I let Naga Gulder through, and then I found out that using turbo choreography on Gulder does literally nothing. So it wasn't very
That is
helpful.
true. The 1 SP was they're still almost one of the slowest time, even with the turbo, because I mean there is a base 19 speed, right? So adding times 1.5 on it is like still like 20 something only.
Yeah, it literally does nothing. It's still incredibly slow. I couldn't believe it until I went to Team to check it out, and I'm like, oh no.
Like the
um,
only thing that goes slower than it is probably like 1 SP Anahira Meteor Swarm after its turbo.
let's see. Sordirum says, "Is it true that you were surprised by Turby's drill Gulder?"
Okay, so replying to both of Swordy's questions, Elvis Lunch was indeed MVP in the Kirby game. it, it not killing the Volpi let me set up my Naga, and then after it, conserved a lot of stamina when he plagued, letting me use more moves on my Cooter. So I think it definitely was MVP, or at least was one of the MVP for my match against Turby. Um, as for the question about the Turby's drill Cooter, yes, I was very surprised because on the I didn't check it like completely, but you know, in the scrims that we've been scouted for Turby, that it has been double screen. So I kind of assumed that it wasn't drill. Um, and then when it came out and killed my Naga game one, I was a little tilted by that.
Yeah, it's gotta always be surprising when when you find out, you know, you have to deal with drill. Especially when you're running Naga and you're using bamboozle and it's on something that's as damaging to your Naga as Gulder is. Um, Yo, Lena says Gulder
Yeah,
needs to
let's
go to
get
the
why not.
gym.
I mean, like, although I think it's a really strong enabler, as well as paired with Gulder, as well as Madness buff. Like, if it didn't have Madness buff, like, I think Naga wouldn't nearly be as strong as it is right now.
I think that's probably true. Madness buff does a huge amount for Naga, and if you can get one off, then it's a super threatening tem. Um, and I just yeah, it's a pretty powerful move on anything that has it. I think there's one tem it's just not really useful though on if I can't remember who it is right now, but it looks like I think this is the last of the questions here. But Shiro, thank you so much for coming to hang out on the interview here and answering questions. Is there anything you want to say to the viewers or your fans or any new potential players or anything after this tournament here?
Yep. So thanks to everyone who has been tuning in to Fellow Tamers to watch matches. I think there were a lot of really hype games, especially in the playoffs. I mean, we saw like Kinu beating a Volfi, and then we had a lot of like really clutch turns in a lot of the matches. And shout out to all my PDX club mates, who supported me and sort of cheered me on, as well as all the rest of the participants for their great performance.
Alrighty, guys, you heard him. Um,
Oh,
that
and
is
of course,
gonna.
thanks to Fellow Tamers for organizing as well. I'm sure, Hiruna, as well as everyone else and all the casters must been put in a lot of work to get everything running.
Yeah. I can imagine a lot of work went into this. It was such a big tournament, and just all the organization and setup and all that. I feel like they did a pretty fantastic job. I know I could never do something like this. I'm not that organized. So thanks to all the people working hard to make this Fellow Tamers Invitational as amazing as it was. And thank you guys all for coming to hang out. This is gonna be it here. The tournaments are over. We've got our winner, and we are going to end the stream here, everybody. I'm not sure if Fellow Tamers has a raid set up or not, but either way, folks, I hope you all have a great day and or night. Shiro, go get some sleep, and we will catch you all next time.
Yep. Thanks, everyone. See you guys next time.